Welcome, everyone. I am pleased to call to order the 274th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council in Garden Grove, California. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on an electronic public comment portal available on the September council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit individual testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. I would just like to note that the banquet tickets are still available for tonight up till noon and on the Jot. And if you have any questions, to talk to Patricia in the back. Also, I'd like to point out that the Anderson rule is in effect, and please cancel your cell phone and your electronic equipment speakers. Put them on silent, as any ringing will result in a 3 dozen donut penalty to be served later in this week. So with that, I'll start us off on agenda item on a roll call. So look to Merrick Burden. Checking your record.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the roll for the November 2023 Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. Heather Hall.
Here.
Phil Anderson.
Here.
Let's see. Robert Dooley.
Here.
Devin Zeke.
Here.
Danny Evanson.
Here.
Mark Gorelnik.
Here.
Pete Hassemer.
Here.
David Hogan. David Hogan is not present. Sharon Kiefer.
Here.
Lynn Mattis.
Present.
Joseph Oatman.
Here.
Chris Oliver.
Here.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Ryan Wolf.
Here.
Marcy Yaremko.
Here.
And let's see, I'm looking for Fish and Wildlife Service. Michael Clark.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you have a quorum.
Thank you, Executive Director Burden. With that, I'll go to the agenda, and if he has any changes or approve the agenda for us. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the council approve the agenda as shown on agenda item A3, November 2023.
Okay, second. Second by Mark Gorelnik. Thank you, Mark. Okay. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. And with that, we'll turn to Executive Director Burden for his director's report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one moment here. So this is agenda item A4, the Executive Director's Report. The Executive Director's Report to the Council typically provides information on informational reports, changes to council membership, advisory body and committee alternates that are in place for the current meeting, activities of staff and council members that have occurred since the last meeting, and other updates not announced elsewhere that may warrant summarization. So a few items to highlight for you. Of course, no changes to the council membership since the last meeting. There are several informational reports that you may find interesting. One is regarding an announcement regarding a West Coast region roundtable. Second one is a memorandum from the White House on restoring healthy and abundant salmon, steelhead, and other native fish populations in the Columbia River Basin. A third report are recommendations from the Permanent Advisory Committee to the U.S. section of the WCPFC. Number 4 is the California Wet Fish Producers Association letter of intent to renew an EFP. And number 5 is also a Cal Wet Fish Producers Association letter of intent to request renewal of an EFP. And then number 6 is a tri-state enforcement report. Number 7 is an email regarding a commercial fishery disaster I received some time ago. And then there are a couple of supplemental reports to call your attention to. Supplemental informational report number 8 is a council staff report that summarizes the relevant council record and background regarding data moderate stock assessments. Supplemental informational report 9 is a summary of West Coast groundfish assessments conducted in 2023 that was provided to us by Science Center staff. And then supplemental informational report 10 is a Coast Guard memo regarding covered small passenger vessel fire safety interim rule implementation, just arrived a couple of days ago. See, moving through the report here, we do have several advisory body alternates as listed in the report. There is also a change that came in after this report was crafted that regards the Marine Planning Committee. Mr. Richard Heap has been filling in as a alternate for Darius Peak, who recently resigned. You see on the second page some select activities of staff and council leadership that I don't feel the need to summarize, but they're there for your, in case you are interested in them. And then some general information matters, one regarding COVID, a second regarding the annual banquet that the Chair Pettinger just referenced a couple of minutes ago. That concludes the ED report, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions from Eric on the ED report? Okay. I'm not seeing any. With that, have you public comment? No. Okay. All right. So that takes us to C2. I'm sorry, B1, apologies, and open comment. And so with that, I believe the public comment. Okay. So we have one individual. Larry Phillips. Larry, can you hear us? Oh.
I can see you too.
Perfect.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, members of the council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments to the council. My name is Larry Phillips, and I'm the Pacific Fisheries Policy Director at the American Sport Fishing Association. Our roughly 900 members include manufacturers, retailers, and allied organizations that comprise the $148 billion recreational fishing economy. In California alone, recreational fishing supports 43,000 jobs and generates over $6 billion in economic benefit. Over the next 5 days, we're going to hear from scientists, biologists, economists, policy staff, the GAP, the GMT, NOAA, the SSC, recreational and commercial fishermen, business owners, and the council regarding the management of nearshore rockfish. We all sat through the September PFMC meeting, listening to compelling testimony regarding the impacts closures will have on the fishing community. And we collectively must find a way to better manage our nearshore rockfish stocks. Our continued reliance on data moderate and data poor assessments will, if unchanged, undoubtedly complicate our ability to sustainably manage West Coast fisheries. The 2021 quillback rockfish assessment is a good example of the best scientific information available being the only scientific information available. The assessment concluded that the current quillback rockfish biomass was just 14% of unfished value. In response to questions raised about the assessment, ASA asked Dr. Mark Monder and Dr. Ray Hilborn to provide us with an independent critique, and that will be attached following my testimony. In their summary of the assessment was, even though there are many uncertainties in the assessment, there are several assumptions of the assessment leading to a more depleted stock that are not supported by data. Further evaluation of the assessment is recommended before its use in management advice. Anglers also questioned the accuracy of the assessment, while large portions of the existing habitat has been closed to fishing, rockfish conservation area, for many years, or too far from ports, making access difficult for most anglers. We also heard from CDFW regarding concerns that recreational and commercial fishing resulted in a 28.66% mortality of the total quillback rockfish biomass in 2022. And it's not credible that quillback rockfish were depleted at a rate 6 times higher than copper rockfish who occupy the same habitat. There's common acknowledgement among the states that additional resources are necessary to sustainably manage nearshore rockfish. Washington, Oregon, and California are investing additional resources into collecting age, growth, and abundance data to help better inform stock status in state waters. And during the 2022 Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission meeting in Anchorage, Alaska, the states listed supporting funding of fishery independent surveys as a high priority. ASA understands the potential optics of advocating for fishing opportunity on a stock that may not, on paper, be meeting management objectives. However, in the case of quillback rockfish, there are too many red flags to consider the 2021 assessment as reliable. Our industry has a long history of working with state legislators and members of Congress to secure funding for fisheries management. We also have a long history of working with fisheries managers to increase the quality of data necessary to conduct the assessments, and we'll continue to advocate for resources state and federal agencies need to responsibly manage our resources. But we need the help. We need help from the states, NOAA, and PFMC. So in closing, we have 3 requests. Please continue to advocate for additional resources for the development of fishery independent assessments for nearshore rockfish. Please consider all management options that could support keeping the nearshore open to rockfish, quillback non-retention during the 2024 season and in the 2025-26 specification cycle. And 3, consider pausing the implementation of the rebuilding plan and the recommendations of future OFLs until we can be more certain our estimates of abundance are accurate. And that concludes my testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Larry. Questions for Larry on his testimony? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Larry. Okay. That concludes public comment.
Recording in progress.
All right. Which takes us to C1.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, I should put back. Any discussion on that last topic? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I just wanted to acknowledge the public comment letter in the briefing book under open public comment from Ocean Beat Consulting and Michelle Conrad, the work she did in Washington to develop the community's roadmap. And I know some of us at Fish and Wildlife were able to attend some of those meetings, appreciate the work that went into building this roadmap and looking out for our coastal communities. So just wanted to offer that appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Phil Anderson?
If I could just briefly echo that appreciation for that work. I was a part of the group that developed the roadmap that Michelle organized and coordinated, and it was a really good process. It gave a lot of community leaders the opportunity to sit at the same table and look out ahead of us and identify concerns relative to the continuation of our fisheries and hoping that we can take it from where it is now and move it forward into some action steps. So thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Anyone else? Okay. That takes us to C1. So Executive Director Bird.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is agenda item C1, which is the Council Coordination Committee report. And the CCC met in Arlington, Virginia, October 11th through 13th. And that meeting was hosted by the National Marine Fisheries Service. As contained in your advanced briefing book, there were several materials made available to you. And in the supplemental briefing book, we've provided a draft of that report of the CCC meeting. A draft is put together by the council executive directors. So attending the CCC meeting was our chairman, Mr. Brad Pettinger, vice chairman, Mr. Pete Hassemer, and myself. We did have Mr. Ryan Wolf online for the NMFS West Coast region for much of that meeting as well. The next meeting coming up, the host council is the Caribbean Council. We'll be meeting in Puerto Rico next year. Let's see, unless there are any questions about that overview, I'm happy to turn to the report and briefly step you through what we tackled at the CCC.
Okay, questions for Eric on his overview? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, well, walking you through agenda item C1, the supplemental attachment 1, which is the draft report of the Council Coordination Committee. Starting off the meeting, we heard NOAA Fisheries updates and priorities. That was summarized for us by Ms. Janet Coit and Ms. Kelly Dennett. We did spend some time talking about the ANPR for the national standards 4, 8, and 9. You will recall that we spent some time discussing that ourselves and managed to submit our comments shortly in advance of this meeting, and our comments were well received. Let's see, moving down through the page here, Ms. Coit covered a few other matters, largely her travel schedule, but also some other matters that are coming up. We talked briefly about the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act matters and some funding. We talked a bit about the recreational policy, the EEJ strategy, offshore wind development, the national seafood strategy. And from there, we moved on to the budget and 2024 outlook for our finances and budget. Mr. Brian Pollack gave that overview. So there are some questions, just as a higher order matter, just some questions about when and how our funding will become available. When we will know. By and large, it was a rather dark outlook, I would say, on how things look for next year. On top of that, NMFS summarized their transition to the new financial management system. We also spent some time talking about the travel systems and other things that NMFS had gone through a transition during the month of October. I believe most of those are complete at this time. Let's see, stepping through the NOAA Fisheries Science update, Dr. Cisco Werner and Dr. Evan Howell summarized that for us. This was also heavily driven by IRA funding topics. There are a few batches of funding being made available to the National Marine Fisheries Service to support advancements in science related to climate change. We also talked a bit about what is referred to as midlife repair periods for the white ships that NOAA uses for surveys and other matters. And we'll begin going through a rotation of having a ship offline each year in order to service those vessels. And that will affect, of course, at sea surveys and things of that nature. Moving down then through the legislative outlook, Mr. David Whaley gave us a summary. We, of course, spent some time talking about funding and likelihood of government shutdowns and transitions in the House for a bit. Mr. Whaley also summarized his outlook for 2024 and indicated that, especially if the House changes from Republican to Democratic led, that we should expect some bills on Magnuson-Stevens reauthorization to make their way through the House and Senate. From there, we moved into NOAA Fisheries policy regarding governance, which largely concerns the shifting of stocks across council boundaries and how to determine which council is the lead council for management of stocks as they are undergoing that shift. This has been an issue that has affected East Coast councils largely, and in consultation with my counterparts in the North Pacific and Western Pacific, we don't quite see this as affecting us at the moment, but did cause some consternation at the CCC regarding the development of a policy in-house within NMFS. The councils on the East Coast feel they have this matter covered on their own. So this has been an ongoing conversation for some time. You'll see in there that there was a motion that was passed by the CCC regarding this matter. From there, we moved into the Inflation Reduction Act, and in particular, the funding being made available to councils to help build climate readiness of fisheries. So we spent most of the time here talking about the process for proposing projects to the agency for a share of the 20 million that's being made available. What sort of criteria would be applied to those, the review of those proposed projects and the timeline for receiving some funding. I will say it's getting clearer. There's still some open questions about how all this will work. And everyone is doing their best to try to continue moving forward and answer questions together. We had several CCC subcommittee updates as noted there. We have a climate work group. I would note at the end of the meeting, we decided to put a pause on the work of the climate work group pending the receipt of IRA funds and the climate projects that would be funded by those IRA funds. We talked about the Endangered Species Act, Magnuson-Stevens Act integration. This is a matter that we've been working on for quite some time. I feel that we are coming close to an end here. There is a draft revised policy that the CCC work group has been working on, and that NMFS has indicated they'll provide an opportunity for one more review by the working group before it goes through general counsel review. Let's see, moving down through the report, there's also a habitat work group subcommittee that we heard from. We heard from the communications work group. We discussed the CMOD, the council member ongoing development. And we have another meeting coming up. The topic there is adapting council risk policies through operational changes to harvest control rules. And so this is also focused on climate change and how harvest control rules that are adopted by councils can be developed with climate change in mind. The North Pacific Council is taking a lead on that meeting, and it appears that that meeting will be held at what I consider our home hotel, which is the Vancouver Hilton. And then we also heard from the EEJ work group. We did spend some time talking about the process for establishing fishing regulations and sanctuaries. Mr. John Armour attended the meeting. I would say we had a very constructive discussion with him about the the different nature of the development of fishing regulations and sanctuaries within different council regions. It is quite different as you go around the country. I would say a lot of councils are looking at the way that we do business here on the West Coast as something that they would like to see in their region. So that was quite encouraging. Also made me feel proud about the relationship that we have with our local sanctuaries. In terms of next steps, there will be Mr. John Armour is reaching out to each of the council directors rather, to determine how best to have conversations with the councils about clarifying processes and procedures for the development of regulations in sanctuary waters. This is something that they are reconsidering at the moment and looking to change some process and policies they've had in place since 2008. Let's see, we moved from there back into subcommittee updates. There's an update there on the area-based management subcommittee. We also have the 8th scientific coordination subcommittee meeting, commonly referred to as the National SSC. Of course, we don't have a National SSC, but that's the shorthand for it. This one is also being planned around the context of climate change. And you see there the theme is applying ABC control rules in a changing environment. The New England Council is the host council. They're planning this for the Seaport District of Boston. Moving into the last day, we talked about the CEQ proposed NEPA regulations. This will require that we reconsider how NEPA and the Magnuson-Stevens Act come together. This is an important part of our work. So as part of this discussion, we did reestablish our NEPA subcommittee. So we will be putting Mr. Kitdall on that committee for us. And working with the other councils to help us figure out how to navigate these new regulations that have come from CEQ regarding the National Environmental Policy Act. Let's see, and that was the last major point of business. I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions for Merrick on the Executive Director report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So well done. Okay, that'll take us to public comment, I believe. I believe there's 0, but I'm waiting for confirmation. Okay, 0. So, all right. Okay, thank you, Merrick. All right. Next, we'll come up to C2, and I'll turn to Kelly Ames to kick us off. Kelly?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Pettinger, council members. This is agenda item C2, the National Marine Fisheries Service 2023 accomplishments and 2024 priorities. National Marine Fisheries Service strategic plan for 2022 to 2025 establishes the goals and strategies to amplify the economic value of fisheries and recover and conserve protected species. Under this agenda item, the region and the centers will report on their 2023 accomplishments and 2024 priorities as they relate to those strategic plans. The council should consider the agency presentations and provide feedback as necessary. In your briefing materials, you will find 3 supplemental NMFS reports. We have NMFS Report 1, which is the Northwest Fisheries Science Center Annual Guidance Memo for fiscal year 2024. Supplemental NMFS Report 2, which is the NOAA Fisheries West Coast Region fiscal year 2024 priorities, and supplemental NMFS Presentation 1, the West Coast fiscal year 2024 priorities. And with that, I would recommend you turn your attention to the table at the front where you have your 3 presenters, Ms. Jen Kwan from the West Coast region, Ms. Nicole Hill from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and Dr. Kristen Cook from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Questions for Kelly on his overview? On her overview? All right. With that, I'll just like to say welcome, and great to have you here today.
Great. Good morning. So thank you for this opportunity. It's good to see everyone. My name is, for those who don't know me, my name is Jen Kwan. I am the NOAA Fisheries West Coast Regional Administrator. I've been here now for just over 6 months. So I'm still playing my new card, and I'll just hand over for a quick introduction to my colleagues.
Thank you, Jen. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Council members. My name is Nicole Hill. I'm the Acting Science Director for NOAA's Northwest Fishery Science Center. I've been in the acting role for about 6 weeks, and while Dr. Kevin Werner is currently on detail to FEMA. And it's good to be here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Kristen Cook, the director of the Southwest Fishery Science Center. I think most of you know me. I've been here for quite some time and have delivered a few of these update presentations to the council in the past. So it's great to be here on a Friday morning, and I'll look forward to this next hour with you.
We're going to be doing a lot of passing this thing back and forth. So before I begin, today we're going to be talking about our acknowledging a lot of some of our great achievements and looking forward to our priorities. But I don't think I can go without acknowledging and understanding that this has been a tough year for a lot of fishermen, especially off the coast of California with salmon fishery closures, with recent nearshore rockfish closures and challenges with some of the other state fisheries. And I'm also aware that next year is likely to be a tough year as well. And so what I'd like to say is that we are committed to taking a comprehensive look at these issues. We're committed to working together collaboratively, and I think we're going to talk about a lot of achievements today where we have worked together collaboratively, and so we can do that. And to look forward and find forward movement on as many opportunities as possible. Okay, next slide. Are we supposed to advance those? I'm not sure. Okay, thanks. So this is our agenda today. Here's what we are planning to talk about, and if all goes well, we'll have time for questions at the end. All right, next slide. All right, our first topic is the Inflation Reduction Act. I want to note here that the slides that we are about to present were given to us by headquarters. So just long story short, we have some marching orders on how we present this information, and we will try and back it up with as many words here as possible to fill in any details we can. Okay, next slide. So in the Inflation Reduction Act, also known as IRA, which was passed in 2022, it included $3.3 billion in funding to NOAA fisheries, of which $1.2 billion was allocated, the $3.3 billion was allocated to NOAA, big NOAA. The $1.2 billion was allocated to NOAA fisheries. What you're seeing here is how NOAA Fisheries split up that $1.2 billion bucket. And I would also note too that these buckets were formed out of a lot of input from the Hill, from the administration, from DOC, and from Big NOAA. And so that led to a lot of what we refer to these buckets as buckets. So those, I don't know if you can see it very well, those there's some light highlighting there in the green. Those are the ones that are most directly applicable to the West Coast and the ones that we will be hitting on for the most part today. Okay, next slide goes to Kristen.
Okay, thank you. I will be speaking on a couple of the subcomponents here, sub-buckets, one called data acquisition and the other data management. You can see the amounts of funding there for each. And as Jen said, these slides came from headquarters, so they're very high level, so I'll try to fill in some gaps. On the 110 million piece on data acquisition, which is the part that I'm most familiar with of the two up here, I want to say first that $110 million sounds like a lot of money, and it is a significant investment for which we are quite fortunate to see this. It'll be, again, IRA will be spent over the next 3 years. And so we're putting in plans in place now to do that. 110 million, as I said, when you're talking about data acquisition, which involves large ships, charters, getting out on the water, putting scientists out there, technicians out there, it's expensive work, no matter what form it might take. And so that 110 million, when you spread it across all of the regions and fisheries, doesn't go as far as we would like, but nevertheless, it is a significant investment. We're trying to do the best we can to make sure we're efficient with it and putting it towards the highest priorities. It's also temporary funding, which has also shaped the way in which we think about IRA, because we refer to it sometimes as the funding cliff. At the end of 2026, this funding will end. And so how do we, a lot of times what we do in No Fisheries is we engage, and when it comes to data acquisition, it's all about monitoring. That's often a long-term proposition. And time series, of course, are very important to us when it comes to stock assessment and the other science products that we put out. And so this poses a particular challenge to us posed a particular challenge to figure out ways that we could most efficiently invest the funding that was coming our way. And as Jen said, we got significant amount of direction from various different entities that are over us. Part of them were interested in us spending this funding on filling some of the data gaps that we've experienced. It's no secret that the NOAA fleet and really all fleets have been experiencing since COVID significant challenges with staffing, with inflationary costs and the like. And we've had some data gaps as a result of that. This council knows that. And so part of the interest was in filling some of those short-term data gaps that we've been left with because of lack of ship time. So part of it's going into that. So that's one sort of significant portion, short-term, I would say on the short-term side of things in the first couple of years. Within that also is some effort towards efficiencies. How can we spend this funding? So sometimes you have to spend funding in order to gain efficiencies down the road so you can spend less funding in the future. So we very much have had an eye towards that with this funding. So one example is the effort between the Northwest and Southwest Science Centers to integrate our flagship HAKE and CPS surveys. Some of this funding will go towards that. So one example of how the West Coast will benefit from some of that funding. The other big bucket on the data acquisition side is going to go towards advanced technologies. In the science centers across NMFS, we have for years spent time and effort and some funding, a little bit of funding towards advancing advanced technologies, in part to get us less dependent on large ships. So that's the other piece of this kind of exciting is that we are, and I should say actually back in 2022, we spent some time as an agency collecting information from, maybe some of you participated in an effort that we had last year to develop we had some workshops on data acquisition and collected a lot of information from folks on what people thought in the regions about how we should be thinking about data collection going forward. So we took a lot of that input from those workshops, and that helped us form the categories of how we would invest some of these funds. So everything from omics, different types of genomic techniques and tools that are advanced that really, I think in the next 5 to 10 years are going to be quite revolutionary in terms of how we collect information and what we can do with it. Uncrewed systems, those types of platforms like gliders and the kind that you see in the photo there, with sail drone and other types of subsurface gliders, also aerial systems. Another category is optical systems, and then passive and active acoustic systems. So those are the types of advanced technologies that we're going to be investing some of this funding in. And then I would be remiss if I didn't note there's a separate category in here under social science. So I'm sure the council, that's where I see some more direct maybe involvement in council processes is that, I think we need to think about leveraging some of these pots of funding across IRA. So it's not just the 20 million coming to the council that you should be thinking about, but some of these other areas where NMFS is going to be making some investments. I think we need to come together and talk about what those, how we can make best use of that. The other piece of this is the data management side of things. And that is NMFS collects a lot, has historically collected a lot of different types of data. And a lot of it is quite siloed in our agency. We are not a very, we have some ways to go in terms of modernizing our data infrastructure and processes in NOAA fisheries. And so part of this funding will go towards that. We have a lot of siloed data. Individual scientists have data in Excel spreadsheets in their computers still. I mean, we need to make a major effort in moving towards developing data standards, moving towards cloud-based systems and enabling greater interoperability among our data sets. And that will in turn allow greater access and transparency in our data. We have directives to be putting out our data to the public and making it accessible. And it turns out that is a very difficult thing to do when you have as heterogeneous a set of data sets as we have in NOAA fisheries. So some of this investment will go towards that. There will be an open science initiative to develop tools and workflows to allow our scientists to work more collaboratively with others. So all of this will be to significantly reduce the burden of managing data inside and outside of NOAA fisheries. So I think that's what I have on that slide. Next slide. The next piece here is Climate Ecosystems and Fisheries Initiative. This is something that you've probably heard something about. This is an effort that started in the science centers and across NOAA's Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research. Probably about 5 years ago, we started talking with the part of NOAA that's more associated with the dry side of NOAA. But the question was, how do we bring to bear on some of these enormous challenges that we are facing in the fisheries world? How do we bring to bear the enormous contributions and investments that NOAA has made in climate modeling on the problem? So thankfully, we started these discussions a while back, and they've accelerated since. We just haven't had a funding source for this until now. And so we made the decision to use part of the IRA funding to jumpstart our set, what we call CEFI initiative with OAR. And now a little bit of NOS will be joining in as well. And you can see the cross-agency focus there and the 4 goals there to develop ecosystem prediction and preparing us for climate-driven problems, how those predictions will expand to coastal communities, what are the projected impacts of changes in climate, and how coastal communities will use predictions to increase resilience. For our part within NOAA fisheries and the 2 science centers, we'll be investing in a couple of teams, decision support teams that will be separate but linked and integrated because, of course, we have one large marine ecosystem we operate in. And so those teams, they're small teams, but they will be constituted of people with different types of skill sets who are skilled at taking global climate model output from NOAA, downscaling it to the region scale that we need it at, and using that output in a variety of different products that will come forward through, and I should say through development with the council bodies for what those highest priority products should be. So really this is about how do we help ourselves and the council cope with some of the changes that we're seeing rapidly accelerate today. So that is the CEFI initiative, and I think I am turning it over to Nicole.
Next slide. I think it's you. Yeah. Almost. All right, turning quickly to Pacific salmon. I just want to note here, so in 2022, there was the IRA, that was big funding, but the bipartisan infrastructure law is also not an insignificant add to some of the work we're doing. And so I would note, and largely on the habitat side. So I'm just going to raise or identify some numbers here associated with the Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Fund, PCSRF or PACSRF, known to some. And that also we did on the first slide, there was a significant amount of funding that went through our Office of Habitat Conservation. So I just highlight that we're focused mostly on fisheries sides, but that is integral to habitat, and we're investing a lot in habitat. So we got 172 million through bill, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, over 5 years. That increases PCSRF funding roughly by 30 million over these next 5 years. We've already had this first year go out. The Inflation Reduction Act also added another 42 million, for specifically Pacific salmon. 15 million of that went also to PCSRF. That award is being split up over 2 years, and we're just making, with this funding, we're able to put a significantly more number of habitat projects on the ground. So that is very exciting. And so there's also 27 million for West Coast salmon research, and that's where Nicole's going to pick up.
Thank you, Jen. Let's see, I'll give a brief update on the Pacific salmon. Oh, next slide, please. Thank you. IRA funding represents an opportunity to provide scientific and technical information that supports salmon recovery and management. As Jen said, 27 million of the 42 million under NOAA's IRA Climate Ready Fishery Initiative will support Pacific salmon science and research in the Northwest and Southwest fishery science centers and in partnership with states, tribes, and academia. Our science and research IRA investment effort is described in 4 themes. The first theme is around integrated modeling. We will direct substantial effort to refine existing life cycle models, add modules and updated parameters, and develop generalized models that can expand utility to other species and geographic areas. These investments will advance our current salmon lifecycle modeling tools to guide West Coast salmon management and recovery decisions. Our second investment is under the theme of habitat stressors in freshwater and estuary environments. Pacific salmon face several stressors in freshwater and estuarine habitats, including climate change, habitat loss, and pollution caused by urban development. These stressors can be cumulative and interact with each other in ways to make it more difficult for salmon to survive and thrive. We will invest in projects such as stormwater pollution impacts to salmon and steelhead to better understand these freshwater and estuarine threats and salmon adaptation to them so that we can develop strategies to protect their populations. The third theme is around ocean and nearshore ecology. Salmon play a vital role in the marine and nearshore ecosystems as predators and prey. However, salmon populations are declining due to several factors, including climate change, predation, and habitat loss. To effectively manage salmon populations, we must better understand how they interact with the ocean and nearshore ecosystems. Using advanced sampling technologies, we will quantify predation rates in nearshore habitats, which will in turn be utilized in life cycle models. Additionally, we develop new indicators of ocean productivity to improve ecosystem level assessments and predictions of salmon growth and survival. Our last theme revolves around restoration, reintroduction, and recovery techniques. Finally, we recognize that habitat restoration is an important component of advancing salmon recovery. We'll use models to analyze the most effective types and locations of habitat restoration so that we can strategically invest in actions most beneficial to salmon recovery. Furthermore, we will advance our ability to make habitat assessments by developing and sharing robust tools with the salmon management community. I should note that all of these efforts align with the recently developed Science Center's salmon science recovery strategies. We won't do any of this work in isolation. We will rely on a broader community, including the tribes, states, and academia, to name just a few, and look forward to engaging and updating the council concerning the Pacific Salmon Science IRA investment in more detail in the near future. And I believe I'm handing this back now to Jen. Thank you.
All right, next slide. All right, so we talked a little bit about how these high-level allocations were made. There was also significant consultation with tribes on the funding. And with that, NOAA allocated as a high priority for tribes funding to $300 million in funding to support deferred maintenance for tribal priority hatcheries. Of that $300 million, $60 million was allocated to Mitchell Act hatcheries. That process and how that funding will be split from there is being worked through the UV Oregon process. The RFA for that is out on the street right now. And I think that UV Oregon parties have already agreed on how that money will be spent. The $60 million goes a little bit of a way towards their $240 million problem statement they have for Mitchell Act hatcheries, but we haven't seen this kind of funding before. So we're very excited. We expect to get that out, see that money out on the ground as soon as late winter, early spring. The other allocation of funding is to non-Mitchell Act hatcheries, and this funding is dedicated to tribes with federally recognized or adjudicated or federally reserved or adjudicated fishing rights in their treaties. So we are currently working with those tribes on the best allocation process of that. The intent, per request of the tribes is, once we figure that out, the funding will go to BIA, and BIA will administer the funding directly to the tribes through their self-governance compacts or 638 contracts. A couple other things I would note just in terms of tribal priorities, and I talked a little bit earlier about the funding that went through our Office of Habitat Conservation. There's $70 million that's dedicated specifically to tribal priority fish passage, barrier removal projects, and that opportunity notice of funding is out right now. I would also highlight too, there's another $20 million set aside for tribes to participate. A lot of what we're hearing, and I think you all are experiencing it in some way or another. It's great that we have all this money, but through the process, we didn't have the capacity to support responding to it and getting it on the ground. So we've set aside $20 million specific for tribes to do capacity building. It can be used for capacity building or projects, but that was an additional piece we added. Okay, next slide. All right, the next slide we're just highlighting here, and I think Merrick talked about it, and there's some information in the briefing book, and that you've been briefed on this at the September council meeting, around the $20 million that has been allocated to the councils for funding. So long story short on this one, the RFA posted last week for the initial $375K that will go to the councils to support their participation, engagement, and developing proposals for the remainder of funds. And I guess we envisioned that these fundings are going to help support projects like I don't like that word, operationalizing fish climate vulnerability assessments, climate scenario planning, improvements in climate resiliency of fisheries that are important to underserved communities, with high priorities being given to actions that leverage your existing tools, actions that will be completed within 3 years, and where relevant, this is more relevant on the East Coast, cross-council projects and initiatives. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of our IR. Oh, no, one more. Oh, this is good stuff.
I have to mention this. I'll touch on another important investment specifically for the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. The IRA includes $95 million to support needed infrastructure improvements for NOAA facilities. Relevant here is that $90 million of that will go towards new structures at the center. This investment is critical to maintain continuity of our science missions in the Northwest. The two Northwest investments are going to include a new Seattle headquarters for the center. The current Montlake facility is the oldest federal fishery building on the West Coast. It was built in 1931. It's quite charming, but it's quite outdated and costly to maintain. In addition, we have a major multi-year highway construction adjacent to the Montlake campus that will impact our structures, our science, and our employees. So we are currently engaged in a GSA lease process to relocate our Seattle-based headquarters for the center and approximately 300 staff. This lease prospectus proposal is out now through the end of the year, and we expect we will be in newly leased lab and office space in 2027. We're making a similar investment in our NOAA's Seattle Western Regional Campus, also known as WRC. While with the closure of our Mukilteo lab last year, we will relocate parts of our portfolio to WRC. That portfolio will primarily support our small boats and large survey gear. We plan to construct a new building and are in the process right now of surveying optimal location. This newly constructed facility is scheduled to be completed at the end of 2026. So with that, now I think we are at the end of IRA. And I'll turn it back to Jen.
All right. So we'll go ahead. We're going to now just cover accomplishments and priorities for the next year. So next slide. All right. So and these next few slides are pretty dense with words. I'm not going to read through them all. There are a lot of priorities, accomplishments, and priorities that are also not captured here. These are just a few of them, and I'll speak to some, just a few on these slides. So as far looking back at accomplishments last year, one of the things that I am particularly really proud of is the deep set buoy gear authorization and increased opportunities that have come along with that. I'm proud of this accomplishment. From what I understand, it's a decade-long effort that came through close partnerships with the council, with Pacific states, the state and regional stakeholders. And it's just an example of where, when we come together and put our heads together and work hard, we can have success. So over the next 12 years, we'll be phasing in up to 300 limited entry permits with this gear in the Southern California Bight, and the gear will also be allowed in our federal waters off of Northern California and Oregon for our HMS fishers. The other one that I would highlight here in the sustainable fisheries category is what we've packaged in Amendment 32, the proposed rule to create new fishing area flexibility on the groundfish non-trawl sector. And, we published that in August. We expect the final rule to publish June 1st in time to start for this fishing year. Again, another example of where, when we come together, we can make good successes for both conservation priorities and the fishing community needs. As far as our protected resources, a couple things I would highlight here is completion of 9 of our 5-year status reviews. And why that might seem like just a paper exercise, what is significant to me there is that we found no changes in our listing status. So there wasn't a significant enough change for anything to be up in those 9, I will say, in those to be uplisted or downlisted, which to me is like, okay, we're doing a good job of keeping of the 9 that we reviewed, those species from going extinct. We have a long way to go on recovery. But for me, when I look at those 5-year status reviews, that's what we're looking for. The other thing I would highlight is our continued work on the hatchery genetic management plan, or the plans. For me, this work ensures that our hatchery programs are operated in a manner that are protecting our listed species and allows us to do so in a way where we're also able to contribute to the fisheries. We're now, in my mind, seeing a lot of these hatcheries become important as adaptation tools in supporting salmon recovery. And we're also seeing them now important in providing prey for southern resident killer whales. So this year, we have been able to reduce our HGMP backlog, and we made substantial progress on our ESA and NEPA analysis for close to 90 HGMPs. And then finally, I would just note that some of these HGMPs have been in place for a while. They are now also providing, in my mind, a really important tool where NOAA is able to address kind of in a more rapid and efficient way any changes that we need to make. So it's a really important tool and platform, and it's somewhere we've been investing for a long time and starting to see some accomplishments. Finally, just talking a little bit about some offshore activities. We published a scoping report for the Southern California Aquaculture Opportunity Area, the AOA, that summarized public comments we received during scoping. I would just note the next comment period on this proposal will occur in 2024 when we publish a draft environmental impact statement. And we also, I know this one's a little bit touchy, but we're doing the best we can here, engaging with NOAA on the offshore wind development on for both fisheries and protected resources. You may have seen, we recently did send a letter to BOEM on the Oregon wind energy areas. And I think just looking back last year, even with our limited resources, we are prioritizing engaging and connecting with the fishing stakeholders. And we've also just begun to sit down and meet more with the affected tribes that have concerns on offshore wind. So that is a few accomplishments I wanted to highlight. Next slide. Okay, priorities going forward. Again, a lot of priorities on here. I'll just talk to a couple. The IATTC, both tropical tuna and Pacific bluefin tuna resolutions expire at the end of 2024 calendar year. So we will be working on negotiating those again. In the Pacific Whiting Treaty implementation, you may or may not know, we recently appointed 6 new advisory body committee members who will be participating in the 2024 harvest specifications. From what I understand, the joint TAC decision in 2023 went very smoothly, and we're hearing a lot of excitement about continuing those in-person meetings as we prepare for the 2024 season. As far as electronic monitoring goes, we're on track. This is electronic monitoring for the ground fisheries. We are on track for a January 1 implementation, and we'll be issuing individual vessel monitoring plans and tracking performance of the EM service providers and vessels for the first year of the EM under our regulatory program. And then roundtable discussions, I can't go without mentioning those. We hope folks can join us for that we have one tomorrow evening from 5:30 to 7:30 in Terrace D-F room. where we'll provide a quick overview of the updated National Saltwater Recreational Fishery Policy. So this is one that we have this year, but we have several more that we're planning, and I regret I won't be able to make tomorrow's, but I'm working to make the next ones coming up in the future. All right, next slide. Okay, a lot in our protected species recovery, but again, we'll only highlight a few here. One is our support for a long-term solution in the Columbia River Basin. And also, backing up more in this last month, we did get direction, a presidential memo and direction for the entirety of the U.S. government to be working together to get us beyond that just extinction level, but to abundant, healthy, and harvestable levels of salmon in the Columbia Basin. And with that, I think you all are aware of the settlement negotiations that have been going on there. I'm proud to say that in September, the U.S. government and tribes in the upper Columbia Basin had reached an agreement to fund efforts that would test the feasibility and ultimately reintroduction of salmon in the blocked areas in the upper basin, and with a significant amount of funding that would go along with those commitments. We are continuing our discussions for the remainder of the basin, as well as the Columbia River Treaty. All these things are coming together very quickly. Can't speak to where that's going to land right this second, but I think there's a lot of good forward movement there. On the Treaty Rights at Risk initiative, if you may or may not know or recall that in 2022, the federal Puget Sound Federal Leadership Task Force was mandated by Congress in 2022. And this task force, the purpose of that is to coordinate federal government efforts across tribal, to coordinate those efforts to address tribal treaty rights and restore Puget Sound. NOAA is one of the co-chairs, and we have begun meeting and have been beginning this, or they were set up, they were already in place. They were already going on before, but now that we have a congressional mandate and they're in law, we are moving forward. For me as a co-chair on there, we will be trying to prioritize and advance as many of those initiatives to address the treaty rights at risk topics that are coming up along the way. Finally, supporting the Klamath Dam removal. As we know, one of the dams was removed already, and the other 3 will be removed in 2024. Our focus here will be now shifting to post-dam removal operations. Screening will be a high priority for me there, fish passage, and then monitoring, which I know is a big priority for you all here. All right, next slide. All right, so I spoke a little bit to our AOAs and the next steps there. The other thing I would focus on relative to this slide is our regional EEJ process. This EEJ implementation plans are a high priority, not only nationally, but personally for me. So in the next year, as a part of that priority, the PFMC ad hoc EEJ committee co-chairs with Joe and Corey, we hope to be working with you, continue to work with you and identify and engage on how we can specifically engage with underserved communities. It's my hope that by around Q2, we have a draft engagement plan on how to do that. All right, so that is a summary of my priorities. I'm going to now turn it over to our science centers.
Thank you, Jen. So I will cover the Northwest Fisheries Science Centers, first starting with our FY23 accomplishments and then heading into our priorities. Like Jen, I will not cover every single bullet, though I may be a little bit longer-winded than Jen in my notes. So all headed under the data collection efforts. In 23, we completed the full slate of planned surveys supporting stock assessments. This included our hook and line, our West Coast groundfish bottom trawl survey, and hake survey. I want to note that at sea work is challenging, and I'm thankful to our team, including our charter partners and NOAA vessel operators, for making these surveys happen. They worked contingencies with weather and crew to make these data collections successful. The NOAA Fisheries survey vessels, as was mentioned earlier, that we rely on are currently to begin major midlife repairs on a rotating basis beginning in late 2025, which will take these ships offline for months at a time. In anticipation of these repairs and leveraging the temporary IRA investment, there's an opportunity to integrate two separate surveys, our hake survey at the Northwest and our coastal pelagics survey in the Southwest, resulting in future efficiencies and flexibilities with NOAA vessels and uses of charters and other advanced technologies. And I know we've briefed about this integrated survey a couple times. This past year, our two centers began designing the integrated survey, and we procured a net system and intend on testing it next month. We've held listening sessions with industry and engagements with Canada. These engagements are ongoing and essential, and we will announce future monthly outreach events starting at the end of this month to continue important regular engagements. With regard to our stock assessment and management strategy evaluations, last year we completed the on-time development and approval of benchmark assessments for petroleum sole and copper. Excuse me, just lost my space. Sorry about that. And canary rockfishes, along with length-based data moderate assessments for short spine 30 heads and Rex sole. The SSC's groundfish subcommittee reviewed and approved each as best BSIA. Also, I'm pleased that we were able to conduct an unscheduled update for sablefish. Large numbers of small sablefish had been observed in 2021 and 22 surveys. Those results ultimately led to an increase in the estimated OFL. We conducted our annual economic data collection. A few things to note about that. We implemented a new data collection system to make it easier for participants to submit and access their information. We developed models to use an MSE framework to understand how shifts in fuel and bait prices impact the West Coast sablefish fishery. Well, thankfully, I have backup notes. And we added economic impacts for shore-based processors to our economic data collection performance metrics Fish Eye app. Doing so allowed the public to access total economic impacts from the trawl catch share program by sector and year. In 2023, marked the 11th year of our collaboration with the Southwest Fishery Science Center on the California Current Ecosystem Status Report. Currently, we're analyzing the data from 2023 and look forward to briefing the council again this coming March. And lastly, under this slide, I want to hit on aquaculture. Last year, we finalized our 5 to 10 year aquaculture science strategic plan, and we have begun early outreach and input engagement with tribal and industry partners, and will continue a broader engagement in 2024. This strategic plan establishes focus areas and actions that the center should take over the next decade that will position us to continue to be a national and regional leader for aquaculture science. Next slide. Under our protected species recovery work, we completed the center's salmon recovery science strategy plan, as I mentioned earlier. This important plan provides a roadmap for effective, practicable salmon recovery science at the center. And it was key in developing the IRA project themes, as I mentioned. As with aquaculture science strategy, we intend to engage in outreach efforts in 2024 as we engage with our partners on IRA salmon recovery investments. One other thing I would like to make a note is that we participated in a scientific review of many of the 5-year ESA status reviews for salmon and steelhead, as Jen mentioned. Under offshore wind activities, we continues to be an important issue to the administration and this council. Last year, we collaborated with the region and the state of Oregon to provide a spatial analysis of fisheries effort and revenue. This fed into our NOAA model used to identify draft wind energy areas off Oregon. Also last year, we led the development of a West Coast offshore wind science plan with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. Our next step will be to engage with tribes about the science plan through a series of listening sessions. Then we can start to work on an implementation plan. And last but not least, I want to mention that Dr. Kaylee Summers joined the council family in FY23. Next slide. In FY24, we do want to acknowledge that what will permeate our priorities will be the implementation of IRA investment. I do want to hit on our sustainable fisheries and data collection to note that in FY24, we do have a full slate of surveys and data collection efforts aboard the NOAA ships and charter vessels. This includes our groundfish bottom trawl survey, our hook and line survey, our southern resident killer whale survey, and others. I do want to mention our hook and line survey and the broader challenge of needing more data on some of our managed species, recognizing the complexity, costs, and trade-offs with that collection. In 2024, and in coordination with the Southwest, we are exploring ways to see what is the best way to approach getting more data through a workshop or a series of workshops in the new year, inviting industry and state representatives to look at options for expanding current data collection efforts. Every other year, we produce reports on the bycatch of ESA listed species in federal groundfish fisheries to comply with the biological opinions on the continuing operation of the fishery. We shared those with the council in FY23, and we'll begin working in 24 for the reports, which we will produce for the council in FY25. Other thing I want to note is in this year, we're leading an agency-wide initiative on the launching of OpenScapes at Fisheries. The OpenScapes platform provides team-based learning to create reproducible, documented, and transparent open data workflows. This platform will and has provided transparency and efficiency and rapid utilization of information and data as public stewards. Under our stock assessments priorities, one of the big tasks next year is conducting the hake stock assessment. And related to hake, we'll be testing the climate readiness of the Pacific hake harvest strategy. In particular, we're evaluating the climate readiness of the management of the hake fishery to potential climate-driven changes in hake migration, growth, and recruitment. We will also conduct outreach to share results from the Transboundary Stablefish MSC this year, building on workshops conducted in partnership with the council in 2021. Next slide, please. As mentioned by Kristen earlier, another cooperative effort with the Southwest Center is pulling together the West Coast Decision Support Team for CEFI. We recently selected Dr. Jamil Samori as the Northwest Fishery Science Center co-lead. Together, our two centers will begin a scoping process to identify case studies where we can use CEFI as an accelerator to go from ocean modeling to decision-ready partner desired science that facilitates climate-informed management. Hitting on recovery of protected species, I do want to note that we will support the regional office by completing the listing process evaluation for Olympic Peninsula steelhead, and we're going to continue our research and monitoring of southern resident killer whales. Under organizational excellence, previously I mentioned the IRA investment in Montlake and the Seattle Western Regional Center. It's also worth mentioning that we have a multi-million, multi-year investment to Manchester Station in Washington State that includes key infrastructure enhancements, including state-of-the-art seawater system. We will begin breaking ground in a number of weeks on that work. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kristen to hit on Southwest Fishery Science Center accomplishments and priorities.
Thanks, Nicole. I will try to make up a little bit of time here. Next slide. So walking you through some more dense slides here, but I'll try to be quick. On sustainable fisheries, we've listed there our main marine large-scale ship-based surveys for the past year, California Current Ecosystem for coastal pelagics and for Cal Coffee surveys, as well as our 41st annual rockfish recruitment and ecosystem assessment surveys. What's not listed here that I will note is while not a large scale ship-based survey, we have in the last year and a half or so expanded some of our nearshore rockfish sampling. So I wanted to, through our cooperative research program, wanted to note that has been, I think, a big success for us, and we will continue that going forward. Last year on the stock assessment and management strategy evaluation front, we completed a number of benchmark stock assessments for mackerel and North Pacific albacore. I'm particularly proud of the North Pacific albacore stock assessment. As you know, we conduct that with international partners. So we bring together stock assessment scientists from Pacific Rim countries in the North Pacific to conduct those assessments. And there were a lot of challenges with that assessment this year. And our Dr. Steve Teo really led the entire team on that. As you know, we conducted a sardine stock structure and methods review workshop this year on that important topic and reported back to the council. We worked with the Northwest on two rockfish stock assessments, as well as our normal work in the salmon world on producing stock abundance and fishing effort forecasts for those populations and stocks for salmon. Under MSC, we're starting to undertake a Pacific bluefin tuna MSC, which I expect will be probably a 5 to 8 year endeavor. That's getting started just this past year. And we'll continue. And then, of course, the California Current Ecosystem Status Report as well. Next slide. In conjunction with Northwest Center. On the protected species recovery front, last year, we completed some whale and turtle entanglement risk assessment research in the California Current in conjunction and partnership with the state of California. We've brought to this council some of the concerns around thymine deficiency in salmon as a result of the anchovy boom off the coast. That work continued in this past year at all hatcheries in California. And then on the conservation aquaculture side of things, we continue our successful captive propagation and outplanting effort for white abalone restoration. In the realm of understanding impacts of offshore activities, we provided a lot of subject matter expert on offshore wind energy. And then also continued some research on Cereola to assess aquaculture risk off the coast of Southern California. And just on the PFMC Council Committee front, we filled 10 positions out of the Southwest Center, including Dr. Mike O'Farrell as the STT chair, and Dr. Stephen Stowe's retired as the longstanding chair of the HMS management team. So he is now still a member of the MT, but no longer chair. So thanks to him. Next slide. For 24 priorities, I won't cover all of that. Data collection, our usual spate of data collection efforts there. I'll call attention to the net system testing that Nicole mentioned with Northwest, a plan for the integrated joint survey. She said we've procured or in the process of procuring a new net, which is pretty exciting, that we plan to test next month or in January. Let's see what else. Oh, continuing implementing advanced technologies to reduce ship time as part of the IRA efforts that I went through earlier. Our center will be involved in that. And we also will be conducting a California Current Ecosystem Marine Mammal Survey this year. We conduct those surveys we try to conduct them about every 5 years. They're a huge endeavor, and we will be endeavoring to undertake that this year in the latter part of this fiscal year, and it will extend into FY25 as well. And then on the stock assessment management strategy evaluation front, we are gearing up for a benchmark on Pacific sardine, as well as Pacific bluefin tuna and shortfin mako shark. So it's a big year for benchmark stock assessments for our Fisheries Resources Division, as well as continuing to conduct or make progress on that MSC for bluefin tuna. On groundfish, improving data sources and modeling approaches for the 25 assessments on quillback and China rockfish, and then salmon are continuing our salmon stock abundance and fishing effort forecasts, and assisting PFMC with development of new conservation objectives for Sacramento River and Klamath River Chinook salmon stocks, as you're familiar with. Next slide. On the protected species recovery front, a number of things there listed under recovery actions that we have planned, including continued white abalone captive propagation and outplanting, and some Pacific leatherback turtle and humpback whale research. Under ecosystem-based fisheries management, our annual status report, as Nicole mentioned, we will get ready with our new CEFI initiative and our decision support team. Dr. Michael J. Cox is the lead of our CEFI team, and that name will start to maybe get more familiar here in the council as we get that team stood up. And then our continued work on offshore energy and the effects on resources here. Under organizational excellence, a couple things to report there. We undertook in the Southwest Center this year, just in the past several months and going forward into FY24, we are implementing a fairly major reorganization. We have created a new ecosystem science division in our science center. We did that by taking our Antarctic program, which you don't hear much about here at the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and combined it with one of our other smaller divisions out of Monterey, the Environmental Research Division. And then we also took our Cal Coffee program, which was in our Fisheries Resources Division, and put those programs together into one division, headed up by someone by the name of Dr. George Waters, who is maybe not a familiar name to you all, but you will get to know him probably over time. He was formerly the head of our Antarctic division. So he will be taking over what I think will be an effort to try to consolidate some of our ecosystem-based research efforts in the Science Center and bring some continuity to that effort. And then we've also been taking a 10-year center science vision. It's a high-level document that I hope to be able to share sometime in the next couple of months. And that's just our science vision that underpins our new geographic strategic plan and no fisheries strategic plans. And then just maintaining and supporting our council AB appointments. Next slide. So we have one final slide here on what are our aligned priorities. We do a lot of work with the regional office and the Northwest Center. All three of us really try to coordinate well across the NMFS offices on the West Coast. As a matter of fact, we just got done with a day and a half of our annual meeting on a variety of topics. So here on the slide, we just kind of cover where are we most aligned. I'll take the sustainable fisheries section. So enhancing stock assessments and management in response to a changing climate. I think you've heard a lot about that this morning and where we're going there. Just and encourage and continuing to strengthen our data collection efforts, implementing harvest specs and management measures, supporting the CEFI initiative, and providing coordination and technical assistance on to support responsible offshore development, including wind energy and aquaculture. With that, I think I'm turning it over for
Thanks. And yeah, I feel like we've got some good early engagement, at least in my tenure here with the science centers, and look forward to bringing our efforts closer together and be more and more coordinated along the way. So as far as protected species recovery, we've got 12 more status reviews on the books for this upcoming year. And those some of those may prove to be a little more challenging than the last 9 that we just passed, but so there's coordinated effort to be done there. I would also highlight the work that we're doing on our Section 10s through conservation planning on our Dungeness crab fisheries, and the continued work there with the Science Center, as well as the work that I would highlight that was highlighted earlier on IRA, where we're bringing the science, marrying it up with the work we're doing on the ground to fine tune and better figure out where we need to be, where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck as we do our restoration. Moving on to Nicole.
All right, I will hit on the last, which is organizational excellence, and bring us home. Let's see. This is really focuses on how we operate to successfully achieve our sustainable fisheries and protected resources priorities, goals, and mission. We all are committed to investing in improving the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, both within our workforce and across the communities we serve. This has been a priority and will continue to be a priority for years to come. Requires not just one action, but many actions made by all West Coast NMFS staff and leadership. It also requires intentional engagement with our communities, including the council, to develop a West Coast Regional Equity Environmental Justice Implementation Plan, as Jen highlighted earlier. As I mentioned, it's not just one action, but many actions. And a couple things that I'd love to highlight is the continued commitment to the MREP program. This is a great partnership with the council, and we look forward to exploring ways to increase its outreach and to underserved communities. And the expansion of a NMFS-specific inclusive internship program to the Pacific Coast in 2024 in FISH is a partnership program between NOAA and research partners in academia and non-governmental research institutions to provide paid internships to underrepresented undergraduate students. And lastly, I'll highlight an investment that we are committed to doing in 2024 is to continue to provide tribal relations training and guidance to support tribal government-to-government consultation and help staff build successful working relationships with our tribal partners. So with that, this concludes our NMFS West Coast IRA FY23 accomplishments and FY24 priorities presentation. Thank you for giving us this time to update you with some of what we're working on, and we look forward to any questions or comments you may have of us.
Okay, well, thank you for a very comprehensive, complete presentation. And so with that, I'll open the floor for questions on the NMFS report. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see all 3 of you. And thank you for your comprehensive presentation. I have two questions. The first had to do, Ms. Kwan, with your slide, I believe slide 9. You don't need to go to it. It had to do with the Michalak, the tribal Michalak hatcheries and the monies that were being allocated to update, fix, repair some of those facilities. And I was wondering if that, because it's money that's directed at hatcheries that are associated with the tribes, should I read into that none of those monies would be spent on facilities that are below Bonneville Dam, or through the US v. Oregon process, they may be considering allocating some of those funds to facilities that are in need below Bonneville?
Yeah, what I can tell you is when CritFix responded to us around this, the CritFix tribe's priorities were, as far as their criteria goes, were focused on above Bonneville Dam, but there's nothing in there that would curtail that. So we've really left it up to the parties, the tribes, to bring in their criteria and the parties to decide.
Hey, thanks. And then I had a question for Ms. Hill. I believe it's slide 20. Under the stock assessment and management strategy evaluation category, the second bullet there, the testing climate readiness of harvest strategy for Pacific hake. I'm wondering, is that the MSE process that the U.S.-Canada hake forum has been undertaking the last 4 or 5 years, or is that something else?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for your question, and it's great to see you. That's a great question that I want to get back to you. I actually do not know the answer, but I will follow up during this council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Pete Hazelmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to extend my thanks to the three of you for being here today. It's a lot of information, a lot of accomplishments, and a lot of good work partnership between the council and NMFS on that. I do have a question or two or three, and it focuses on the IRA funding because that's future opportunity. And I don't know, Sandra, if you can pull up slide 5, I would start with that just as an example. There's a lot of money in some of those buckets you talked about, and the 110 million in data acquisition. And I understand that, I mean, that's not West Coast region money. That's the broad NMFS bucket. Some of that goes to the large ships, which is good. The West Coast receives some benefits. But as the three of you talked, there were hints that there's some money or some amounts already identified dedicated for projects. The integrated hake CPS survey, you talked about using some IRA funds to bolster that. So my question relates more to opportunities, because I just have my council lens on right now that I'm looking through. Where are the opportunities for the council to coordinate with NMFS on how some of the other money is spent to complement some of the ongoing work and address some of the needs? We've talked in here about, and some of your slides talked about strengthening some of the data collection and that nearshore surveys, contract vessels, improving some of these assessments that we have. So kind of a couple questions. How much money do you think the West Coast region can get out of all those different monies? Are you competitive? How much of it have you already identified and you know where it's going to because you've talked about it in various places? And then is there a place to talk with the council and think about what are the priority areas to direct some of that money to? So apologize for nesting all of that together, but it just runs through my mind. Thanks.
I'll take a stab at that. Thank you for the question, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll try to answer it. Understand that I think this opportunity, of course, is something we've really never had before in no fisheries. There's been a huge focus. We're essentially executing the same size budget that we normally get in an annual year. We're getting that on top of what we normally get. And granted, it's spread over 3 years or so, but it is a chunk of money. And so the efforts to try to plan this funding and then execute it are enormous. And the numbers of people that have to be involved in, I think, both generating the good ideas for the funding in buckets like data acquisition in particular, because there's so many different focus areas you could put that funding. So I think in the sub buckets that I described for that piece, I'll just stick with that for a minute. The data gap mitigation and efficiency side, and then that advanced tech side of things. The data gap mitigation side, I think there are some specific projects that have been identified. I can't get too far out ahead of NMFS in terms of getting really specific about that yet. But I think the West Coast will factor in prominently, both in that bucket and in the advanced tech side. So what we've done, I can tell you a little bit more on the advanced tech side. We've come up with those categories that I kind of walked through: passive acoustics, active acoustics, UXS, omics. We have put together teams of people across NO fisheries, subject matter experts in those areas to help us identify projects and areas of focus for those different discrete technologies as well as social science. And so that's where we have really used the power of our subject matter expertise in the field to drive a lot of those things. And a lot of those people are involved in the regional priorities of the particular regions around the country. So they have been really engaged, and you'll start to see some things roll out. But I think it's going to take over the next 6 months, I think, some real communication between our teams within fisheries and some of the council staff and other council members where there's interest to engage in some of those, where those investments are going to be made. I will say on some of these, a lot of the IRA funding has been put out the door in terms of funding opportunity announcements. And so there are funding opportunity announcements that are going to come out. Some of this funding, though, for data acquisition and in particular, it's going to be spent through the science centers. And so that's really, I think, stick close with us in terms of communicating and collaborating on how to best put that money to work and the investments to work in the region. I do think the West Coast is going to fare well in that. And I think we'll need to continue to talk over the next 6 months. We'll probably be back here in the spring talking in more detail about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Hasselma. Anyone else? Danny Evison?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It was really informative. I have a question on slide 4. I noticed, and perhaps that's the global amount that of oversight and not the West Coast region, but I noticed that Arctic Research was in there for 2.9 million. Is that going to the West Coast region?
No, that is going primarily to the Alaska Region Science Center for Arctic Research. It's not coming to the West Coast.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Marcy Urimko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And I also wanted to thank you specifically for the detail that you've included in your report and providing it in the briefing book. I'm thinking back to last year and having this reference in the materials certainly was helpful to us and to CDFW as we worked with you collaboratively in other discussions. Having this document to refer back to where you've identified your upcoming priorities is very helpful. Couple questions for you. Kind of following on Pete's question on slide 5 regarding the modernization of data systems. Just wondering if there's been any thinking in NMFS about potential funding for support to the states for our continuous and ongoing supply of state data feeds, both to Pacific states and to NMFS. We've worked really hard in the state of California, and I believe the other states have as well, to modernize a number of our data streams that are critically important to federal fisheries management and federal analytical efforts. Probably not a week goes by in CDFW when we don't get a notification that a data feed has broken. And we need to continuously maintain an update to make sure that these feeds are working effectively in order to be able to share data across agencies. So that would just be a question. Have you given any thought to how some funding might be made available to the states?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Urimko. I can speak a little bit to that, although I'm not as familiar with the data modernization side of this slide. I can tell you that the focus there has been on fishery dependent data streams. So that would imply that there would be some at least collaboration, if not funding, available for state partners on those data feeds, as you said. So I don't have more detail on that today, but I imagine we will in the spring or earlier. So we'll just have to stay in close contact as those plans kind of unroll a bit more on what exactly will the opportunities specific to the states be with that piece.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few more. Looking at slide 20, mentioning the possibility of conducting workshops to consider options for hook and line expansion, as well as other options. Maybe you can elaborate on what your thinking is with regard to hosting a workshop. What do we expect to get in terms of an outcome from such a workshop? Is this a public meeting? I'm just looking for how a workshop is going to move this initiative ahead expeditiously.
My glasses. Thank you, Ms. Urenko. Did I get it right? I apologize. I don't have my glasses on.
Oh,
Marcy. Yes, thank you for your question. And I know we've been in early discussions around what that workshop will look like. And I think even over the last several conversations, I think that workshop opportunity has expanded in what could be the outcomes of what opportunities we have collectively working with the state, working with industry, working with NOAA Fisheries, including our Southwest and Northwest. And the current surveys that we do have, the hook and line and the CCFRP, what opportunities do we have to explore more data in data poor areas. And I don't think I want to presume the exact outcomes without first and foremost having further discussions with you and the state and industry to help shape what that would look like. But we are committed to doing this in the new year and to create the space. Our hook and line leads have been in contact with both industry and the Pacific states. And so I think this is really an opportunity to bring people together and explore all options in the future about how to increase data where we don't have data.
I could just add a little bit to that. I think this was a recommendation that came out of the SSC. And I think, as Nicole said, we would look to expand it beyond not just the hook and line survey, but looking at data sources like our ROV data and other types of, even data streams that we don't currently have or aren't currently collecting, but maybe could look into incorporating into that. So I think we're looking at a broad joint workshop in the new year. That would be, of course, in conjunction with the council.
Marcy?
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more for you on slide 6 regarding the decision support teams and operational production of climate-informed advice at each Fishery Science Center. That's a pretty heavy-hitting term, decision support team. I'm curious what that really means, and in practice, how those teams will integrate into our existing stock assessment teams.
Thank you for the question. I'll start and see if Nicole wants to add anything. I think it's a great question regarding these teams. And I think this was we call them decision support teams. And I think in each of the 2 science centers, they'll look slightly different because we've got different organizational constructs within our science centers. I can speak to the Southwest, and then Nicole can talk about how it will look in the Northwest. Our lead for that team, as I said, is Mike J. Cox. He sits in our new ecosystem science division. Our other divisions in the Southwest Center we have 2 fisheries divisions that conduct fisheries stock assessments. And then we have a marine mammal and turtle division that conducts marine mammal and turtle stock assessments and other types of research. And so that team, while the lead will sit in our new ESD, that division is used to having to work across lines and across other divisions in the Science Center. So they will continue to do that. There will be members of those teams in the other divisions in our Science Center. So they're necessarily going to have to work across divisions. But really also with the council staff, with the council committees, and what's coming out of the EWG, and what are the priorities of the council in terms of either products that you would like to see or the types of advice that really the council needs going forward. And I think it nests very well with the discussions we've just initially started having on the 20 million for the councils. And so I see this as a discussion work in progress as we go forward in the next year, really. And I think the early months and years of this will be very important to kind of lay the groundwork for how we want these to look and what we want to come out of it.
Well, I always like going after Kristen because she covers most of it. So I don't have much more to add other than in much way the way we're structuring our team, and our teams really will be one large team. So there'll ideally be about eight individuals. Jamil Samori leads our IEA efforts and working with the Southwest. And he's right now we are currently forming the team. We don't have everyone identified, but it will be across our our survey division and our protected resources division and our fish ecology division. And so it'll be a cross team along with the Southwest. And as Kristen mentioned, it'll be in collaboration and coordination working with the council. Yes, please do.
So, Marcy, I think this is a really good observation on this slide. And I'm just, I think the initiative hasn't been super active, like Kristen said, because there wasn't funding there before. However, I'm excited to see the funding. I'm excited to see the downscaling of the data to a regional place where we can start thinking about ecosystem management and what it means to the fisheries. I think I'm going to be watching this one closely too, because I think it is going to provide us some different ways to think about management in the long term.
Marcy, who else? Mark Grelnick.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I want to thank all three of you for a great presentation. Just to add my thanks to that. I also want to say I appreciate the opening comments, recognizing the difficulties we have in California and a willingness to work to see how we can address those. And that's really all we can ask for is to try to work through these problems and maybe find a way out of it. With regard to the workshop that we just discussed, leaving aside any details of the workshop or who's going to be there, will there be funding for work that comes out of that workshop? I mean, on the water work, will there be funding for that? Are we going to have a proposal or result and then not have funding to follow up on it?
Yeah, sorry, my glasses. Mark Goralke, thank you. And I apologize. I'm going to go get an eye exam right after this council session.
Well, it's the Eastern European names are over here, and the rest are easy.
So that's a really great question. And I don't know the answer to that. I think the question is, what are the options of the current resources we all collectively have and what might need to be thought through in a different way. So I guess the short answer is there isn't specific funding that has been identified to combat the additional data needs, but we do need to explore collectively what those options could be and what those costs would be to explore those additions. I might look to Kristen because I think she's going to have a much more refined answer than I will.
I don't know about that, but thanks for the question. I think it will depend on the outcomes of the workshop, of course, what gets discussed, what types of data streams are evaluated and assessed at that. I do think there's a variety of different ways that could go. And I within particularly the two centers, we do have funding for, as most folks around the table know, cooperative research efforts. And I think I can say that we're talking internally in our center about the use of those funds, how we use them every year. Could we think about the existing data streams differently? For example, the state ROV data streams, I don't know much about those data, how they've been collected. I do know that we have used ROV data in very sparingly, but in, for example, the cow-cod assessment in previous years, we actually own an ROV in the Southwest, and that data stream came from data that we've collected in the past. And so, could we look at both what's already being collected and what isn't but needs to be, and through the workshop proceedings, have some look at what funding might be available to address that. But I think it will in large part depend on what gets talked about at the workshop.
So I think what I conclude from that is that the $145 million for data acquisition and management tasks under the IRA, which is on page 5, that none of that money is being identified for data collection for stocks for which we have no fishery independent data.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think the part of the problem here, Mr. Grelnick, is the longevity of the time series that we're talking about collecting here. This is not a 1 to 2 year endeavor. We need something that is comprehensive. I think we have been talking with the state about the need for comprehensive sampling, not just for quillback, but for all nearshore rockfish. And how do we, and I think the federal government has some role there in terms of hosting that discussion. But there's a variety of responsibilities across that landscape. And I think it needs to be ideally a long-term solution to that. And the IRA funding certainly is a huge opportunity. I don't think it's a long-term funding opportunity for something like this. So I think we need to, it's not to say that there wouldn't be any IRA funding now for it. I think we could, that could be considered somewhat, but I think the real solution here is the coming together of all of us and looking at what's possible within our long-term funding for this.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else? Joe.
Thank you. And really appreciate the information that the three of you had shared with us. So when I think about this information, like this slide up on the screen here, about fisheries initiatives, about how do you deal with coastal communities and economies, how do you build in resilience and viability of fisheries that occur. And so the question I have, maybe go to slide 15. So looking at the Columbia Basin, for example, so I'm a member of Nez Perce tribe, work for my fisheries department. Familiar with what's been going on in the basin to try and restore Columbia salmon steelhead. And so when I think about the third bullet, so advanced goals for harvestable and healthy salmon steelhead in the basin, there's really kind of two sides of that coin. So one side, of course, is the fish themselves, making sure we do all that we can to get them to some healthy level. And there are some quantitative goals that have been established, in recent years for those stocks. The other side of that coin is harvestable. So what the communities are able to go out there and harvest and use those fish. And so the way that's being characterized is through what they call ski values. So these qualitative ski values, which means, social, cultural, economic, and ecological values. So these are the values that the people side of things are to derive. And so when I think about this and what's being funded under these different sources of funding, the BIL, the IRA, we're trying to, in some sense, we're trying to fix existing problems. So fix broken hatcheries, fix broken salmon habitat. And another thing that I think we also need to be really mindful of is trying to see what opportunities we have to fix tribal homes, meaning the families, that don't have fish to make a living, don't have fish to meet their social, cultural, or economic values that they have. And so when you think about fisheries initiatives and what we can do to not just help the resource, but also the people who depend upon the resource. And so if there are any opportunities, in 2024 or beyond to maybe deal with some of those, I would certainly be interested in having that type of a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Thank you, everyone, for your presentation. A lot of really helpful information. I have a comment, or just maybe sharing a bit of discussion I observed yesterday on the IRA funding. And it's a really exciting opportunity to boost the council's work on ecosystem issues. And I know we've talked a little bit about the challenges of meeting the timelines for that. And the conversation was around how we're working to develop specific project ideas by the end of January, recognizing it's a time between, now and then where our council isn't meeting, and our ecosystem discussions usually occur in March. And so a little bit of the disconnect with the timeline there and our ability to get really good input from our advisory bodies and the public to meet that timeline. So kind of a comment, if there's a question there, it's regarding flexibility around that timeline, but appreciate that you might not have an answer now, but thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to respond verbally, Joe, that I hear your request, and I'm happy to explore that conversation further with you. And as to this, so yeah, there's just, it's really fun to see the federal government move fast sometimes. And sometimes we're moving slow, and then all of a sudden it's really fast on this. We're getting tremendous pressure to move this money out. So what I'll say, I will take that back to Kelly and talk with her about what flexibilities we have there. At the same time, I think because this is kind of an interesting and new process, I'm wondering a little bit, and I'll talk to Kelly about it too, if there's just kind of some iterative engagements we can have to make sure we're right sizing it. So, maybe, I don't know how big or in depth you all are thinking, and I don't know, we may just need to maybe negotiate on the level of information that we need as well, just to move that forward. But I'll take that back, and let's just keep working together on that.
Lynn Mattis?
Thank you. By the way, I took your picture, and I hope you don't mind if I post it to a social media site called Women of Fisheries to show 3 powerful women who all work in fisheries. I think it would be inspiring to about a bunch of young students who are on our site. But the question I have is, looking at the IRA slides on the West Coast region priorities, it's very salmon centric, very climate and community or ecosystem, which are very important. But the only place I see groundfish listed is whiting and EM. And I think what's going to go on here the rest of this week shows how vitally important the groundfish fishery is in general to communities, more than just the whiting fishery. I don't know that you would have an answer, but it's kind of glaring in the absence of priorities on the groundfish fishery. And that may be my bias from working in groundfish. Maybe not a question, but just something I noticed with the priorities and the IRA stuff. Thank you.
Well, in response to the question, were you talking about the slide on the screen? No, just in general. Okay. Point taken.
And I realize that's probably not an easy question or something that's not a direct answer available, but it was just something I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying on that too. And I think that maybe new and naive from my perspective is clearly we need to be having those conversations. And clearly, I think Kristen spoke to it earlier. You know, we all have a role in that. And I think that's, you know, we're talking about a forum to have that conversation. But my perspective is we all have a role in that conversation and making it a priority. So I'm going to invite all of us to make it a priority where it needs to be.
Okay. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here and for the in-depth presentation. My question, I think, is for Ms. Koch from slide 5. There's a mention of social science and some spending that was going to go towards that. And just if you're able to provide a little bit more details about where that's going to go and sort of what are the hopes for that.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. Yes, certainly. I don't have a lot of detail on it, but we do have one of our cross NOAA Fisheries teams has been stood up on that topic, and it's been led out of our Office of Science and Technology, but with members from across the regions. And so they have, I think, in part come up with some ideas around accessing some certain types of socioeconomic data that we have not had access to in previously, and to do essentially some data buys that would support fishery socioeconomic research in the regions. And so I don't have a lot of specifics on those data sets, but I think this is an area, again, where you're going to see some additional detail roll out over the next 6 months or so. And I would just, this is a personal area of interest to me. And so I'm going to be looking at specific to our region with the Northwest Center, how are we connecting the folks who are on those teams to the council process, and in particular, again, to the thoughts that people have towards the proposals that you might want to put forward from this council on the 20 million. I think that we should do some additional discussion, hopefully, and I know it's short term because we don't have a lot of time here on the RFP or RFA, but I think there should be some, at least cognizance of at the council level, more in depth on what the plans are for that social science piece in this particular bucket, because I think it will be relevant.
Hey, Corey. Phil Anderson.
I know there's certain pressures here. I got some good news though, and since I asked the question about the funding for Mitchell Act hatcheries and where it would go, that the Policy Advisory Committee is recommending that some money be spent at Washougal, at Bonneville, and in the overall Mitchell Act buyout. So sounded good. Thanks.
Thank you. Butch Smith.
Just a little more pressure, you'll make it. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Really well done. My specific statements are on the Mitchell Act hatcheries, and what an amazing thing to have, you know, after being flat funded since 1996, and all the time we've spent back in Washington D.C. to try to improve that you know, this money is going to go to where it's wellly needed, and appreciate the tribes, because a healthy tribal, non-tribal hatchery system is good for all of us. And I'm glad to hear that Phil says some of the money is going down, but keeping in mind a healthy hatchery system above Bonneville, also a healthy hatchery system below Bonneville helps the whole system. It helps both above and below. And so I just want to make that note, and let's don't lose sight in the future that when we go further, that we also look at some point in time, bringing up to date those same hatcheries that have been flat funded since 1996 also. So great work with the tribes and getting those, and everybody's gonna come out really good on that. But we don't want to lose sight of, we have some bubble gum and masking tape and holding below Bonneville hatcheries together also. So thank you very much.
And thank you for that comment. I would just say it is exciting. I think, I think it's our opportunity too. We have attention of Congress and we have attention of the White House, the Mitchell Act, the importance of that, and all hatcheries that we have, particularly in Western Washington on the coast, also, and all through the Columbia, the importance of those. And I'm really excited to be able to show the success of this funding on the ground. So the more people can say good things and happy things about that, I think, maybe it's something we can see continue into the future.
Thank you, Butch. Anyone else? Okay. Whew. Well, thank you very much, and really appreciate the presentation. That was really, really good. And I'm sure some folks might want to talk to you at our break, which will be shortly. And so with that, I think we have zero public comment, zero. Okay. So Kelly, I'll look to you. How are we doing on C2?
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. As you noted, no management team or public comment. So that brings us to council action, which is simply to consider and discuss, provide feedback as necessary.
Okay, well, I think we've done that. So unless somebody else really wants to comment. Chair Grell.
That's okay. I do think this probably should be an opportunity for discussion because the preceding portion of the agenda was just to ask questions. I do think that some funding needs to be made available for beyond the workshop. I think that there is a cost for standing up a survey, an expanded hook and line survey. That's a one-time cost. And then there will be obviously annual costs associated with conducting that survey. So I appreciate that the funding is not an ongoing source for, conducting data collection in the years ahead. But I do think that standing up the survey it would be, hopefully we can persuade NIMS that that's an appropriate use for some of that IRA funding.
Thank you, Mark. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to pony along with Mark on the hook and line survey workshop idea, I too share the concern that maybe the workshop is not the most expeditious pathway forward. And I guess I would just note that with the harm survey, when it was first developed, it was never envisioned as being as big a deal as it is now. And no one, I think, envisioned how much value that it would actually contribute to a number of our stock assessments. So we've been emphasizing the need to simply expand that survey to encompass other hard bottom substrates and other parts of the state where the trawl survey is simply not accessible. So I agree with Mark. I'd like to see movement forward on the actual work and maybe we don't necessarily need to spend time discussing options. The other thing I would flag, bullet on page 25 under stock assessments and MSCs. I just want to thank the Southwest Center for expressing the priority of improving data sources and modeling approaches for groundfish for the FY25 assessments, and California quillback in particular. Want to shout out for that, and expect that those improvements in modeling approaches will move us to our full quillback assessment that we've put tentatively on our stock assessment prioritization list based on our last council action on that topic. So just want to flag that and acknowledge my appreciation and say that CDFW is very interested in partnering on this particular item, and thank you for identifying it.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Okay, very good. Kelly, we're good?
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to take a very well-deserved 15-minute break. And we'll come back and we'll start on D1, I believe.
Recording stopped.
We can take our seats. We'll get going here in a minute.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back in session on D1, and I'm going to pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hassemer. Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all. This is item D1. Before I turn it over to Robin, I just want to note we have Robin Elke in the staff chair here. We've been joined by Ms. Susan Bishop in the NIMS seat. Kyle Addix is in the virtual Washington seat, and John North is in the virtual Oregon seat. And I believe that's the new faces we have on this agenda item. So Robin, why don't you kick us off here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Agenda D1. This is the NMFS Salmon Report, and we have Susan Bishop here. She's going to give us a couple of reports from the West Coast region, and from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, we'll have Corey Green give the council a report. We also have an STT report from, you'll hear from Dr. Michael O'Farrell, and I do see that there is some public comment as well. So I'll hand it back over to you or to Susan Bishop, however you'd like to start.
Thank you. First, I'll look around and see if there are any questions on the overview. And not seeing any, I'm going to turn it over to Susan Bishop. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, council members. I will be reporting on the regulatory activities under D1A. And as Robin mentioned, I will hand it off to Dr. Green to report on the Science Center activities under D1B. There are a couple of issues of interest to the council under D1A. One is the stock status determination. So in your briefing book, you will have seen a letter from NMFS notifying the council that there is a change in status for 3 stocks. Snohomish, coho salmon, it has been determined to be rebuilt. The Strait of Juan de Fuca coho salmon is not overfished, rebuilding, and we will have an additional stock to add to the overfished list, the Queet Spring Summer Chinook salmon. None of these status determinations is inconsistent with what the council has heard since the spring when the STT reported in its pre-documents on preliminary assessments of stock status, and also consistent with the council's letter to NMFS in June, reflecting those that same change in stock status for those stocks. With regard to the Queet Spring Summer Chinook salmon stock, when a stock is determined to be overfished, according to the FMP, there are several steps that are triggered. Most directly of those that has not occurred is to direct the STT to propose a rebuilding plan for council consideration within 1 year. And that's tied to the Magnuson requirements that when a stock is found to be overfished, the council must prepare and implement a rebuilding plan for the stock within 2 years of the date of the notification letter, which the council has now received. So it starts the clock. In order to meet this 2-year deadline, the council actions should be submitted to NMFS within 15 months of the notification to ensure sufficient time for the secretary to implement the measures if approved. And I see the STT has included a response in its comments with regard to that timeline. So that is the first issue that I wanted to report out to the council, if there's any questions there.
Are there any questions on the first report? Danny Evanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Ms. Bishop, thanks for that report relative to the Queets stock. NIMS had put an item, an ESA update in our September briefing book relative to Washington Coast Chinook, stating that NIMS had received a petition in July 2023 to list either an ESU of spring run Chinook on the Washington coast or the entire unit, both spring and fall Chinook. And the update was that you guys were currently drafting your 90-day finding as to whether the petition meets standards for further review to determine whether those ESUs weren't listing. And I wonder if you could briefly comment on the status of that 90-day finding. Has that been completed?
Susan?
I think I managed to mute myself. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Evanson. There has not been an update to the one that I gave you and gave the council in September. So my understanding is that 90-day finding has not been finalized, that there are ongoing conversations with the affected tribes and also the coastal communities to gather more information. I'm happy to go back to the folks involved and see if there's anything further. But as of recently, that had not been completed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on the first NMFS report? And I don't see any other hands. I'm trying to look online too, but my screen is going black. So please continue, Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The second issue under the NMFS report with regard to regulatory issue activities is the Lower Columbia River Tule Harvest Matrix Performance Review. So at the time that the council submitted the Harvest Matrix for NMFS's consideration in 2011, and also subsequently as part of the biological opinion requirements itself, there is a periodic review required, typically every 3 to 5 years, depending on changes in any of the information, to review the performance of that harvest matrix. This is the third review since the biological opinion was completed in 2012. There was one in 2015 and most recently in 2019. I want to just call your attention to the fact that this is a draft report. You'll see in the document that is in your briefing book information if you would like to provide comments on the report, to provide those to me. My email address is listed and we're looking to have those by February 1st so that we can consider the information, incorporate any of the comments into the final report. And then also, of course, that is overlap timing with our guidance letter to the council. So meeting that deadline for any comments is very important for next year's salmon cycle. In the report, NMFS has concluded that fisheries since the past review period have been managed consistent with the long-term expectation of a risk level equal to a fixed exploitation rate of 36%. That updates to the forecast methodology have retained the ability to forecast abundances of Lower Columbia River tule correctly, and that fisheries managed under the matrix continue to be consistent with the outcomes and expectations in the biological opinion. I just want to point out that NMFS may reevaluate these conclusions after review and consideration of new information that I'm about to highlight, and any comments that are received on this draft report in between now and February 1st. As most of you know, the Lower River hatchery abundance is the surrogate for the natural tule Chinook in the matrix. And when the matrix was proposed, the natural tules could not be forecasted independently because of the lack of reliable age and escapement data for most of the wild populations. So analyses at the time suggested that Lower River hatchery forecast provided a suitable surrogate for the natural tules. And in fact, the overall abundance that's forecasted does include a small component of natural fish. Therefore, the effectiveness of the matrix depends in part on whether that abundance can be predicted with reasonable accuracy and the correlation between the LRH abundance and the wild tule abundance. The report goes on to examine the effects of changes in forecasts and escapement estimate methods since the last review, and prior to finalizing the report in March of 2024, requests a discussion with the co-managers of the feasibility and the timeline to complete an evaluation of whether two things. One, sufficient data exists to forecast Lower Columbia River natural tule abundance, and if so, an assessment of the accuracy of such forecasts and the feasibility of producing them in a time and manner that would be informative for managing fisheries. And secondly, the available information, whether the available information indicates that the Lower River hatchery abundance remains a suitable surrogate for natural Lower Columbia River abundance going forward. So again, the request is a discussion with the co-managers of the feasibility and the timeline to complete the evaluation. So it doesn't require that the actual work would have to be completed within that timeline, but there's a discussion about what it would take, whether it's feasible, and what the timeline would be to complete the work. The other thing that has happened since our last review, although if you do look back at our 2019 performance review, you will see that we provided we kind of signaled to the council of what of a change that might be coming as of 2024. It's the effect of the Mitchell Act reductions or harvest changes in the changes in the hatchery production on the harvest matrix. So again, the harvest matrix was completed in 2012. Subsequently, in the consultation on the Mitchell Act hatcheries, which was completed in 2017, 2018, the outcome of that was a fairly significant reduction in production from those facilities. So the question is, do those changes in production have an effect on the harvest matrix that had assumed a base level of harvest hatchery production? The majority of the hatcheries that produce tule Chinook salmon are funded by the Mitchell Act, and the Mitchell Act BIOP reduced the amount of the juveniles that could be released from Mitchell Act hatchery programs, as I said. The overall production goal as of release year 2022 is approximately 17.3 million juveniles. This represents a pretty significant reduction in hatchery production from the 22 million baseline that had been assumed in the matrix. Since the majority of the tule Chinook abundance is comprised of returns from these hatchery programs, we anticipate that the abundance of lower river hatchery fish returning next year, when those reductions are realized, that you will see a reduction in abundance next year. So as part of the adaptive management strategy developed through the matrix, NMFS recommends an adjustment to the matrix tiers to reflect the reductions in production and the anticipated reduced abundance returning in 2024. The program production goal of 17.3 million represents a reduction of approximately 21.4% from the 22 million baseline assumed in the development of the matrix. So after applying the reduction to the matrix, the abundance tiers in the matrix, the corresponding breakpoints are shown in table 7 in the document that's in your briefing book. So we would anticipate, again, pending comments on the report, that we would be implementing that matrix next time. We are beginning with the 2024 management cycle. Just a couple of comments. We are aware, for example, that NMFS has reinitiated consultation on the Mitchell Act opinion. And so there may be changes resulting from that reinitiation when it's completed. It's anticipated that it will take a bit of time to complete that consultation, and for any changes that would come from that consultation to accrue again to the fishery. So our thinking is that any of those changes we could incorporate in our next periodic review on the harvest matrix, which would be likely the next 5 years. At the end of the next 5 years. Are there any questions about that issue?
Questions on the second NMFS report on the tule matrix? And I don't see any hands, so that completes that report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That completes my report on the regulatory activities. So I would hand it off to Dr. Green to report on the Science Center activities.
All right, Dr. Green, you were, I assume, with us virtually. I see you online, so go ahead whenever you're ready, Corey.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Corey Green. I'm a scientist with the National Marine Fisheries Service at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And I'm going to be reading agenda item D1B, Supplemental NMFS Report 1, which is a summary report of a workshop we had focused on salmon ecosystem indicators. This was held July 18th through 20th this summer in Seattle, but with online participation as well. In the West Coast region, several groups, including NOAA Fisheries, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and academic partners have summarized sets of ecosystem indicators into stoplight tables designed to rapidly convey whether ecosystem conditions are good, fair, or poor for Pacific salmon production. Indicators and stoplight tables are visible and sought after products, but the approaches to developing and communicating these products have varied. Further, they have not consistently accounted for issues such as indicator redundancy or for nonlinearity and non-stationarity of indicator response relationships. These issues put constraints on applying indicators and stoplight tables for contextual information or to support more quantitative applications as covariates in various types of models, including ecosystem-based forecasts. The NOAA California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Program hosted a 3-day workshop to bring together salmon experts who have developed, reviewed, and or applied these tools or are interested in applying them in order to share and co-develop a more comprehensive set of principles and practices for making them more informative, robust, interpretable, and useful. Workshop members included state and science center staff with IEA and salmon science expertise, as well as representative from PFMC's Habitat Committee, Ecosystem Work Group, Salmon Technical Team, and CPS Management Team. Our intent was to develop both conceptual and real-world improvements for indicators and stoplight tables related to select West Coast salmon stocks, and to make progress in developing robust ecosystem indicators and indices that can be applied to support salmon management. The main objectives of the workshop were, first, to initiate supportive collaboration among scientists. Second, to develop best practices for generating salmon indicator stoplight tables. Third, propose and test conceptual and quantitative improvements to stoplight tables. Fourth, make workshop outputs shareable and generalizable to a wider range of salmon stocks. And 5, identify ways these products can be more useful to salmon managers. Day 1 focused on getting everyone up to speed on the general issues and included talks by Chris Harvey, Brian Burke, and Corey Green to outline the relevance of the topic to PFMC, history of stoplight tables to summarize large numbers of indicators, and best practices in developing stoplight tables, respectively. During follow-up discussion, state agency representative described ways in which they have used indicators and stoplight tables in recent years, including use of environmental covariates in some forecast models, and justification for precautionary harvest management of California Chinook salmon fisheries. Attendees noted that stoplight tables have multiple audiences, so changes in stoplight tables addressing methodological issues should be balanced against continuing to serve audiences that have come to expect certain stoplight table formats. We then used breakout groups to brainstorm broad categories and specific suggestions for best practices for indicator and stoplight table development and application. Presentations and discussions on day 2 focused on statistical methodology for improving stoplight tables to overcome issues like indicator redundancy and cross-correlation, nonlinearity, non-stationarity, and the potential presence of thresholds. In addition, Corey Green and myself discussed potential workflow for improving understanding of habitat indicators for California stocks, and Brian Burke outlined a simulation methodology for testing the robustness of stoplight tables to nonlinearity, non-stationarity, and cross-correlation. We also continued discussions of recommendations for best practices that could be implemented in future ecosystem status reports. On day 3, discussions shifted to reporting and future work with several plenaries on salmon indicator dashboards for reporting annual changes in salmon stocks, updating of indicators for 5-year status reviews, and websites summarizing indicators for Columbia River and Sacramento River systems. At the end, the group discussion focused on development of a broader suite of indicators at multiple life stages for Snake River spring summer runs. Workshop attendees agreed on several outcomes of the workshop. First and foremost, the entire group appreciated the stronger collaborative connections among participants, which will continue in the future. In addition, the group anticipated several written and analytical products, including a 5-page white paper highlighting the workshop proceedings, improvements to the stoplight tables in the upcoming California Current Ecosystem Status Report, building on the recommendations from SSC's Ecosystem Subcommittee Topic Review in September 2022, a NOAA technical memorandum detailing methodologies of existing stoplight charts and guidelines for new ones, and research papers on several key findings from empirical or simulated data sets. The workshop also pointed to several additional avenues for evaluation this fall as NMFS prepares updates to existing stoplight tables. Updates to these charts are planned to be completed by the end of November in order to be potentially useful in risk assessments and upcoming reviews of assessment and management of Klamath and Sacramento River fall Chinook stocks. Thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Green on the report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Green, for the report and bringing it to us here today. I'm thinking about sort of the big thing that's one of the big things that's happening in salmon, and that's the removal of the Klamath dams. And I'm wondering if, as a result of this workshop, if there's any potential for this ecosystem information and data to help us navigate that transition. Yeah, just thinking about that or other environmental pressures that are occurring on salmon right now. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. I think there could be a decent argument that stock assessments for Klamath might be more highly uncertain post-dam removal, given sort of the shift in where populations are going. And so in that sense, having a suite of indicators in addition to your assessments might improve your ability to make more quantitative predictions, just because you've got some redundancy in those in terms of projections. Does that make sense? In other words, in the face of increasing uncertainty, a suite of having a stoplight table, a suite of habitat indicators that had proven relationships with stock productivity, in addition to your forecast, might improve those risk assessments of the stock.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Green. Further questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey. And first, let me just say that this was an amazing undertaking, and you yourself put so much into this to make it happen. I want to thank you for including our staff and finding a way to get them there to attend. And I really appreciate the report and the summary outcomes. You've acknowledged the plans for future work and recognized where the stoplight tables have already helped us in recent years, including use of covariates in some forecast models and justification for precautionary harvest management of California Chinook salmon fisheries. So this is welcome news that the work continues and that the profile is growing even higher. Just a question on your very last sentence in the report, that the updates are planned to be completed by the end of November in order to be potentially used for risk assessments. Do you have plans to transmit those products to the council at the time they're complete, or how can we get a hold of them? once they're ready?
Yeah, that's a great question. So my first response would be to directly transmit results to those people, those staff members who are doing some of this work and which we interacted with during this workshop. But I'm open to other avenues as well. So last November, for example, I shared the draft stoplight chart for Sacramento Spring Run and with NIMS broadly, and so we had a discussion about that. And there might be a suite of individuals who would benefit from looking at the report, and I'm open to that. One possibility would be just to submit these in a summary statement to Robin for sort of accessibility. I'm open to however best would be to share this, given that it's between council meetings and it's before the ESR publication, which comes out in March.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for Dr. Green? Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Dr. Green, for the overview. I had a question on a paragraph on the second page that begins with on day 3. Very last sentence, it notes that a group discussion focused on the development of a broader suite of indicators at multiple life stages for Snake River spring summer runs. Can you give me a sense of whether that work will continue, and if so, what that timeline might look like?
I think the work that went on in that session will definitely continue, and I'm not sure what the timeline is at the moment. That was a separate work group that I actually didn't participate with at the time. So I can find out for you if you're interested, and I can get back to you. I don't know where additional efforts on that stand, but I know that they drafted a list of indicators at different life stage. So I think from there, populating that with data is fairly straightforward, given that they were trying to select indicators that were that they knew data were available immediately. Happy to follow up on that.
Yeah, Joe, a follow-up question?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for that response. I would certainly be interested in getting some additional information on that at some later point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on the NMFS report? And I don't see any hands, so that completes those reports. We still have an STT, the Salmon Technical Team report, and public comment. We are going to take those up after lunch. So we have some continued dialogue on this before we get into council discussion and action. So we are going to break for lunch now and be back here at 1:05.
Recording stopped.
Okay, mic check.
Sí, Juanito. No quiere que salga por ahí, anda por ahí. Parece que abre una puerta y no quiere que salga por ahí. ¿Por dónde? Aquí. Sí, faltaba cambiar uno.
Se subió uno, o sea, faltaba cambiar.
Ahí está igualito, vaya, ni siquiera han tomado. Ay, sí. Me di muy fuerte. Pues sin querer queriendo que el chapín colorado por los micrófonos.
Okay. Hello. Mr. Chairman. It's mic 10. Ooh. That's it. Okay. It's good and on now. 1, 2, 1, 2. Vice Chair's mic. 1, 2. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, aquí no le pusiste, sí. Se me hace que el señor cuando movió la mesa. Ajá. Ok, entonces. Yeah, thank you. Great. Pues para eso, para eso. Porque aquí estaba de casa en la mañana y muy nosotros andan nosotros. Ya nos acabamos. No fueron nada. No, apenas estaban quedando porque fui a ver como a las 11:45. Estaba más una persona. El salón 6. No. No me llegar ya tarde, ¿no? con agua. No está aquí. No lo tiene. Nomás un vaso con agua. Aquí, mira.
1 minute. Let's get to our seats and we can commence here. You're so ready, 30 seconds, 15. I think we've got our critical mass here to resume our
Recording
sessions.
in progress.
Thanks, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Wasn't too rushed. And we will continue then with agenda item D1 on salmon, the NMFS reports. And up next, we had the STT report. And I believe Dr. O'Farrell is online for that report. Is that correct? Michael, are you there? And we also had online John Carey. I'm not sure who's giving that. John, I see you are also out. Now I see Dr. O'Farrell has popped up. Can either of you hear us, or who's giving the report?
This is Michael Farrell. I'm sorry, I was having some audio issues here, but I'm hoping you can hear me.
We can hear you just fine. You can go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be referring to agenda item D1C, Supplemental STT Report 1, STT Report on National Marine Fisheries Service reporting, including stock status determination. The STT has reviewed D1A Supplemental NMFS Report 1 and agrees the Queets Spring Summer Chinook salmon meet the stock designation requirements for an overfish status. Following the requirements of the Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan and pending direction from the Council, the STT will plan to provide a proposed rebuilding plan for Council consideration during the September 2024 meeting.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the Salmon Technical Team report? Short report. I don't see any hands here. So again, thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. That completes all the management team reports, takes us to public comment. We had one sign up. Wait, well, now we have two signups. So I will wait, just pause briefly while the screen pops up before us here. Thank you. But first, we will have Don Vernon, and second, we have a group of gentlemen, John Keppen, Joe Cullen, Ken Bates, Danny Baker, and Scott Edson, all grouped together under one comment. So let's start with Don Vernon. You have a presentation. Don, your presentation is up before us on the screen. Good afternoon, and please begin. Don, I don't know if you can hear us. I can see you on the screen, but we cannot hear you. And it shows you unmuted on our end. Maybe some more audio difficulties there. Let me check. Chris, he is unmuted on our end. Should be good. Yeah. All right. So, Don, assuming you can hear us, we're going to pause your presentation, see if we can fix the audio issues, and move on to our next commenter, and then we'll come back to your presentation, Don. So if we can get the other screen up again. Number of gentlemen listed there. And I will just ask, since appears you are all remote, I assume one of you will start the presentation. So please let us know who. Identify yourself. Either John Keppen, Joe Cullen, Ken Bates, Danny Baker, Scott Edson. I'm assuming they can hear us.
He's muted, right?
Yeah, I see a John on our attendee list is muted. If that's John Keppen by chance, need to get you unmuted. You got a chat that people can hear us just fine. Well, I'm not sure where they are. Let's go back and see if Don Vernon is still on with us. As I look down the list, it appears, unless he's been promoted, no. Let's see. All right, I see Don Vernon has come back up. His microphone is muted, so if we can. All right, Don, I see your microphone is unmuted on our end. Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
I can hear you. And how is it on your end?
Excellent. Thank you. So go ahead. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you, Council and Mr. Vice Chair, for this opportunity to provide my viewpoints about salmon in Idaho. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm not representing anybody or any group. So next slide, please. I want to talk about the 5 salmon species that returned to Idaho. I'll begin on the next slide with spring Chinook. I want to talk a little bit about the forecast. The numbers that were put together for forecasting upriver fish are listed there. Our actual return over Bonneville was about 110,000. Shows the forecast was 81 to 90% higher than actual. And I looked back a little bit that this forecast error in the last 6 years has ranged from 13 to about 90% with an average of 55%. A little concerned about that variation from those viewpoints. Average return has been pretty constant the last 10 years. And so I've really not seen a significant change in the number of upriver spring Chinook. Seals and sea lions are of concern to me. Washington Department of Fish and Game has counted the numbers listed there in the Astoria area. If you look at some estimated numbers of what those animals eat, it could be up to about 20 to 50% of the annual spring Chinook returning over Bonneville Dam, which is a significant number. Going to the next slide. In Idaho, we were allowed to, our quota is a little over 5,500 spring Chinook. So I want to bring a few attention items to the council's attention. One, I'd like to see the forecast to be significantly improved from a forecast error as high as 80 or 90%. Increase the sea lion and seal removal from the Columbia River in accordance with the approved legislation that was introduced by Senators Risch and Cantwell. I also want to see the council support continuing funding of existing hatcheries. And last, take steps to increase the number of hatcheries spring Chinook available for recreational, commercial, and tribal fishing. Going to the next slide. Summer Chinook is a better picture. The forecasts align pretty well. We are allowed to catch 53 Chinook salmon in Idaho. So the actions I'd like to see the council take, again, are related. Continue funding of existing hatcheries, take steps to increase the number of hatcheries spring Chinook available for recreational, commercial, and tribal fishing. Next slide. This was one of the first years that Snake River sockeye return was forecast. The actual return was just a little bit below the forecast, which is good. We've been averaging in the last 10 years about 1,200 sockeye returning, and that is shows our sockeye returns are increasing through the effective help and utilization of the safety net hatchery program that is ongoing. Next slide. Water temperatures during the summer months when these fish are upriver migrating is a significant challenge to them, and this has been occurring for a long time. So I'd like to have the council again continue to fund the safety net hatchery program, take steps to increase the number of sockeye available for recreational and commercial and tribal fishing. I also urge the council to urge and support the federal and state agencies to implement the total daily maximum loads for temperature in the lower Snake River, and also work on the water quality standards for temperature in the Snake River. Going to the next slide. Fall Chinook, again, we're forecasting the numbers. The actual returns this year was greater than the forecast, so that's good. Again, looking back over the last 6 years, our forecast errors have a lot of variation from 5 to 53%, and there was an average of 26% over that time frame. Specifically in the Snake River, we're seeing good returns of fall Chinook, and they are increasing in number based on the numbers presented there. Next slide. Again, work on the forecast. That has to be improved and get these errors reduced. And then we'll go to the last species. On coho, important part here is that these are fish that have been reintroduced by the Nez Perce tribe. And I'd like to see the council continue to fund and support those activities so that we will continue to see our coho returns increase. And that's really what I wanted to kind of summarize here today.
All right, thank you, Don. Are there questions for Mr. Werner on his presentation? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. I did have one question going back to the slide about summer Chinook.
Okay.
You indicated that the 2023 summer Chinook recreational quota in Idaho was only 53, yet I noted in the July 2nd report from Idaho Department of Fish and Game in terms of updates about our Chinook fisheries. They noted that our harvest share of South Fork summer Chinook salmon, the hatchery salmon there from on the South Fork, that the recreational harvest share was 939 adults, and that as of July 2nd, 753 summer Chinook total had been caught and retained in the recreational fishery, of which 738 were adults. So was the 53 a reflection of the incidental take of wild fish in the fishery, which cannot be retained? Or I'm just curious what that number pertained to.
When I looked at the numbers that were put out, and I may have confused this point, it was hard for me to determine if the fish going to the other streams beside the Lochsa were included in the spring numbers, and where the Lochsa had a specific summer number. So I may not have parsed that out correctly, as you pointed out.
All right, so this might have been more of a reference to the Lochsa.
That's the number I have, and that's where I may have not construed properly the numbers for the other rivers.
All right, thank you, sir. That really does help to explain it.
Thank you. Further questions? Mark Gorelnik.
I just want to thank you for your testimony. We hear a lot from the coastal states about their salmon, and it's nice to get a perspective from the folks from Idaho.
Right. Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Vernon? And I don't, Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Don, for presenting some of this information and some of the suggestions that you've had. I know, coming from the Snake Basin, these salmon steelhead stocks are pretty important to our travel fisheries. Most of our fisheries target unlisted fish produced in hatcheries, and in many cases we have very limited take of wild natural fish that are allowed. Those can constrain the fisheries that we have. And so we try and do what we can to take advantage of those fish produced in the various state, federal tribal hatcheries in the snake system. And we certainly want to see those programs meet the mitigation objectives that they're supposed to achieve to help support these various fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I just want to say how I concur with Joe on that, is that we have to cooperate and work together to have fishing in Idaho.
Thank you. Further questions? And Don, I see none, so thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you for your time.
I will look to our virtual list again to see if either John Keppen, Joe Cullen, Ken Bates, Danny Baker, or Scott Edson. I see John on our attendee list, who is now unmuted. John, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is John Keppen, and I'm speaking for Joe Cullen, Ken Bates, Danny Baker, and Scott Elson, all of whom are California commercial salmon fishermen. We'd like today to support George Bradshaw and his comments on D4 and ask the council to postpone any final decision into the March 2024 meeting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Are there questions for Mr. Keppen on his testimony? And I don't see any hands, so thank you again.
Thank you.
That completes all our reports. Our public comment takes us into council discussion and action. On this particular item, it's just discussion and guidance. The primary item here is in relation to the Queets rebuilding and a recommendation to start work on the rebuilding plan. So I will look for a hand to start any discussion on this. It's very quiet in here. Nothing. So I'm going to look to Robin. We had the STT report. The STT is standing by, ready to start work on the rebuilding plan, provided the council desires to move in that direction, but maybe we don't. Robin, a little help?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, there isn't a lot of work to do as far as the council is concerned in the sense of taking action. You're correct. But as noted by the STT, I think the STT would appreciate at least a nod that says, yes, the NMFS report is correct. We do need the STT to start their work on that rebuilding plan and would look forward to seeing perhaps that first draft come this September. So just don't necessarily need a motion, but just a grant that, yes, those are the right steps for the STT to take.
All right. Thank you, Robin. Kyle Addix, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's the first time I've talked, so I'll just make sure you can hear me.
It's a little difficult. We can hear you.
I will try to move closer to my computer. So the WDFW and the Quinault Indian Nation have been in communication about the need to start this rebuilding plan process. Need to get a little more organized and moving forward, but I support the STT engaging with WDFW and Quinault moving forward to try to get that rebuilding plan put together and hopefully to the council by next September.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. The support for moving forward with that. This does not require a motion, just head nod that that's the direction we want to direct the STT to work with the agencies. I'm going to look around the table and I see agreement with that. So the executive director can work with the staff and the STT to make progress on that. And then a reminder, the other thing we heard, the report on the Thule matrix from NMFS, that's a draft report that they are accepting any comments on that prior to, I believe, a date in February to be able to implement something in 2024. So Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to echo my support for Kyle Addix's remarks and also just thank both WDFW and the Quinault Indian Nation for beginning their communications early on. It's going to be extremely important for them, along with the STT, to be working together and crafting the rebuilding plan for Queet's spring summer Chinook.
Thank you, Phil. Any further discussion or guidance on this? Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just turning back to Supplemental NMFS Report 1 and the Salmon Ecosystem Indicators Workshop and the exchange we had with Corey Green. I will look forward to receiving from Robin the updates to the stoplight charts. And it's exciting that we'll be getting them this early in the process so that we can think about them as we proceed with new information available during the preseason process. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Marcy. Further comments? Robin, does that complete our work here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, it does.
All right. Thank you. So we'll close out this agenda item D1 and move directly into D2. That is the FMP amendment. So I'm trying to pause a little bit to allow Robin to reorganize papers. She's ready. So why don't you give us the overview?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Like you said, this is agenda item D2. It is a FMP amendment 24, where we are looking to clarify the Southern Resident Killer Whale Chinook threshold process. We've had really good conversations on this already up to this point. In September, the council adopted language for public review. Again, there are no change in methodology or analysis. It's just trying to make the FMP be a little bit more clear on what steps the council needs to take and their advisory bodies need to take if and when there is a need to update that Chinook threshold abundance. You'll have some material under this agenda item. We've provided the language itself specific to that killer whale threshold language, and that is attachment 1. And then we've also provided a supplemental revised attachment 2, which is essentially the FMP within it, in whole. That also includes additional edits that it's just opportune to make some clerical edits as we update this FMP. So you have the material in front of you. I think we have, yes, one report from the STT, and we are looking for a motion to adopt this language as final so that we can move on with the amendment if the council so desires. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Are there questions on the overview? Not seeing any questions. As Robin indicated, we have one report from the salmon technical team. And let me remind myself who is online. Dr. O'Farrell, are you there to provide that report to us?
I am, Mr. Vice Chair.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I will be referring to agenda item D2A, STT report on Fishery Management Plan Amendment 24, Southern Resident Killer Whale Threshold Clarifications. The STT has reviewed the proposed revision to section 6.6.8 of the Pacific Salmon Fishery Management Plan, provided in agenda item D2, attachment 1, which is intended to clarify the technical process for reviewing updates to the models used to determine the Chinook abundance threshold and reporting on any resulting changes in the threshold. The STT appreciates the efforts of the council and agrees that the proposed edits result in improved clarity. As needed, the STT will be ready to, 1, report on updates to the FRAM, and 2, recalculate the numerical value of the threshold if either the FRAM or Shelton et al. Models are updated. The STT will also continue to provide the annual projected time step 1 Chinook abundance during the preseason process for evaluation against the threshold. That concludes our statement.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the salmon technical team report? And there are no hands, so thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. That will completes our reports, takes us to public comment. We have no signups for public comment, so we'll move into our council discussion and action. A reminder, a motion is needed here to move forward on this, so I will look for a hand to initiate the discussion. And Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't have a lot to say through discussion. We saw some draft language back in September. The council made a couple modifications to it based on input we heard, and put some language out for public review. Doesn't sound like we've had public comment on it. I think the language will clarify some issues we ran into the first time we tried to address some changes to one of the models that's used to set the threshold. So I think it's an improvement. Glad to hear the STT thinks it's clear. So not a lot to say, but I'm happy to make a motion when the time comes.
All right, thank you. I'll just look around and see if there's any other discussion before we entertain your motion. And I'm not seeing any, so you can proceed with your motion and see what discussion that generates.
Thanks again, Mr. Vice Chair, and hopefully we can pull the motion up on the screen here in a second. I move that the the council adopt for incorporation into the Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan the text and citations concerning southern resident killer whale management measures contained in agenda item D2, supplemental revised attachment 2.
Thank you. So the language on the screen is accurate and complete. And I read it as you spoke to it, and it does look accurate and complete. So I will look for a second. Seconded by Phil Anderson. Go ahead, Kyle, and speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As Robin explained during the summary, there were a couple documents in the briefing book on this. The first was the revised language for this section of the FMP, along with the citations that needed to be added because they were referenced in that section. Attachment 2 is just the full FMP with that language added to the appropriate section, with the citations added to the literature cited section, and some other minor editorial updates through the document, updated amendment numbers, corrections of a scientific name, that sort of thing, but nothing of substance. And as I said during council discussion, I think this provides the clarification we were looking for and how the STT will move forward as we see changes to either of the models that are used to calculate the southern resident killer whale threshold moving forward.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Not seeing any questions for clarification. Discussion on the motion? And I'm not seeing any hands for discussion, so I will go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
I assume, John, you were voting in favor. I just want to clarify that. I was too fast here.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. I wish I was there today so I didn't have to deal with all the IT problems I'm having. But yeah, I don't have the ability to raise a hand or anything, so I'm just going to have to butt in, I guess, when I have a comment. And I did vote in approval of that motion.
Thank you. With that clarification, I will make sure I accommodate those. I did ask all those opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And I will be more careful to accommodate our virtual attendees. Robin, is there anything else we need to do here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think you have done your work under this agenda item, and we'll work over the winter to get the FMP updated with this new amendment. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. That's going to close out that agenda item and take us next to D3. Final methodology review. And I'm going to pause. And Robin, are you ready to lead us into this one?
I am, Mr. Vice Chair. Again, agenda item D3, this is our final methodology review. Just as a refresher, we talk about methodology review starting in April. We identify some topics that are potential candidates, and in September, we identify those topics that are ready for review. So this year, we had 3 topics for review. We've worked with the STT and the SSC Salmon Subcommittee. They've had their meeting in October. They are here to provide the results of those meetings. I'm not going to get into the detail of what the topics are. They'll both tell you what those topics are. So just for the sake of time, just to remind the council that we are asking them to approve any new or modified methodologies as needed, and provide any guidance for anything else that might remain for the upcoming salmon season in 2024. That concludes my summary.
Thank you, Robin. Are there questions on the overview? Not seeing anywhere waiting because our first report is the SSC report. The SSC is in session, and Mr. Alan Byrne should be on his way here. Robin?
I would just take the opportunity then while we're waiting for Mr. Byrne to remind the council that we do have a couple of attachments that go through all the details on the methodology review, and certainly the SSC, the STT report, and also a travel report.
All right, thank you. Right, Patricia is checking on him. It's a maze of hallways to get here, also from their meeting room. So bear with us for a second, read the reports, reread the reports. Good afternoon, Alan. You can come right up to the table. We're ready for the SSC report. Get comfortable, make sure the microphone is unmuted, and you can proceed with the SSC report.
Good afternoon. My name's Alan Byrne. I will be reading the Scientific and Statistical Committee report on the salmon methodology review. The Scientific and Statistical Committee received a report summarizing reviews of salmon methodology topics conducted by the SSC Salmon Subcommittee via webinar on October 11th of this year, and discuss supplemental materials received after the methodology review. These were supplemental attachments 2 and 3. Tanya Rogers and Michael O'Farrell joined online to present material related to supplemental attachment 3. The SSC received summaries concerning 3 review topics and 1 informational update. Topic 1, review. Topic 1, review and consider improvements to methods used to model south of Falcon Fisheries in the Chinook Fishery Regulation Assessment Model known as FRAM. 2, review topic, consider technical modifications to the Sacramento River winter Chinook abundance forecast by examining whether an egg to fry covariate can improve forecast performance. 3, review topic 3 is explore alternative forecast approaches for the Oregon Production Index Hatchery coho forecast. And the 4th one was an informational update on the FRAM documentation progress. First topic, methods used to model south of Falcon Fisheries in the Chinook FRAM. The SSC-SS, which is the Salmon Subcommittee, received a presentation from John Carey on calculation of Chinook Fram preseason fishery scalars for south of Falcon Fisheries as described in pages 4 through 11 of attachment 1. Fishery scalars are used to project catch for fisheries that are managed as seasons and have no external estimates of projected total catch, such as fisheries south of Cape Falcon. The new approach to deriving the scalar improves the agreement between projected catch and the observed historical catch in south of Falcon Chinook fisheries. The SSC endorses use of the new approach to calculate scalars for south of Falcon fisheries and Chinook Fram. The SSC further recommends that scalars used to project catch in other fisheries, including those in Coho Fram, be evaluated to see if they can be similarly improved. Second topic, the Sacramento River winter Chinook forecast. The SSC Salmon Subcommittee received a presentation from Tanya Rogers with support from Michael O'Farrell, evaluating several preseason abundance forecast methods for the Sacramento River winter Chinook, including a model with an egg to fry survival covariate as described in pages 12 through 27 of attachment 1, with additional analysis produced in response to the SSC Salmon Subcommittee requests reported in supplemental attachment 3. The analysis used 1 year ahead cross-validation to compare the performance of different models forecasting Sacramento River winter Chinook abundance, which is the Sacramento River winter Chinook age 3 escapement absent fishing, including the currently used base model and an extension of the base model that included the egg to fry covariate, which is empirically measured egg to fry survival rate. It's also known as the ETF model, as well as an array of Gaussian process GP models using various predictor variables. The analysis highlighted two Gaussian process, from here on I'll just refer to them as GP models based on their performance in predicting abundance, GP1 and GP2. GP1 used parent spawners and river temperature as predictors, while GP2 used these two predictors along with the hatchery release covariate. The SSC recommends using GP1 in harvest management starting in 2023. Overall, the highlighted GP models predicted abundance better than the base or ETF models and were similar in their performance. In general, GP2 did best at predicting abundance in terms of the raw number of fish, while GP1 generally did best according to the metrics of percent or proportional error. There are statistical reasons to expect proportional errors in both forecasts and the postseason abundance estimates. There is no consequence of forecast errors in determining allowable impact rates when both the forecasted abundance and postseason estimate are above 3,000, even if these errors are very large when measured in numbers of fish. This is due to the form of the control rule for the allowable Sacramento River winter Chinook impact rates, which is flat for abundances above 3,000 and very steep for abundances below 500. However, at low abundance, forecast errors that are small in numbers of fish can be very consequential in terms of misspecifying the allowable harvest impact rates. GP1 outperformed GP2 in control rule outputs by all metrics examined. Although it had lower performance in forecasting abundance than the GP models, the ETF model was the only model considered that captured all 3 years in the evaluated 2012 to 2022 period when the postseason abundance estimate was below 3,000 fish. And the application of the control rule to the postseason abundance estimate would have lowered the allowable impact rate. Therefore, continued consideration of ETF or other supplemental information on environmental conditions affecting the Sacramento River winter Chinook could be warranted. The return year 2024 forecast that's in Table 2 of Attachment 1 will be updated when the 2023 data are available. That's the postseason estimates. The SSC recommends that the forecast methods for Sacramento River winter Chinook be revisited periodically, approximately every 3 to 5 years, to reassess their performance and evaluate additional covariates, for example, the juvenile production index, as warranted. Although there was limited contrast among the GP model forecasts in recent years, the 4 forecast methods differed in the abundance forecasted for 2023. The 2023 postseason estimate was not included in the analysis, but including the 2023 estimate for performance evaluation would be informative. The SSC identified several additional factors that may warrant inclusion in future forecast models and communicated them to the analysis. Okay. Topic 3 was the Oregon Production Index Hatchery coho forecast. The SSC Salmon Subcommittee received a presentation from Casey Lehman and Thomas Burens with support from Shannon Conley and Mark Sorrell on a new approach for forecasting the Oregon Production Index Hatchery, or OPIH, coho abundance, as described in pages 28 to 51 of Attachment 1. Some typographical errors were noted as described in Supplemental Attachment 2, but these were errors in reporting only and did not affect the analysis or the conclusions. The Oregon Production Index Technical Team, or OPIT, annually produces a forecast of natural origin coho from the Columbia River Basin and hatchery coho salmon production from Ledbetter Point, Washington to the California-Mexico border. And this aggregate is referred to as the OPIH. There are inconsistencies between this report, Preseason Report 1, and previous documentation of the OPIH forecast in identifying the stocks that are included in the OPIH. The SSC recommends making all documents consistent and correct. Lehman and co-authors explored alternative forecast models and recommended a new approach, a MAPE, which is the mean absolute percent error weighted arrhythmia, the autoregressive integrated moving average ensemble forecast. Jack returns, delayed smolt releases, and non-environmental covariates were considered for use in a multi-model approach to forecasting. The SSC finds that the MAPE-weighted ensemble forecast model is an improvement over the current methodology and supports its use for 2024. The SSC recommends that the model structure and the covariates of the top 10 models and their assigned weights be reported annually. The SSC reviewed the performance of the forecast for the OPIH, but this aggregate is divided into stocks for use in coho FRAM and Preseason Report 1. Performance of the stock-specific abundance forecast, or the stock-specific forecast implied by disaggregating the OPIH based on fixed proportions, is likely to be worse than the performance for the aggregate. The SSC recommends exploring forecasts of the individual hatchery and natural origin coho stocks used for management. And the final methodology topic, which is actually more of an informational report, was the FRAM documentation progress. The SSC Salmon Subcommittee received a presentation from Derek Dapp on updates and additions to the FRAM documentation that have occurred since 2022 Salmon Methodology Review, as described in pages 1 through 3 of Attachment 1. The current FRAM online material documents parts of FRAM with the eventual goal of complete documentation, including structural and design changes since 2007, and provides a more detailed description of its procedures and algorithms than previous iteration of the FRAM documentation. Updates and improvements to the documentation for this year focused on calibration methods, i.e. the process used to develop the Chinook FRAM base period. The SSC appreciates the work done by the analysis to update and expand the online FRAM documentation and recommends that documentation of existing methodologies be completed as soon as possible. And finally, recommendations for a future methodology review. This was put in there because of some of the discussions we had in evaluating the forecast models. The forecast evaluations have been used in a wide variety of performance metrics. For example, metrics based on raw error, percent error, or proportional error, and whether the direction of errors are accounted for. The SSC recommends work on reducing redundant metrics and identifying which metrics should be emphasized for particular forecasts based on management goals and the broader context for that particular stock. And that concludes the SSC statement.
Thank you, Alan. Questions for Mr. Byrne on the Scientific Statistical Committee report? And Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Alan, for the presentation. Regarding the Sacramento River Winter Chinook forecast and the recommendation of GP1 versus GP2, you may have looked ahead or been made aware that the STT has a different recommendation.
Yes.
And I'm wondering what discussions may have ensued between the two groups. I think the STT met the week prior, so they had time to formulate their recommendation before you came up with yours. And so maybe you can tell us a little bit about whether there was ultimately resolution between the STT and the SSC, or if this is something that the council is going to need to make a policy decision on, or if there's a happy medium and we recommend them both.
Yes, it's true that the STT, we didn't really discuss with the STT because we weren't meeting together after we both wrote our statements. The SSC did not endorse a particular model until yesterday. And the reason we didn't do that is because we wanted to see the supplemental analysis that we requested that Dr. O'Farrell and Tanya presented to us as a form of that supplemental attachment. The main reason why there's, I think, two different recommendations is that the STT put more emphasis on accounting for the accuracy on the abundance of the forecast, and metrics that measure that seem to favor the GP2 model. And they also felt that including hatchery releases was biologically important, perhaps for future, as we go down the future road. So they put their weight and their recommendation, and if Dr. O'Farrell's online and I misspeak, he can correct me on getting a model that did the best in predicting the actual abundance. The SSC went with GP1 because we put more weight on the effects of getting the control rule right. This is a ESA endangered species. And we felt that proportional errors were maybe more important, especially if you're in that 0 to 3,000 range where the control rule changes. You can have a very small difference in the number of fish, but it could have a large effect on the allowable impact rate. And we felt because that this was more important for this particular stock because of its federal ESA listing. Although I will note that if you look at the table in attach, I believe it's in attachment 1, the output of GP1 and GP2 in a lot of years is very similar. In fact, some years it's the same. In 2023, it was quite a bit different. That's why we felt that once the 2023 postseason estimate gets available, that could alter the landscape, and why we recommend that these models be revisited every couple of years as we accumulate more data.
Thank you. Marcy, follow up?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that detailed explanation. That is very helpful. Would you have, you've identified that in some circumstances, GP1 appears to perform better, and then acknowledging that in other cases, GP2 may be the right choice. Is there a way in the process of actually developing the forecast that you will know which one might be better to use? And if so, I mean, is the right call here to endorse them both? I'm struggling with what guidance we give you.
I think it's I don't want to misspeak for the SSC. I will say that the consensus of the SSC that it was more important to get the control rule right rather than the actual abundance of fish. And the metrics that favored that type of error, when we look at the control rule output, the GP1 model outperformed the GP2 model in all the metrics that they considered. So that's kind of what I think why the SSC eventually chose the GP1 model. And like I said, the STT was more, I think, put more weight in the abundance, the actual abundance of fish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on the SSC report? Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Alan, for the report. I have a question regarding some language that's in the section on organ production index hatchery coho forecast. Okay. That'd be page 3, very last paragraph. Last sentence in that paragraph, it notes that the SSC recommends exploring forecasts of the individual hatchery natural origin coho stocks used for management. It does in a earlier sentence of that paragraph talks about the coho FRAM and Preseason Report 1. But could you perhaps elaborate on what the thinking might be on that?
Well, Darren, again, the assignment was to look at the OPI forecast as it's done, okay? But the OPI forecast is a huge stock, a huge forecast, and it has fish in the Columbia River, it has hatchery production on the coast. That aggregate forecast gets broken down into smaller stocks for coho FRAM. We did not review that part. So what's actually used when you folks look at discuss coho harvest, you're not looking at this huge aggregate forecast. You're looking at that huge aggregate forecast after it's broken down into, and I don't know exactly which stocks they are off the top of my head, but they're broken down into natural origin stocks and hatchery origin stocks. And those are the ones that get inputted into the coho FRAM. We're recommending that this is not going to happen overnight, but in the future, a better approach may be, rather than making this huge aggregate forecast and splitting it out, it may be better to develop methods to do the forecast for the actual stocks that we use.
Thank you. Further questions? Susan Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Couple of questions. One is the recommendation that Mr. Oatman just called out. That would be something that could be potentially put on a list for future methodology review.
It possibly could. The other thing about the OPI forecast is that OPIC group, they're not a council group. They're mostly Oregon Fish and Wildlife and Washington Fish and Wildlife, although they do have members of the STT on them. So I don't want to speak for them because I don't know whether, how. We're assuming that data is available to do it, but we don't know that for certain. That's why we say these methods should be explored, and if possible, it may be better to directly forecast the stocks that are used for management rather than taking this big pizza pie and then splitting it up into small pieces.
Thank you. Exploring avenues at this point, so I appreciate your answer very much. I also did want to just comment on how appreciative I was listening to the conversation yesterday of the consideration by the SSC in terms of how the council uses the information. Mm-hmm. So, again, not just looking at the outcomes, but also carefully considering in the recommendations you're making how the council actually uses that information in its decisions. So I just wanted to extend my thanks for that.
Thank you. And I think that's the reason, one of the big reasons why we settled on GP1, because we know that, these forecasts do have management implications.
Right. Thank you. Look around and see if there are any other questions for the SSC. And I don't see any hands. Thank you, Alan. Okay. And I don't know what your schedule is. I know this SSC is still in session. We'll hear from the STT. There could be some follow-up questions.
I can sit here. We're doing groundfish, and the Idaho groundfish are well represented by other members.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you for your time.
Staying with us. That will take us to the salmon technical team report. And I believe, again, Dr. O'Farrell will be delivering that report. Excuse me while I find my list here. Yes, I have Dr. O'Farrell. Are you there, Michael?
I am here.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be referring to agenda item D3A, Supplemental STT Report 1, STT Report on Final Methodology Review. The STT, the Model Evaluation Work Group, and the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Salmon Subcommittee, met remotely on October 11, 2023 to discuss the following salmon methodology review topics. 1, consider technical modifications to the Sacramento River winter Chinook abundance forecast by examining whether an egg to fry covariate can improve forecast performance. 2, explore alternative forecast approaches for the Oregon Production Index hatchery coho forecast. And 3, review and consider improvements to methods used to model south of Falcon Fisheries in the Chinook fram. In addition to these 3 methodology review topics, the participants received a progress report on recent updates to the FRAM documentation website, focused primarily on documentation of the Chinook base period. Moving on to the Sacramento River Fall Chinook abundance forecast. Tanya Rogers of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center presented a report, a reevaluation of preseason abundance forecasts for Sacramento River winter Chinook salmon at the methodology review meeting. The report evaluated the forecast performance of the status quo method, also known as BASE, and a method similar to the BASE model, with the exception that it allows for the juvenile survival rate from fry to age 2 in the ocean to be modeled as a function of the egg to fry survival rate. This model was referred to as the ETF model. In addition to evaluating the performance of the BASE and ETF models, a suite of Gaussian process models were also considered. GP models relate covariates to postseason estimates of abundance using a flexible function with a few assumptions about mechanism. Covariates considered were the number of spawners, hatchery releases, egg to fry survival rates, and a freshwater temperature covariate. The report concluded with a recommendation to adopt the GP2 model for future Sacramento winter Chinook abundance forecasts. Following the methodology review meeting, the SSC-SC requested additional information on forecast performance for the suite of models considered. The analysts produced a supplemental report titled Supplement to a Reevaluation of Preseason Abundance Forecasts for Sacramento River Winter Chinook Salmon in response to this request. The first part of the supplemental report was focused on evaluating forecast performance based on control rule outputs, which is the allowable H3 impact rate south of Point Arena. The analysts note that the relative performance of base, ETF, and GP models remain largely unchanged, except that the GP1 model outperformed the GP2 model for some performance measures. However, it's likely that other GP model formulations outside of the GP1 and GP2 models could have better performance. The second part of the supplemental report was focused on reevaluating forecast model performance when the postseason estimate of abundance was computed using a year-specific age structure value rather than the mean age structure, which was used in the original report. The analysts note that the relative performance of base, ETF, and GP models remain largely unchanged, except the GP1 model outperformed the GP2 model in metrics of accuracy. Overall, the GP models clearly outperform the base and ETF approaches. The best performing GP models vary depending on how the analysis is conducted and the choice of performance measures. The STT agrees with the recommendation in the initial report to adopt the GP2 model for future Sacramento River winter Chinook forecasts, while acknowledging the GP1 model performs better by some measures and evaluation scenarios. Second part of this report is exploration of alternative forecasting approaches for OPIH coho. Cassie Lehman of the STT, MU, and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Thomas Burens, Shannon Conley, and Mark Sorrell from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife presented an overview of the evaluation of alternative forecast approaches for OPIH coho at the methodology review meeting. The approach utilized an autoregressive integrated moving average, or ARIMA model structure that included smolt releases and jack return metrics, in addition to a variety of environmental covariates as model predictors. The forecast performance assessed 1 year ahead projections of the most recent 15 years with a variety of summary performance metrics. Results demonstrate the mean absolute percent error weighted ensemble forecast was the best performing model methodology. The best performing model considered, and reduced absolute forecast error by approximately 40% compared to the current methodology. The data and code used to generate the forecast is publicly available on a WDFW managed GitHub repository as detailed in Agenda Item D3 Attachment 1. Also, the Oregon Production Index Technical Team, or OPIT, stated that the MAPE-weighted ensemble approach is ready to be used for the 2024 preseason planning process. The STT was impressed by the approach, particularly because of the reduction in forecast error compared to the current method, and recommends using MAPE-weighted ensemble approach for OPIH forecasts beginning in 2024. The STT also recommends that the OPIT continue to investigate additional ways to refine the forecast approach, including evaluating the ideal level of model complexity, i.e., could complexity be reduced without a loss in performance? And two, evaluating whether performance could be improved by forecasting individual stock components rather than the total OPIH aggregate abundance. The ARIMA model used different error structures among combinations of autoregression, moving average, and trend. The STT recommends including information on error structure when documenting the models selected each year in Preseason Report 1. Item number 3, consider improvement to methods used to model south of Falcon Fisheries and Chinook Fram. John Carey of the STT and National Marine Fisheries Service presented an overview of the current approach used to develop inputs for fisheries south of Cape Falcon and Chinook Fram, in addition to 2 recommended updates to this approach as detailed in Agenda Item D3 Attachment 1. The STT agrees that these updates should lead to improved model performance and recommends implementing them beginning with the 2024 preseason planning process. And that concludes the STT statement.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the Salmon Technical Team Report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. I'm not sure if you were able to hear the exchange that I was able to have with Dr. Byrne from the SSC, but I'm just wondering if you can tell us if you participated in the SSC's discussion on the topic of GP1 versus GP2 and recognizing the STT and the SSC have reached different conclusions. Maybe you can elaborate a little more on the STT's recommendation to us.
Yes, Mr. Remco, I can try to add some context to this. The STT and SSC had a lot of discussions about this in the methodology review, and then and some follow-up after we produced the supplemental report as requested by the SSC. And the original report written by Tanya and myself had the recommendation for the GP2 model. And I don't think the SSC and STT ever clearly didn't come to consensus on that. And Alan got to this in his remarks or in a discussion with you on this, and that the emphasis for us on the STT was how well did the actual abundance forecast work? How well do we forecast abundance as compared to a postseason estimate? Whereas I believe the SSC's main criteria was how well did it predict the allowable impact rate. So the forecast generates an allowable impact rate through the control rule. And so the STT discussed this at length, and I think we were in consensus that getting the abundances at all abundance levels is the right thing to do. Control rules change, and the breakpoints change, and we think that we want to have a model that forecasts abundance well, regardless of the control rule. And so I understand both sides of the argument, but ultimately we in the STT stayed with the recommendation of the analysts, and we just found out this morning that the SSC had a different opinion on the best model.
Thank you. Further questions, Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for that, Dr. O'Farrell. I'm looking at the SSC's recommendation, and it is to use GP1 for forecasting in 2024. Is that, I'm wondering, and then of course the recommendation to revisit this topic, and I think they had suggested 3 to 5 years. But then I read that getting the information from 2023, which we should have by next year, would potentially clarify the question as to whether GP1 or GP2 was the better choice. So I'm just wondering if you would be how you would feel about an approach of using the GP1 method for 2024 and then proceeding with the additional evaluation next methodology cycle and revisiting the topic at that time.
Well, I'm speaking for the STT here, and the STT has made our recommendation, if the council decides that to go with the recommendation of the SSC, that is, no problem. We can implement it, no problem at all. And we do look at our forecasts every single year, and it would not be an arduous task to run both models to see, how they perform after adding 1 year of data.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further questions for Dr. O'Farrell? And Dr. O'Farrell, I have one question. You may have answered it, but I'll ask it a little differently. There are reasons for choosing one model or the other in terms of whether you lean towards the forecast or the harvest control rules, the reasoning to choose one. Are there implications with respect to our conservation objectives to choosing one or the other in terms of running the models and in the work the STT would end up doing later on? I'm thinking in my mind the implications that come out of that are different, might be different from the reasons for choosing one or the other. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think so, but if I go astray here, please feel free to redirect me. But implications with regard, are the implications you speak of, with regard to the allowable exploitation rates that would be produced by the two different forecasts? If so, I'll just point out that these two forecasts are very similar to each other in most years, and in fact, in some years they're identical. And so the implications could be that if one method is biased low, then the fishing opportunity may be curtailed. On the other hand, if it's biased high, then we may have a problem with a conservation issue by allowing too much fishing. So, but these two models are quite similar, and it really just we've calculated a number of performance measures, and perhaps too many, because you can come to different conclusions by looking at the same information.
Thank you. That helps. Any further questions for the STT? And I don't see any. So again, thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. Next, we have a tribal report. We'll turn to Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have one tribal report, and then after that, if I could, I'll also provide some additional comments from some other tribes.
Sure, please proceed.
So the first one I want to go through is titled Agenda Item D3A, Supplemental Tribal Report 1, November 2023. This is regarding the tribal statement on methodology review and Oregon Production Index Area Hatchery Coho forecast. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife presented their evaluation of preseason ocean abundance forecast for the Oregon Production Index Area Hatchery Coho forecast, or OPIH, to a small group of tribal technical and Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission staff on October 30th, 2023. Tribal staff are happy with the progress being made to improve the aggregate OPIH forecast and appreciate all of the work done by Oregon Production Index Technical Team, or OPIT, to complete their analyses and presentations. We agree that the mean absolute percentage error, or MAPE, weighted ensemble of auto-regressive integrated moving average, or REMA, models with unique covariates for OPIH forecasts display a significant improvement over the current OPIH forecasting methods, but require improved documentation before the new methodology is used. Suring and O'Farrell in 2021 state that OPIH abundance is forecasted independently and includes only hatchery returns from the Columbia River, coastal Oregon, and Northern California, which is also the definition of OPIH given on page 48 of the Preseason Report 1. But the 2023 methodology review states that the OPIH abundance forecast includes all hatchery production in the Oregon Production Index area and all naturally produced coho from the Columbia River Basin. This is from Lehman, Conley, Surratt, and Behrens. It is unclear why one methodology forecasts only hatchery stocks and the other forecasts both hatchery and natural stocks, using the same time series of best available abundance for OPIH. The tribes request that the mixed stock model output used to represent best available OPIH abundance and a description of its components be provided. Furthermore, the co-authors have only evaluated the performance of the current methodology by how well it predicts the total OPIH abundance. However, this OPIH forecast is broken into components by the OPI technical team and distributed as components, as shown in table 1 below at the end of this report. Forecast performance of the components is evaluated by the council, including for Columbia River Hatchery Early, Columbia River Hatchery Late, and Lower Columbia River Natural, or LCN. Reference here to Pre-1, Table 3.1. Management decisions are also made based on the components, not the OPIH total, and the management objective for LCN must be met. These subunits are then broken down further into 22 coho fram stocks. Because of the portfolio effect, aggregate forecasts often show better performance than forecasts of the individual components. Understanding the performance at the level that affects management, especially fisheries off the Washington coast, is necessary for tribal fisheries managers. As this work progresses, tribal technical staff encourage investigating separate wild and hatchery forecasts or separate component forecasts. Currently, the OPIH aggregate forecast includes wild stocks, even though wild fish are forecasted separately. One possible first step would be to look at how the model were to perform if you did not include wild fish as part of the aggregate being forecasted. Forecasting the subunits, even just hatchery and natural, would also mean that uncertainty is characterized at a level more useful to fisheries managers. Additionally, we encourage the co-authors to consider performance metrics which incorporate bias and are supportive of the other ideas for continued improvement of the methodology presented by the co-authors. Tribes request the performance of the new methodology be evaluated at the scale used by the council and co-managers to make management decisions, since management decisions are not made based on the total OPIH forecast. Because of the portfolio effect, it is important to understand how improvements to the aggregate forecast transfer or don't transfer to the individual components, which directly impact fisheries management. Preferably, tribal technical staff would like to see the results of the new methodology presented similarly to Table 3.1 in Pre-1 report. It is our priority that we can make certain that forecast improvements are made at the level that these stocks are managed at. The tribes further request that documentation of how the OPIH forecast is broken into components and coho fram inputs, and we request that this be reviewed by the STT and SSC prior to the March PFMC to inform next year's preseason and in-season planning. There's a requirement under the stipulation and order concerning co-management and mass marking that co-managers understand the potential impact of one party's actions on another. This requires documentation of how the OPIH is further broken down. The council and the tribes have requested documentation of the OPIH forecast in the past, and the breakdown of the OPIH forecast into components has never been included in the documentation provided by OPIT. Documentation of these methods will not only allow for proper co-management, but it will instill the openness, transparency, and adherence to scientific process that this in-season action is currently lacking. And on the last page, there's the table 1 that was referenced early in the report. With that, Mr. Vice Chair, that concludes the reading of that report.
Thank you. So first, I'll look around and see if there are any questions on the tribal report. And doesn't appear to be any, so I'll let you proceed then with your additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I did want to note on behalf of the Columbia River Treaty Tribes that some of the tribal staff did receive a similar presentation from the co-authors from WDFW and ODF&W. And they too have indicated their support for this new methodology. They do believe, based upon that review and presentation, that this is an improvement upon the current method, and they do provide their support to that. So I wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any other further questions on the tribal report? And I'm not seeing any, so thank you. That concludes our reports, takes us to public comment. I believe there was one sign up. So we'll wait for that to appear on the screen before us. Dan, I apologize for any mispronunciation of your last name, John Fugari. Are you there? Do we have him on our I do not see him on a list of attendees here, nor panelists. And I don't know if we've seen him earlier. I have not either. So with that, then, we will close our public comment, and that will take us to council discussion and action. We'll bring that up on the screen before us. We have there approved the new and modified methodologies, conservation objectives as appropriate, and guidance is needed for unresolved issues. And on this item, we will need a motion to approve the use of the methods as appropriate as you desire. So I'll look around for any hand to initiate discussion here. And I see online Kyle Addix. Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I've been trying to troubleshoot my audio through the last hour or so. Hopefully I sound clearer than I did earlier.
Much better.
Great. So there were 3 topics of most interest to me north of Falcon that we put into the methodology review this cycle. One we knew was not really a methodology review topic, but it's one that we've done a bunch of years in the recent past, and that was the further documentation of FRAM. So just want to recognize the modeling staff that put the work into that. It sounded like the SSCE STT were grateful to receive an update and thankful for the progress that's been made on that. So I don't think there's any
council action required, but just want to acknowledge the staff that put the work in on that one. Second was the review and consider improvements to method used to model south of Falcon Fisheries and Chinook Fram. This is another one that it wasn't quite clear if it needed to go through methodology review. There was work done to update some methods there, looking at fishery scalars that it sounds like the STT and SSC both agreed were improvements, and I fully support implementing in 2024 as we start fishery planning again. Again, that one was one that was really changes to some base years and data that I don't think require council approval to go forward. But thank the staff that was involved in that and for the review it went through. The third one that's is of significance and needing council action is the revised Oregon Production Index hatchery coho forecast. Again, thanks to the small group of ODFW and WDFW staff that put a lot of work in the summer into evaluating potential new methods and then actually bringing forward a recommendation. You may recall in September, I told the council that I was sure they would at least have a review of forecast methods, but wasn't sure if they'd have a recommendation. And they were able to get to a recommendation that went forward through methodology review and was supported by the STT and SSC. So I appreciate that, and I support moving forward with that new method. In response to the tribal statement, and thanks to Mr. Oatman for delivering that. Yes, there are further improvements that we can make. There are other things we can look at in the future. I looked at this as a big first step in making a big improvement to the existing method. I was able to listen in to the meeting earlier this week where staff, WDFW staff, walked Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission and tribal staff through the new method and hear some of the exchange and comments there. So appreciate those comments. I think there are a lot of things that'll be cleared up just by us doing a better job of explaining what the forecast is as we put this new methodology into the pre-1 document next year, assuming that it's approved. I think some of the noted inconsistencies between the old method and new method were actually just not doing a good job of explaining what the old method was in some previous documents. Recognize the fact that we can always dig in further. We can break it out into component parts and try to forecast them individually. I know that there are STT members that are knowledgeable and willing to explain how it's currently separated out between the different major stock groups within the forecast. And sure, they will be willing to walk people through that as we move towards the next preseason. All that to say, I appreciate the work that was done. I think we have a much improved forecast method that I intend to propose moving forward.
Thank you, Kyle. Further discussion? Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and appreciate the comments that Mr. Addick just provided, and do want to provide some additional comments on the Oregon Production Index area hatchery coho forecast. So as noted in the Chopper report, the travel staff and folks there at Northwest Indian Fish Commission, are generally happy with the progress that's been made to improve this particular forecast. I think what they're calling for is additional work to help us better understand kind of whether and how this forecast improvement impacts the individual stocks. They made reference of the pre-1 table 3.1, how this relates to that, and how those impacts individual FRAM input. So their interest is ensuring that forecast improvements are made at the level that these stocks are managed at. They also want to ensure that, as this moves forward, that it is consistent with the stipulation and order concerning co-management, and mass marking that the co-managers understand the potential impact of one party's action on the other. To them, this required documentation how the OPIH is further broken down, as well as requiring some additional documentation and understanding of how impact neutral is derived in season. So they do request documentation of these methods to help facilitate agreement in the upcoming preseason planning cycle. So that being kind of north of Falcon and PFMC on the appropriate methods for determining impact neutral in-season management changes. They also want to make sure that we include process recommendations to ensure that co-managers are properly engaged in-season decision making. And this sort of documentation will be helpful in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Joe. Further discussion? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Joe, for those comments, and appreciate the tribe's written remarks as well. In addition to all of the work that's been done to try to improve the forecast methodology for the OPI. I understand and support the desire to have the changes that are being made documented so we can, everybody knows and can see what there is. I noted in the tribal letter that they expressed a desire to not have this used until the documentation had been completed or something close to that. I'm struggling with that one. I think given what we've heard from the STT and the SSC, it seems appropriate and prudent for us to move forward with what we have. And I think with the understanding that the documentation will occur in the near well, I say near term, meaning that it wouldn't take as long as the documentation for the FRAM model. And I think that's a completely reasonable request to make, and it's a smart thing to do besides. I think there's also a good discussion to be had about future methodology reviews, looking at whether the forecasting for individual components can provide improvement. And I think that additional step, we can take that up in our next cycle for methodology review. And that maybe we should make a note to ourselves to ensure that that is on our list to discuss for potential methodology review in the next cycle. I'm very mindful of the stipulation. It's a 1996 stipulation that I had some participation in, and I want to make sure we're true to the commitments that were made in that stipulation. And I think by taking these steps that have already been taken in terms of the communication that's occurred, and if there's a need or if it would be beneficial to have another communication, meeting, webinar, whatever works for people between the states, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the STT and the tribes to discuss and address any additional issues that have been raised here between now and March, that if that would be a benefit and help address some of the concerns, I would be supportive of that as a measure to go along with the approval of the methodology itself, so we can use an improved forecast methodology in 2024. to remember what year it was. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Vice Chair and Joe.
Thank you, Phil. Further discussion?
Mr. Vice Chair, John North.
Yes, please go ahead, John.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I agree with a lot of what the other council members have said, especially acknowledging the staff work that went into the FRAM documentation and the South Falcon scalar updates, which I support. As far as the OPIH forecast issue, I would support using that new weighted ensemble approach for the coming year because it just incorporates, environmental data. It blends and weights the top performing models. It's adaptive, and the approach has been used successfully for a couple of years now on various stocks in the U.S. v. Oregon Technical Advisory Forum. And I would really like to thank the OPED and STT members who worked on that. I think it's a step in the right direction since the accuracy of the current methodology has been declining recently. I would think that we could apply this method and then look at utilizing it on the subcomponents of the aggregate forecast, moving forward as time allows, and give maybe, see how the new methodology even performs on the aggregate for a while. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, John. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And in listening to the conversation around the table, make a few observations, which is it sounds like the STT, the SSC, and the tribal comments all agreed that the new methodology showed great improvement over the old methodology. So I guess I would be, or NIPS would be a bit concerned if the default to not using this methodology was to use the current methodology, which seemed like there's a consensus that that's not as good. So the, better performance, may not be the perfect or may not be what we aspire to, but it's a step in the right direction to start with. I hear commitments from the states, and I will throw NMFS's commitment in there to follow up on the questions that were raised in the tribal document to have better communication. I heard a lot of questions raised that need answers. And I think if we were able to answer those in advance of next March, April, when we start setting up the next methodology review considerations, that would be very helpful and required, and also involve the people that are closest to the data and to the issues and to the fisheries, which is probably likely to be a much more effective conversation and probably more efficient. So I think that, at least from NMFS's perspective, those are just some observations to add to the discussion for today. And I have already received emails from my staff just to let you know that that they have reached out, or the tribal staff at the Fish Commission has reached out to them, and they've already started conversations about a couple of the questions that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Further discussion? And just a reminder that at some point we will need a motion to adopt the methodologies. Well, Marcy Yaremko.
If now's the time to move to Sacramento Winter Chinook, I am prepared for a motion on that one.
If you're ready, go ahead.
All righty. Sandra? The Sacramento Winter Chinook. Thank you. recognizing that both the Scientific and Statistical Committee and Agenda Item D3A Supplemental SSC Report 1 and the Salmon Technical Team, Agenda Item D3A Supplemental STT Report 1, found the Gaussian process an improvement to the current base model of the Sacramento River winter Chinook abundance forecast, adopt the Gaussian process 1 model for use in harvest management beginning in 2024 due to its superior performance in predicting control rule outputs. As recommended by the SSC, periodically revisit the forecast methods for Sacramento winter Chinook every 3 to 5 years to reassess their performance and evaluate additional covariates, e.g. juvenile production index, as warranted.
Thank you. The language on the screen is accurate and complete, appears.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Please speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Heard from both teams that it's clear that both of these Gaussian process models show superior performance in predicting Sac winter Chinook abundance over the existing base model and over the egg to fry model, which was originally the topic that was under consideration. As we've heard from Dr. O'Farrell, the outputs of the Gaussian process 1 and 2 methods are actually the same in many years, and the 2 models perform quite similarly. Although GP1 uses data that incorporates parent spawners and river temperatures as predictors, while GP2 uses those 2 predictors along with hatchery releases. The 2 models differ in their performance when you look at some of the different metrics of evaluation. The STT's recommendation for GP2 did best at predicting abundance in terms of the raw number of fish over that full range of possible abundance levels, while the STT's recommendation for GP1 performs best in terms of the harvest control rule's ability to predict impact rates. That's because the GP1 model performed better at lower levels of abundance, and the shape of the harvest control rule graph remains unchanged at that abundance level above 3,000 fish, where we get our 20% impact rate. I want to thank both Dr. Byrne and Dr. O'Farrell for conveying why each of their respective teams may place different value on certain performance metrics. That was very helpful. And I think because the council concerns itself when it comes to winter run, a very endangered ESA listed stock, we need to be most certain about the accuracy at low abundance levels. The performance of GP1 in specifying allowable impact rates is so important when we're at low abundance levels. And that's likely where we need to be the most sure that we're sure. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Are there questions for the maker of the motion for clarification? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion. I don't see any hands. I will therefore call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. Are there any further pieces? There are some other parts to the methodology review. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion for the OPI forecast, if we can get that on the screen.
All right. I believe it's up on the screen now. Go ahead.
It is. And I'm going to make one correction to the page numbers as I read this. I realized I misreferenced one of the pages, so I'll just correct that as I read. I move that the council adopt the forecast methodology for Oregon Production Index Hatchery Coho as presented on pages 28 through 51 of Agenda Item D3 Attachment 1 with the corrections identified as erratum and Agenda Item D3 Supplemental Attachment 2 incorporated.
The language on the screen now looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Butch Smith. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. We had a pretty good discussion on this already, so I'll be brief. I think everyone has acknowledged this is an improvement to our forecast methods for OPI coho. Recognized from the statements and comments that there's still some work we can do to further improve it in the future. There's some documentation we need to do as we move into next preseason and be thinking about future potential methodology review topics that dive into this further. But again, thanks to the team that dove into this summer and got a ton of work done and got us in a much better place than we were at this time last year with the OPI forecast method.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Seeing no questions, open the floor for discussion on the motion. And there are no hands for discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Kyle. I believe I'm going to look to Robin and ask if there is anything else we should be doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do believe that the two motions that the council has put forward covers the items that actually needed motions. We also have that South of Falcon topic, and we heard a nod from WDFW that yes, that was an improvement, and it was kind of on the line, whether it was just a data change or full methodology review. So not to get ahead of the council, but I do think that you've covered your work relative to adopting the two methods for change for upcoming 2024 season.
All right, I will look around the table then and see if there's general agreement with that. We've completed our work, agreement with the South of Falcon piece, and also note that we've heard about additional work doing on the OPI hatchery piece of that. That's already started to occur. So anything else that we need to discuss here? And I'm not seeing anything, so I believe that will complete this. We'll close out this agenda item. I'm going to take a short break here. Just trying to figure out if it's 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock on my Mountain Time computers here. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Recording stopped.
Okay, if we can make some movement back towards our seats so we can commence our activities.
Recording in progress.
All right, thank you. We're all gathered. I see D3 is still on the screen. Did I not say we are closed out with that? I probably skipped that. We'll move on to D4. All right, we're on agenda item D4, and I will turn to Robin again for an overview.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, agenda item D4. This is the 2024 preseason management schedule, which is a topic we typically cover in November, but also under this agenda item, we're going to talk about the 2024 management framework for the California Chinook fisheries. In this situation summary, just focusing on the 2024 management schedule, we always talk about the salmon hearing schedules that occur in March. And so there are a request in there from us to have the council just approve the day and the venues for those salmon public hearings. So we want to make sure that we cover that piece of business. There are actually two different options for the council to think about: either do them all in person, the Washington, Oregon, and California public hearings, or have the Washington and California hearings in person and have the Oregon hearing online. And there's some rationale in the situation summary that, kind of just explains why that might help for efficiency and potentially better participation. So we will talk a bit about that. We have NMFS report under this agenda item as well that relates more to the second part of this topic. And attachment 1 covers all the preseason salmon dates that will occur between now and the end of our preseason salmon process. And again, just there for council acknowledgement and for the public to have an idea how things are going to play out. So the second part of this agenda item is approving the management framework, like I said, for the California coastal Chinook. We've been talking about that topic as we've managed our salmon fisheries for the past couple of years. And like I said, we do have a NMFS report on this. But when we get to that part of the topic, I think we'll start with a PowerPoint. But there is a joint PowerPoint from NMFS and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So probably best to start with that PowerPoint and then have NMFS wrap up that with their report. And there's also a NMFS report too that outlines the regulatory language that will be submitted with this change if the council chooses to adopt it. And it looks like we also have an SAS report under this agenda item as well. And again, here for the council, just a head nod on the preseason stuff. Let us know what you think is best for the preseason or for the March preseason salmon hearings. And then action and a motion would be needed for the management framework for the California coastal Chinook stock for 2024 and beyond. And I think that covers my summary of this agenda item.
Thank you, Robin. Are there questions on the overview? And not seeing any, I will, before we move into reports, I just want to state we have some hard constraints on our schedule today. We have a number of reports, and I see we also have at this time 14 people signed up for public comment. I know 13 of those are online individuals. It's hard for you, if possible, to group up together, but we do want to hear from everyone. Unfortunately, we're going to have to, because of the amount of time we have, reduce the time for public comments to 3 minutes for individuals and 6 minutes for those representing groups. So I want to give you that heads up early so you can adjust your comments. And with that, we're going to proceed with the reports. As Robin indicated, the joint NIMS-CDFW report. So I will look to either Susan Bishop or Marcy Yaremko to introduce. I'm not sure who have on my schedule notes. We have someone in person to deliver the presentation. I thought we had two presenters. Welcome to the table. When you get settled, I'll remind you the microphone, you need to make sure the little green light is on there, push the button to speak. And once you're both settled, please introduce yourselves and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name's Tony Siniskel. I'm with the National Marine Fisheries Service.
I'm Candace Morgenstern, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and member of the Salmon Technical Team.
Today, we'll be speaking to agenda item D4A, the supplemental NOAA Fisheries and CDFW presentation number 1 on the California Coastal Chinook Salmon Conservation Objective, the management framework, and the reinitiated biological opinion. Next slide, please. The California Coastal Chinook Salmon Evolutionary Significant Unit has been listed under the Endangered Species Act as threatened since 1999. In 2000, NOAA Fisheries reviewed the effects of the ocean salmon fisheries on the ESU and established the California Coastal Chinook Conservation Objective. This conservation objective sets a limit of 16% on the ocean harvest rate of age 4 Klamath Fall Chinook. The objective utilizes Klamath Fall Chinook as a surrogate for California coastal Chinook because of insufficient information on the direct effects of ocean salmon fisheries on that ESU. In 2022, NOAA Fisheries reinitiated the consultation on the ocean salmon fisheries because the fisheries exceeded the incidental take limit of the biological opinion in place at the time. NIMS have completed its evaluation and issued a biological opinion in February of 2023. That 2023 opinion determined that the California Coastal Chinook objective, as assessed post-season, would not jeopardize the ESU. However, post-season assessment of the 2022 ocean salmon fisheries revealed that the fisheries had again exceeded the California Coastal Chinook conservation objective and the incidental take limit of the biological opinion. So as a result, NOAA Fisheries reinitiated the consultation on the effects of the ocean salmon fisheries on the California Coastal Chinook ESU. Next slide, please. The preseason projection for the ocean harvest rate of age 4 Klamath Fall Chinook is intended to be an unbiased estimate of the actual harvest rate as estimated postseason. For the last 5 years, the Klamath Ocean Harvest Model has underpredicted that harvest rate, and as a result, the fisheries have exceeded the California Coastal Chinook objective. In an attempt to be more responsive to the fishery trends and to improve predictor performance, the Salmon Technical Team updated the KOHM in 2021 and again in 2022. The modifications to the KOHM reduced the data range used to forecast the contact rates per unit effort. The first update shortened that range from years 2023 forward, and then the second update shortened the range to 2015 forward. Excuse me, I think I said 23. 2013 forward, and then the second one updated it from 2015 forward. In addition, in order to account for the recent trends and under predictions, a buffer was applied to the preseason harvest rate in year 2022. With that buffer applied, the council adopted a target harvest rate of 10% for the 2022 ocean salmon fisheries. However, the postseason estimate, as mentioned previously, exceeded the conservation objective and exceeded that preseason projection with a rate of 38%. So again, this was substantially exceeding the consultation standard.
Next slide. So over the last year, NMFS and CDFW have worked together to develop an in-season management framework that would ensure the conservation objective for California coastal Chinook salmon is met. The framework employs existing in-season management tools such as landing and possession limits and limits on total harvest, and applying those tools in California's commercial troll fishery. These tools are consistent with the Salmon Fishery Management Plan and also utilized in other council-managed fisheries such as Oregon and Washington. And even on a smaller scale, these tools have been used in California in the Klamath Management Zone. CDFW first recommended the need for in-season management in CDFW supplemental reports in November 2022 and again in April 2023 to address issues concerning not just California coastal Chinook, but for other California stocks as well. California commercial oceans harvests and fishery exploitation rates have considerably exceeded preseason projections, and numbers of returning Sacramento River Falls Chinook adult spawners have fallen short of minimum escapement goals in 6 of the last 8 years. The 16% age 4 Klamath River Falls Chinook harvest rate objective remains unchanged, so there won't be any amendment to the Salmon Fishery Management Plan. But what this doing, the framework is adding in the in-season management tools to achieve that 16% objective. Next slide, please. So here I wanted to describe a little bit about how we envision the mechanics working out for implementation of this management framework. During the preseason management cycle, we will continue to use the Klamath Ocean Harvest Model and the Sacramento Harvest Model to model season structures proposed by the Salmon Advisory Subpanel to ensure compliance with management and conservation objectives, just as we have always done. The monthly estimates of all stock harvest produced by the KOHM and the SHM will serve as the harvest limit for each month. And after the seasons are modeled, we will use forecasted effort combined with the harvest limit amount to inform development of a weekly trip limit, or in other words, a weekly landing and possession limit. Catch triggers will be established to identify whether or not in-season action is needed. For example, when a certain percentage of the harvest limit is reached, we will conduct an assessment to determine if any in-season action is needed to either reduce the trip limit or close the fishery to prevent exceedance of the harvest limit. And during the salmon season, realized effort, or the number of actively participating vessels and percent attainment of the harvest limit will guide any in-season changes to either close the fishery or adjust the weekly landing limit. Additionally, we will be implementing 24-hour catch reporting requirements to allow for best real-time estimation of harvest and percent attainment of that harvest. And I also wanted to mention that we do intend for the first 2 years of implementation, we plan to only employ in-season management actions that are meant to further restrict harvest, not to allow increase of more harvest. For example, in the first 2 years of implementation, we can only further reduce the weekly trip limit as opposed to increase it and make it more flexible. Just to be extra conservative in our first years of implementation, since this is a fairly new management structure we're implementing on a wide scale in California. And for reference, the full proposed framework and proposed regulatory language for the framework can be found in the briefing book under agenda item D4A and NMFS reports 1 and 2.
Next slide, please. As Candace mentioned, the proposed framework is summarized on the briefing book, and we're presenting this here in this presentation. The framework has been provided to the Salmon Advisory Subpanel and the Salmon Technical Team and is being presented here for your consideration. If the framework is adopted by the council, NOAA Fisheries would analyze that framework in conjunction with the California Coastal Chinook Conservation Objective and a biological opinion. Additionally, NOAA Fisheries would incorporate relevant elements of the framework into the guidance letter in 2024 and beyond. CDFW would draft guidance based on the framework for management measures before the March 2024 council meeting. And the draft guidance and any preliminary management measures derived from that guidance would be provided to the council advisory bodies for consideration and will be incorporated into the management alternatives developed for March 2024. Post-season performance of the framework will be assessed each year following the fisheries, and the results of those assessments would be incorporated into management measures the following year. Next slide, please. As previously described, NOAA Fisheries has reinitiated a consultation regarding the effects of the ocean salmon fisheries on the California coastal Chinook ESU. The biological opinion is in process, but in order to complete that, we must have a final proposed action. And once a final proposed action is adopted, we would conduct our analysis on the implementation of the Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan, including the California Coastal Chinook Objective and the adopted framework. The target date for completion of that biological opinion would be mid-February 2024 so that it is in place before the 2024 preseason management process. And final slide, please. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today, and we can take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the presentation for either Candace or Tony? And I don't see any, excuse me, I do see a hand. Phil Anderson.
Thanks very much for the presentation. I was curious on the in-season management piece. If the consideration for setting trip limits is to understanding the primary purpose is to have the catch stay within the allowance, the harvest limits, I think you're referencing. Is there also a desire to have the season extend through a particular period of openings that would be considered in setting the trip limits?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nissen. I think I can speak to that. So the seasons would be structured as they always would have been under the KOHM and the SHM. So what that will look like is the SAS will propose dates. And so the dates will be structured to conform to anticipated landing weeks, so to speak. And then after we model those season dates to estimate their impacts on our management objectives, we will then use those harvest model outputs of harvest to estimate basically, this is what we anticipate effort's going to be. This is what our harvest limit is over these dates. And therefore, we're going to apply this number as a weekly trip limit. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions? I see a hand up here. Nope. Sorry. So any questions here at the table? And I'm seeing none, so thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are two other NMFS reports. Susan, were you going to speak towards those?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As Candace mentioned or Tony mentioned, there are two other NMFS reports, or there are two NMFS reports under this agenda item in your briefing book, D4A Supplemental NMFS Report 1 and D4A Supplemental NMFS Report 2. The intent of those is to demonstrate to the council how this proposed action, if adopted by the council, would be integrated into the biological opinion that we will anticipate completing by mid-February. That's our timeline. And the second part is to show the council what that framework would look like if it were adopted in regulatory language. That's essentially what the council would then transmit to NMFS, and NMFS would move forward in putting that into regulatory language, again, in time for next salmon season. So that's the intent of those two documents. Again, we fully recognize that it is up to the council to adopt the action that NMFS consults on, but we wanted to provide the council as much information in how we envision this working and what it would look like as we could. The NMFS Report 1 includes sort of the components that Tony, Mr. Senescal, and Ms. Morgenstern reviewed in their presentation. And also Mr. Senescal went over the fact that we have reinitiated our consultation on the effects of ocean salmon fisheries on the California coastal Chinook ESU last March of 2023. Of course, there were no California salmon fisheries this year, and so no impacts on that ESU. As was illustrated in the presentation, much higher than expected catch rates in the California commercial troll fishery, and the resulting much higher catch associated that has been a major contributing factor to exceeding the ESA take limit for this ESU. We have tried multiple actions to try to address that issue. You saw some of that in the presentation as well. And we have been doing this over the last 3 years. This is the 4th year of taking an additional action. We have increasingly shortened the data period in the KOHM and SHM models that we use for management to the extent that they have greatly constrained fisheries. We have tried putting buffers on the fishery to further build conservatism in, and thinking that that would address the high catch rates and the high catches. None of those actions have been successful. And in fact, last year, I believe, was the highest exploitation rate that or highest harvest rate that we have seen over the 12 years or so of the data period that you saw. And that basically exceeded the catch limit by over twice. And so it just sort of illustrates, again, the council has really tried very hard to take actions that at the time seemed very obvious, would address the issue. And yet the performance has moved in the opposite direction from that. We have gotten reports from the STT, for example, sort of illustrating the change in catch rates over time among the recreational and the troll sector. And it has really highlighted the very high catch rates, unprecedented catch rates in the troll fishery, particularly early in the season. So we have seen very high catches very quickly, very early in the season. So I sort of underscore that to say that our time to respond to that was very limited. So, essentially much of the overage was seen very quickly. So it has led us to this place. This is the sort of the idea was the more indirect actions that we have taken have been unsuccessful. And so the council has sort of identified the source of the issue. And so the most direct way to address the problem is to directly manage the fishery. Sort of the logic, I believe, behind the framework that we have discussed with CDFW. Again, we expect to complete the BIOP under which this action would be consulted on prior to March 2024. And that would be reflected in our guidance letter if the council were to adopt it. That would provide some certainty to the council. I know that has been an issue of concern over the last several years with this ESU in particular. So that would provide some certainty to the council about what we would be doing going into the 2024 salmon management season. As I mentioned, agenda item D4A, NMFS Supplemental Report 1 provides some additional background, much of what I went over here, and a description of the components of the framework that would be incorporated. Ms. Morgenstern outlined what those components would be and sort of why and the rationale for them, and then added some additional information about mechanically how those would work. It relies again on the management measures are focused to comply with the conservation objective that is currently in the FMP. So there is no proposal to change that management objective. It incorporates some of the measures that we have put in place in recent years, including the buffer. All of the tools that would be involved in the management framework are those that are in the FMP. So trying to use the tools in the toolbox that we have in a different way than they have been used off of California, and yet doing something different that at least from our perspective in the consultation, will more directly address the source of the problem, and is different than what we have been doing that has not resulted in achieving that conservation objective for this listed stock. I don't think I have much more to say on that. I think Ms. Morgenstern and Mr. Siniskel did a good job in their presentation of covering the core components of that framework. I'm happy to answer any questions or totally to defer to CDF&W that is our partner in this and has given a lot of thought to how it would be implemented. As mentioned, we've spent 2 years thinking about this. All of us very frustrated by the failure of actions that we thought would be functional that haven't, and talking about this with CDF&W, talking this a bit within the industry. And this is the best way that we can come up with, that we've talked to our management partners with, that will actually get to the source of the problem, and we think would meet the requirements of the ESA. We haven't done all of the analysis yet, but certainly what we've been doing isn't working. We believe we have this has great promise in getting us there. It is a conservative approach, but again, we've talked about the difficulty we've seen in the high catch rates. They keep going up higher than we have estimated them. So this is a way to try to get really a handle on it, to be successful in this approach, and yet provide the provisions of the framework allow the flexibility to engage once the framework has proven successful. That flexibility would be built in, and it would reflect the actual performance of the framework as we move forward over the years after 2024. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Susan. I will look around to ask if there are any questions on those two NMFS reports. One, the components, more or less the components of the framework, the other, some draft regulatory language that could be implemented. Appreciate the overview. Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Susan. Just wondering if maybe we might talk a little bit more about the application of the buffer. It was highlighted in the presentation, and emphasis was placed on the fact that in 2022, even with the additional buffer, reducing essentially the 16% down to 10, and then designing fisheries to achieve 10, I think we wound up at 38% postseason. I'm looking at the draft regulatory language contained in supplemental NMFS report 2, and just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly the process by which NMFS will determine the application of a buffer moving forward. As I understand it, we do intend to continue to implement a buffer, but there is some discretion moving forward in terms of whether that will be necessary once we get out past, I don't know, a certain number of years. And I'm hoping maybe to hear a little bit more on that piece. I believe I understand that you will continue to provide us that buffer requirement in the guidance letter, and having that quantity known as we enter preseason should allow us to then determine what that allowable harvest level will be using the combination of the KOHM and SHM outputs. But yeah, if you can elaborate a little for us on the buffer determination and that process, I think it'd be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Remco, for the question. The way that it is described in the regulation is essentially there isn't a time limit on it. That became a little bit problematic. But if the buffer is only applied in years when there is an exceedance of the objective. So in years when the fishery comes in below that objective, then that is basically there's no penalty, in other words. So those years are credited with success. The buffer will be based on the 5 years, the performance over the previous 5 years using the average percent error. So statistical approach. And essentially, if the framework is effective, there will be no buffer because the fishery will perform below the conservation objective. In years when the fishery succeeds, is below the conservation objective, then those differences in performance aren't counted. And so that 5-year performance period would show as no buffer needed. Is that? Sorry, excuse me, the sidebar. There was just to be clear, there was some confusion. The only years that count in the 5 years towards a buffer are the years in which the fishery exceeds the conservation objective. So in a year where the conservation objective was not exceeded, that is not taken into account in the buffer. So there's not a penalty there. Thinking optimistically, as the fishery moves forward and this framework is successful, if the fishery performance is successful over a 5-year period on which the buffer is based, so it's basically rolls forward as we move forward in 5 years, and the fishery consistently is below its conservation objective, then that buffer will essentially fade out. There won't be anything to need to be adjusted for from overperformance.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
I don't mean to be sticking my nose in your business, so with that as a caveat. Under 1D on, where am I? I'm in NMFS report 2. Near the bottom of page 3, 1D, where it talks, and they spoke to this when they presented this in their PowerPoint, for the first 2 years, blah, 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 that in-season actions will only be used to further restrict, and so on. And I'm just curious why you chose to do that for the first 2 years. I heard the rationale was to be conservative, and I appreciate that. But if I were to do this, I would do it in the first year, see how my trip limits worked, and learn from that. And it could be in the second year that you wouldn't want to be restricted to only using in-season management to restrict the fishery. My experience with trip limits is you're looking at a harvest limit. You want to make sure you set your trip limit in a manner that doesn't exceed what your target is or for that particular time period, let's say in this instance. And generally you're being pretty darn conservative, and most likely you're going to come under. The question is, how far under your target are you going to come? And if you do that multiple times, then you could get yourself into a position where you don't have to be as restrictive later in your subsequent openings. I'm just voicing a perspective that but to lock yourself in for 2 years where you can't use an in-season action except to restrict, you're foreclosing your opportunity, unless you change that, to learn by your experience in the first year what you do, but what you may or may want to do in the second year. No big deal. No, just a thought.
Thank you, Phil. That might be a question there. So Marcy, you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Phil. We had considerable discussion on this exact point, and I think just add a little more to what Candace offered in her presentation on this topic. We certainly need to be conservative once we commence with fishing, period. As the graph shows, we have considerably exceeded this conservation objective repeatedly. We cannot run the risk of failing with this measure, simply put. But the way that we're looking to design the trip limits will allow us to establish a limit that would apply in that month. And then this is preseason. And then if we need to adjust down, we would. But looking to the 2025 fishing season, we have the ability to reset those trip limits altogether based on what we learned in 2024. I think one of the reasons that, to me, 2 years is a reasonable period to say that we're not going to allow increases. We don't know what season structure we might get in 2024. It could be something like a 2-week season. And I think we're going to need a little more information before we're confident that the method will work in terms of being able to allow for in-season increases. I hear you and very much agree. Our goal with management overall is to achieve and not exceed the allowable impacts. So it is something that we'll be watching. I am very sensitive to the concern you raised, and we've thought through this. So thank you. I appreciate the question.
Thank you. Further questions on these NMFS reports? And I don't see any, so Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm very sorry. I missed something. It's a total cleanup item. It doesn't have anything to do with the framework, but it was a request by our enforcement folks that at the very beginning of Supplemental Report 2, there's a section that's called prohibitions. There's a bolded text in that section under bullet 1 that talks about prohibited to take and retain or possess or land salmon caught, etc. I would like to requesting that there's a second bullet, which is actually what our enforcement folks were more interested in, that did not make it into this document. And that prohibition would be to fish for or take and retain or possess. So again, the possess is the additional word that we're asking to be added to that section, any species of salmon. So again, this isn't related to the framework. It's a request from our enforcement folks, and we thought we would take this opportunity to sort of do a little housekeeping and add possess twice to that section. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, I think that completes the NMFS report. And we have a Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Richard Heap is online. Richard, are you there to give the report? All right, I'm not seeing Richard online, so Robin, are you able to read that report in?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I am. This is the SAS report. Pretty much the SAS focused on the salmon hearing dates and just wanted to weigh in a bit. They are just saying that they do prefer to have in-person meetings for those salmon hearings. They think it's very important to have face-to-face conversations and have a bit of idea of who we're working with and who's representing them. But they also understand that for efficiency's sake, just so that things can be staffed well enough, that having the Oregon public salmon hearing be conducted online would be fine. Didn't want to set precedents on that, but they were okay with that aspect of it. And so that was pretty much covered the SAS report for you.
Thank you. And as unfair as it is to Robin, are there any questions for Robin on the SAS report? And I don't see any. Thanks very much for taking care of that. That completes our reports and takes us into public comment. As I mentioned, we have a large number here. I would ask that everyone try to be brief. Your time allotted for you is indicated on the screen as we proceed through. So we will start with George Bradshaw. George will be followed by Wilson Quick. George, you are first up.
Yeah, thank you. Could I get a sound check?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you, co-chair and council. I'm George Bradshaw, California Salmon Advisory Subpanel Commercial Rep, and we'll be speaking though from my facet of President of Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Association, representing the commercial fleet of California. And I think what I'm again going to be doing, unfortunately not in person, but speaking directly to the council in abundance of caution. Unfortunately, I've sat in front of this council for many years now, speaking of caution and speaking of, what we could do to make this process more sustainable. And I've taken pride in that and with my fleet and speaking to my fleet about it at every aspect that I can. And unfortunately, again, at this time, we're faced another huge decision in our fishery that is being put forward at this time. And, this is probably the biggest management change to the California salmon fishery, frankly, ever. And I don't think it should be taken, lightly. I don't think it should be taken swiftly. I think that we should, and I would urge the council to look at what these actions are and what they're going to mean to the fleet moving forward. Obviously, the presentation demonstrated that there's an issue, there's a problem. Accountability for harvest is something that I spoke to the council about multiple times. It is a huge key piece to sustainability. Sustainability of the fishery is my first goal. I have put in countless hours, volunteer, working with managers, state, federal, my fleet, independent contractors to try to figure out the best possible path forward for sustainability. But in encompassing that, we can't put the fleet out of business. I think we have a duty to ensure that the fleet is going to stay operationable, the coastal communities that rely on them, the buying sector that rely on them, the public trust that relies on the commercial fleet to go catch that product and bring it to, the dock so that they have access to it, stays viable. And my fear is that this action, as not vetted as it is, could be the end of that. And we've heard already in the council discussion, we haven't even got to discussion, but just in these proposals, we've heard confusion. We've heard, that we're not clear on what this was or wasn't going to do. I don't know. I haven't been able to have a conversation directly with these managers to relay to my fleet to clearly understand what this is going to do, how we intend to do this, what's the framework really, right? So what I just heard now was that we're going to go back and use time, area, place management and then throw some weekly quotas on it anyways. And Ms. Urimko mentioned that we might be able to have a 2-week season, but if you actually get into the weeds of things, there's 217 jacks returned to the main stem Klamath or the main stem Sacramento. And realistically, I will probably be in March talking to the same council about taking caution of going fishing again under any circumstance. We are in dire, drastic times right now. And that's reality. And we have to find a way out of it. But what I'm asking again is for the council to take caution on this measure right now so that we could find a better path forward that won't cripple and frankly destroy my fleet, my communities, my buying sectors that all rely on this fishery. It's real. And I don't know how more to convey that. But I think that also one aspect that this council prides itself on is having an open and public, transparent process and having multiple alternatives or options, all trying to get to the same goal. And I feel that in this instance, if you guys would take a second and look around that room, look around the audience, there's not salmon stakeholders in the room. It hasn't been vetted to the point that actually realizes the severity of this action. And I would ask the council to take caution in moving in a final action right now. Because the truth is, right, even though there's a reconsultation and even though those graphs showed that there was overages and there's business to handle, we have time to find out and fully vet the proper path forward. Because what I want to, and actually I frankly demand that we avoid is another Quillback situation or something thereof, right? Once we do this, there's not coming back. And I think there's enough questions right now already raised in the little bit of conversation that I've heard here that warrants taking the time to do it. And I understand that if we don't have consultation finalized by March, it could jeopardize, going fishing in California. But frankly, we're not going fishing in California next year anyway. So could please allow the time to get this right. And that's, I'll end there.
Thank you, George. Are there any questions for Mr. Bradshaw? And I don't see any hands. Excuse me, Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. George, thank you for calling in today and sharing your thoughts with us. You noted to take caution now to avoid destroying the fishery, and we have a tough decision here for all the reasons you described for us. Could you give us a little more specificity about what you would like to see in terms of making sure that this is, I think you said more vetted or bringing in stakeholders. I'm just curious where you're seeing there was a lack of that happening, and if there are some realistic, feasible ways we could help make that happen. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Riding. I think what we need to do is to take a step back, because right now, unfortunately, last time I spoke to the council and spent March and April, in this process, there was a reality that there was trouble. And the industry, myself and my counterparts at the SAS, specifically the California side, came up and made the motion to close our fisheries. That is being a steward of the resource. that is showing above and beyond that the species and sustainability is more important. Hardest decision I ever made in the fishing world. And what I'm asking now is that we go back and realize that we have time to look into this. This consultation, I don't think it should be rushed. I don't think this reconsultation on coastal Chinook should be rushed. How are we going to base it on the age 4 Klamath when it's about to go through a complete overhaul? We're doing dam removals. We're opening up 400 miles of spawning ground. How do we know what maturation rates are going to be when the fish hit the upper basin? We don't. How are we framing management of the commercial fishery off of an unknown that is drastically going to change the future of the fishery and the people that rely on it? That's what I'm asking. I think we should take the time to get it right. Although, while I still sit here and say we need to be accountable, there is a problem. I've spoke to it. The last 3 seasons that we took final season setting measures, I gave public testimony about how it was going to go and how it was going to be over and why. And yes, we tried to do a few things. We've shortened some timeframes in the harvest models and we've added a buffer. But at the end of it, if you go back and back model those seasons and use those same harvest models, and it tells you that the fleet on a 4-day opener is going to average 12 fish a day, there's the problem. That's not real. And I think we have a better opportunity to go back and spend the time to get this right so that we aren't crippling the industry moving forward long term.
Thank you. Further questions? And I don't see any hands. Thank you, George. Next, we'll go to Wilson Quick. Wilson will be followed by Stephen Zadell. Wilson, are you online? I see you're online. You are muted.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, that's good. Little finger problems here and bad internet. I just like to say that I wholeheartedly agree with George Bradshaw. And I think we should go forward in what he said.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Quick? And I don't see any, so thank you for taking your time to reach out to us.
You bet.
Next, we will move to Stephen Zadell. Stephen will be followed by Dan Lee. Stephen, can you hear us? We do not see Stephen online, so after we have gone through our list, we will circle back just to check once more with those we weren't able to contact. As I said, we do want to hear from everyone. We will move to Dan Lee, who will be followed by Jacob Emmerling. Dan, can you hear us?
Yeah, you got me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
So we've been dealing with a management issue for a long time over numerous species. We've been dealing with those salmon. Quebec,'s a new one. I fish mainly salmon and rock cod. Every time I go fishing, it's within the constraints that are put in front of me. There's nothing I do in my livelihood that involves me going against what you laid out as constraints. And yet, here we are, once again, being asked, what can we give up? We're giving it all up. You're asking me to give up everything. You're asking us to go to a quota fishery. You're asking us to change our business model yet again, based on what your science already told us was going to be okay. And I don't believe that what you're putting forward is going to work. And I know damn well that it won't work for the industry. If you go to a quota based per day or per week or per whatever quota, it's not going to solve this problem. The problem has existed in river. It's existed in the hatchery management plans. It existed in the data for a long time. We all know this. It's frankly in front of us. We've seen it. We've seen that you say that we're going to catch X and we catch more, but yet the returns don't make it there. And yet we don't have any repercussion or any way to go back and look at what actually returned besides penalizing the commercial fishermen. And that's frankly, I hate to use the term, but it's bullshit. It is complete bullshit.
I ask you to.
Sorry. I apologize about the language. Sorry. I'll refrain from using any more swear words. But what I'm saying is we've done a lot. Bradshaw especially has worked to make sure that we have viable fisheries with the council, with the state, and yet here we are. So if it comes down to this, if it comes down to going to a quota, do you guys really believe that this is going to be the answer? That this is simply what's going to affect the fishery enough that you guys can have enough control over the take to get the fish returning to the river? Or do you guys not believe that and you're simply doing another thing just because you can? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Lee on his testimony? And I don't see any hands here, so thank you again, Dan.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Next, move to Jacob Emmerling. Jacob will be followed by Paul Lorenko. Jacob, can you hear us? We're not seeing Jacob online, so we will move to Paul Lorenko. Paul will be followed by Austin Walker. Paul, can you hear us? We don't see Paul online either, so let's move on. Austin Walker, who will be followed by Brandon Perez. Austin, can you hear us? Austin is not there. Brandon Perez, followed by Julia Bagger. Brandon? Brandon is not online. Julia Bagger, followed by Victor Blanc. Julia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Wonderfully. Please proceed.
Great. So I'm a new boat owner, and what I'm hearing with these regulations that you're suggesting is that the boat that I got is not going to provide me with the business that I thought it was going to. And if that's the case, then I can't even sell the boat that I bought for the same purpose. And in addition to the salmon conservation, the quillback conservation also implies that I'm not going to be able to fish for rockfish with this boat. And it just sounds like I'm being cheated out of my living and my crew's being cheated out of their living with the weekly quotas. And yeah, pretty much reiterating similar points, but that's about all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I'm going to look around and see if there's any questions for Ms. Bagger on her testimony. And I don't see any hands. Appreciate you taking the time to call in. Thank you. Next, we'll move to Victor Blanc. Victor will be followed by Eric McKee. Victor, can you hear us? We don't have Victor online. So Eric McKee followed by Garen McCarthy. Eric is not online. Let's go down to Garen McCarthy followed by John Keppen and a number of others. Garen, can you hear us?
I can, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Perfectly clear. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Council, for taking my comment today. My name is Garen McCarthy. I'm a commercial salmon fisherman who currently fishes out of San Francisco. I've commercially trolled off California since 1992. I urge the Council to not approve the use of hard number commercial harvest management guidelines until the industry's had a chance to review the potential harm it can do to the industry. I urge the Council to keep in mind our season setting process has worked for a very long time, the way it's been structured. I would really like the Council to think about, no matter what happens with a hard cap number season setting structure, the fisherman loses. One of the largest challenges to our framework of our fishery management today is season predictions of returns, allowable catch limits, and things of that nature. There's a lot of unknowns, and we know that we've had problems with the models. With that being said, if we go to hard number target catch limits, the fishermen are going to lose no matter what. Because if there's a overabundance estimate and that's not realized, we're going to overfish. If there's an underabundance estimate and that's not realized and there's more fish in the ocean, we're going to leave fish on the table. So no matter what, we lose. And I'd really like you to look at that. Ultimately, if a hard cap salmon season number in season management must be used, I urge the Council to recommend that industry form a tiered catch share management program that would allow viability and stability of the California commercial salmon fleet. Another thing I would like the Council to look at is to use, phone's ringing in the background, is to use another control point of the point raise line in the season setting and management process. And finally, I wanted to thank the Council for the continued support of the MREP program, because today it's given me the ability to comment on fishery matters that are important to me. And if not for MREP, I probably wouldn't have been able to comment the way I have. And I just wanted to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. McCarthy on his testimony? Not seeing any hands. Again, thank you very much, Karen. Next, we have John Kempen and a number of other people. John will be followed by Dan Fugeri. John, I see you're online. Can you hear us? We're not hearing you, John. You see you're unmuted. I see your hand raised. Let's move on and see if we can John can solve his audio problems there. We'll go to, and I apologize if I mispronounced this, Dan Fugeri will be followed by Scott Edson. Dan, can you hear us?
Yes, this is Dan Fugere. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Excellent. Please proceed.
Thanks for taking my comment. I'd just like to say that I've been a permit holder for 14 years on 3 different vessels. And I support George Bradshaw's opinion. And I'd further say that there is no way that it's economically viable to move forward with what's being put forth with a quota system. That'd be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Fougere? Butch Smith.
Hey, Dan, thanks for your testimony. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around this, and I probably should have asked George, and I apologize to George, but so what I'm hearing obviously is basically you would, I'm paraphrasing now, I might put words in your mouth, but you guys would rather, so far the people that testified, sit on the beach until things at some point in time got to California normal, the way things were a few years ago, then be put on the water at some reduced or some weekly trip limit, whether it be 50 fish, 100 fish, 200 fish, whatever the fisheries would allow. Is that what I'm hearing, Dan?
Yeah, for the most part, I would say that, like George said, that we don't need to rush into this. I think we need more options on the table, and we need to take the time we apparently have to come up with some further options. I know vessels that are up north aren't doing particularly well with that kind of quota system, and it just doesn't seem like it's viable.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Further questions for Mr. Fougere? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Dan, for taking the time today. Scott Edson, can you hear us? I can see you online.
Let's see. How about now? Does it work now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
I'm a commercial salmon fisherman out of Bodega Bay. I've been commercial trolling for 10 years now. And I would like to echo George Bradshaw's comment that trip limits will not work. There needs to be a better way that we can look at this. And yes, we would rather sit on the beach than go fishing at a 50, 75 fish, 20 fish a week trip limit blanket throughout the fleet. It doesn't work. Some of these boats never catch 75 fish over the entire season, and some of these boats do that in the day. So there's no way to make it financially viable to gear these boats up, to put diesel in these boats, to pay for insurance, to pay crew to make this work at a trip limit like that. It's not proper way to do it. And it'll be the death of the fishery if that's the way that we go. I don't see how it could possibly work. And there needs to be another way. And we need to look at this further and find some other way that's viable. And if the only other option is that we need to sit it out until we get back to California normal, then I think that's what we have to do. I don't think trip limits will be beneficial to anyone, and I don't see any way that it could possibly work. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Scott. Are there questions for Mr. Edson on his testimony? I don't see any hands. Thank you again very much, Scott. I'm going to circle back first to John Keppen because I know your hand is raised. Let's check in and see if you can hear us and we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon, John. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. I apologize. I've inadvertently made a mistake twice today. First of all, I made comments under D1 that I intended to make under D4. My apology for that. And then I clicked mute instead of unmute. So again, I will reiterate where I'm representing a number of fishermen that can't make it today. For those that aren't aware, I sat in that California SAS seat for the troll representative for a number of years and dedicated a number of years prior to that and being involved in the commercial salmon fishery in California. And I think what you've heard today is that, and I'll rephrase what the fleet is saying, is that they don't want to sit on the beach. They want to go fishing, but they also understand that there's economics to $6 a gallon diesel and only being able to fish for a short period of time. And if they can't make it financially feasible, they just have to stay home. And so there are a number of ways to address governing the catch rate and meeting the 16% that buffer that's being asked for, but trip limits is not one of them, I don't believe. And what we're asking for, and what George is asking for, is there's time to do this correctly. Don't need to make a decision at this meeting. It can wait until March and perhaps even into April. And second of all, you can't understand how you can tie the California coastal Chinook to the surrogate Klamath 4-year-olds when we know that whole ecosystem is going to change significantly. That coastal Chinook needs to be looked at more carefully and have it as a standalone model and not tied to Klamath, because that Klamath, as we well know, is going to change. So again, thank you for listening to the fleet, and thank you for understanding that, I'm getting old and I got fat fingers. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Are there questions for Mr. Keppen on his testimony? Don't see any hands. Again, thank you, John. I'm going to circle back through those on my list that we couldn't connect with the first time. I've got Stephen Zadell, followed by Jacob Emmerling. Stephen, I see your hand was raised. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for letting me comment and hearing my voice. I'd also just like to agree with Mr. Bradshaw. I believe there's plenty of time to come up with a more feasible option rather than what was said here today, the options that are on the table. I'd also like to reiterate something Mr. Keppen just said. I also fish out of Washington, and the quotas there get so low at times. The 2022 season got as low as 24 fish a week, 40 fish a week like that. It is not feasible. It's not a true living when you're going to catch so few fish and you got to untie from the dock and burn all this diesel, spend all this time looking around, and come back just for a measly amount of fish. So I'd like to see other options and take more time to figure out what options are available. And I also agree with Mr. Keppen and Mr. Bradshaw when they refer to the Klamath River 4-year-olds. With the undamming of the rivers, the whole stream bed bathymetry of that river is going to change. And it's we don't know if there's going to be more 4-year-olds or less 4-year-olds. So basing it off of old science, I just personally, I think that that would be wrong for us to look at that data and base the future on old models. So I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Questions for Mr. Zadell on his testimony? And no hands here. Again, thank you. Next, I'm going to call these names. I don't see them on the attendee list, but there's two numbers that have no name by them. So Jacob Emmerling, followed by Paul Lorenko. Jacob, raise your hand virtually if you're there. And we're going to assume you are not there. Paul Lorenko, followed by Austin Walker. We don't appear to have Paul Lorenko. Austin Walker. Remaining, we have Brandon Perez, Victor Blanc, and Eric McKee. Brandon Perez. We don't see you online. Victor Blanc. And Eric McKee, I see your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
My name's actually Jama. I fish with Eric. We run all the stuff together. We kind of want to echo what George was saying, just that it is a really significant decision. And, I don't understand how it can be made based off of things that are actively changing, with the Klamath fish. And, it's such a big decision. And, the season structures that we create every year that with the council, kind of let us here. So how are we, just really scary for us, our livelihood and our, it's our everything. Our salmon fishing is everything. So, and how it's been managed so far has led us to, this conversation right now. So I think that's really frustrating. And also, I just kind of have a question for the council also. If it does go to a trip limit based system, how is the council going to prevent multiple quotas being allocated to one company, or somebody coming and buying a bunch of different permits and then they get 6 times the quota? That's a scary thought too, because it turns what historically has been a very family small boat fishery into just a big corporate fishery, kind of like what happened with black cod. So I think that's a really scary thing too, just looking at the fishery as a whole. I'm curious what the council thinks about that.
All right, thank you. And just for our record, if I could, I think I got your first name as Kayla. If you could state your full name, and then I'll look around also to see if there are any questions here. So
yeah, no worries. It's Jama, Jaima, and my last name's Jolin.
All right, thank you very much. And I'll look around for questions. I know you had a question for the council, and that might be addressed during our discussion here. So I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much for taking the time to participate. That concludes our public testimony. Oh, we have Jacob Emmerling online now. So Jacob, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, how you doing? I own the fishing vessel, Sarah Brent. I'm out of Bodega Bay, and I just want you guys to know I support George Marshall 100%.
All right. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Right now, I will look again. Sorry for overlooking that. And I think that concludes now our public testimony. So that will take us into council discussion and action. In a few seconds, we will have what we need to do. Remember the 2 parts there: confirm the council staff hearing sites and intentions for additional hearings. So that's just a head nod or agreement amongst the council with what was proposed, and the overall schedule. And then adopting the framework would require a motion. So with that, I'm going to open it up for discussion. Look for any hands to initiate discussion on this.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is John North, Oregon Fish and Wildlife.
Yes, John, go ahead. John will be followed by Corey Ridings. John.
Yeah, just to get the hearing schedule out of the way, after talking things over with the Oregon staff, we're willing to try an online public meeting on March 26th of next year. hopefully that'll improve participation and representation by the agencies as recommended by the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. I think there is still some interest out there for some in-person meetings, just, so we can meet each other. Certainly is support for a hybrid approach, but I don't believe that's currently an option. So we're willing to try that online on March 26th in Oregon.
Thank you, John. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is actually a question for NMFS. We heard some very compelling public testimony today about the value of taking a pause and bringing this back possibly in March when we have our salmon folks here and have a little more chance for public input and to think this over. And I just wanted to hear about whether that was possible and how that sort of legally fits. I know there is something going on here with the BIOP, and I must confess I don't fully understand that process. So if that's not too much to ask, it'd be good to hear about that. Thank you.
Susan, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. We don't have a lot of time. So we need to, if there is salmon fishing off the coast of California next year, we know that it will take several listed species, one of which is California coastal Chinook. In order for the fisheries to proceed, we need to have a completed biological opinion to sign in order to issue regulations for the fishery. Otherwise, the regulations can't go forward because we can't assert that the regulations are consistent with all applicable law, including the Endangered Species Act. So we don't have a lot of time to do that. If we take this up in March, then there is a lot of uncertainty. I mean, this is something for the council to decide, but given the conversations that have happened and the concern that have happened over the last several years, with NMFS coming in with different levels of guidance, there will be uncertainty coming into the council with what is sufficient for NMFS. I have to underscore that doing the same thing that we have been doing is not sufficient to pass that test. We are open to other ideas. We have not heard other ideas. What we do have ahead of us in what we are considering in the biological opinion are the actions we have taken, that this council has taken, everything that the council has tried that has not worked. The information that the STT has produced about the contributing factors, which includes the high catch rates, particularly early in the season from the troll fishery, and the failure to get those under control. So there would need to be some action taken to address that. We do not see anything else, anything on the table that is proposed to do that at this point. This approach, quite frankly, seems to provide more flexibility than what I'm hearing in terms of it requires landing limits, but how those are structured, it allows some flexibility over the months to implement those. Quite frankly, we don't have another option that we see at this point as viable. And that's about as bluntly as I can put that. Again, we don't have a lot of time unless the fishery really is not going to happen next year. And we know that going into it. Otherwise, as you know, things move very quickly. We want to make sure that people know what they are, what they can expect to the degree we can provide that information. And we want to make sure that we have everything in place to get those regulations in place in a very short turnaround time.
Corey, follow up.
Thank you, Susan, for that. Just a quick follow-up question on that. We heard under some public testimony that not going fishing might be better than the alternative. And that, we're not fishing this year. Numbers are low and, we don't know yet what next year will bring, and we can be optimistic and hope it will bring some fishing, but best case scenario, we're probably not looking at a lot of fishing, and that may bring financial hardship for a lot of the fleet. If we were to wait till March, and I'm hearing you say that that's a problem and that we're going to have to, there's going to be reasons that the season might start later or something like that. Is that what would happen if we held this off to March and revisited this, knowing that that would potentially delay a potential fishing season? Is that what would happen?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Riding, for the question. Reminding that we actually have early season fishing starting. So in the 2023 regulations, there are fisheries that are tentatively planned for, I believe it's March and April of, and potentially May. I'd have to go back and look for the fishery, but they would occur before the new regulations would come into place. This was something that we considered last year when we set those regulations in place as well. So without considering this at that time, because again, we're talking about a biological opinion being in place, that would make those fisheries problematic also. Again, I think that this framework would be important to the alternatives. If this was an action, this would be important for the alternatives, and that March would be a difficult place to do all of this at the same time, and people trying to craft alternatives around certainty. Those are only my thoughts. I would defer to the management entities themselves that actually do that heavy lifting, and need to figure out in a pretty short time what they're going to do. I would also just comment on the use of the KRFC proxy. At this point, that is the best we have. I share the concerns that were expressed by the members of the public about how representative that might become over time. But right now, the returns we have coming back are from the fish that were in the system as it is now. Once the dams are fully out and the returns from those fish start coming back, then hopefully we'll have much better information on the productivity and what the system will do that will inform our management going forward. The council has formed a KRFC work group to do basically exactly that. And that information would be used to inform these decisions for California coastal Chinook, just like they will be for Klamath River fall Chinook themselves. But at this point, we don't have any better information on what will happen to that system to rely on.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And first of all, I want to say I appreciate the concerns that have been raised during our public comment period here. And I don't want to sound callous to those. Having seen the results of this past season on Klamath harvest rates and knowing the history of that and the efforts that have been made to try to approach the preseason in a more conservative manner to keep us from going over the harvest rate limits, and the fact that those haven't worked, I think leaves your managers in a predicament, a situation that they must make a significant change in order to provide an opportunity for fishing in future years, beginning in 2024. To be honest, I applaud the management entities that have scrambled to look for a new management regime that can be put in place in time for next year. And the only reason I'm really making any comments on this is that I just want to share with you. I come from Washington. We're surrounded by ESA and biological opinions and constraints in all of our fisheries, inside, outside. And relative to our commercial troll fishery, and several of you mentioned it in your public comment, we have managed our fishery up there with a similar model, a little bit different, but basically harvest limits and trip that are accompanied with trip limits and periods of opening and closures. And you're right. You're right. I think one individual talked about how low they got, and they got low as we got toward the end of our harvest limits. They got very low, but we had to say that, to conclude that you can't be successful, and maybe you're in a position where you can make that judgment now, but until you see what those trip limits are, it's hard for me to understand how you can come to that conclusion. And we have a base of 50, 60 boats that have been participating under this regime year in and year out, and have been able to make it successful. And my comments may be falling on deaf ears or getting responses that I probably don't want to hear. But I don't see that there's a choice here. And again, I applaud your managers for stepping up and looking for something as an alternative here that can provide the level of assurance that the terms of your biological opinion are going to be met, and that you can be provided the potential of a fishery into the future.
Thank you, Phil. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Phil, for those comments. Kind of brings things down to earth a little bit. I appreciate it. And thank you too, Corey, for your comments. Hearing from fishermen, I hear the concern here. I do, for this issue of the management framework. And I do realize that was actually asked for a bit by industry last year when we were going into the season that we weren't going to have, that we needed to come up with something. I guess the thing that I'm concerned about, and hearing from fishermen, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this was not developed in collaboration with the fishing fleet. And a lot of the tools, we may end up right at the same place, but a lot of this stuff is built by trust and by collaboration, understanding, working through the process. And it seems like we've had a while to do that since last year. But to me, that's the voice I hear that we heard today in testimony, is that, yeah, they don't want trip limits, but it might be what they're thinking about trip limits could be, not what they will be, like Phil had talked about. And I find it really problematic that the fleet wasn't brought forward with this and really had some collaboration and understanding what works, what doesn't work, and you work back and forth and you finally come up with what does work. And it might be right where you're at. And I don't deny that this tool would work, but I think it could have some effects on the different entities for sure. So to that end, it sure sounds, from what I'm hearing, and I correct me if I'm wrong, returns aren't doing so good right now from the preliminary things that I'm hearing from the fleet and from others. And it's a good possibility we might not have a season next year. So is there a rush to get this done right now? And I guess that's one question. The other question is, Susan, you had, maybe I heard it wrong, but you were saying this action is needed because it would affect other fisheries as well. And did you say that, or is this measure really going to affect the commercial opener of salmon if we don't have it in place, because we won't have management measures that are acceptable that could prevent what happened in the past? Am I getting that right?
Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dooley, for the question. I'm not sure that I entirely understood the question. The framework is designed to apply to the troll fishery, which is, and again, for this does not preclude the states from taking other managers from taking other actions. This is, what NMFS has focused on given the information that we have been provided or that we have seen. And so that is what the framework is directed at. If there is a salmon fishery, we need to, typically what we do is at the end of April, the council transmits the regulations to us that the council has adopted, and we put those into regulation. We do that as a full package. And so in order to approve that package, NMFS needs to be assured that that package is compliant with all applicable law, which includes the ESA. And in this case, would be difficult, or we could not approve those regulations if we could not attest to that, which would include the impacts to California coastal Chinook, because it is a listed species. Did I answer the question? Or
I'm wondering, this isn't going to affect, sorry, to the Vice Chair. This isn't going to affect other fisheries. It's going to just affect that fishery and the ability to actually get it underway if we don't have, or actually even, establish a quota or a season if we don't do something. But I thought I heard you say that if we don't do this, it would affect other fisheries as well.
I may be missing, I'm sorry, I apologize if I am not, if I'm dense here, but it would affect the ability to put the ocean regulations for all salmon fishing in place. So it would not affect fisheries that are directed at other species, like other non-salmon species, for example, but it would affect the salmon regulations that we would put in place for the salmon fisheries along the coast.
Thank you. I didn't get an answer to my first question. Maybe I didn't ask it correctly. Was there consultation with the fleet? Were they fully aware of this before we came to the table and before the start of the meeting?
I can't speak fully to that. There's a lot of things that happen when I'm not in the room. In fact, there's probably more conversation that happens when NMFS isn't in the room. I have been present in conversations with industry on this over the last year or so. Certainly, as you well know, the industry is very active in this process. So was involved in the conversations that we have had over the last 2 years, was aware of the request that NMFS made in its guidance letter last year that the council examine in-season or investigate in-season actions, was part of or aware of the council discussion that we had last November when we talked about when CDF&W put several supplemental reports out. It did not have the same level of detail, certainly, that these reports do, but several of the conversations that I have been involved in did have this type of detail in it. The discussion about landing limits, for example, the discussion that we would be looking at the preseason at a catch limit based on the preseason estimates of Chinook catch. So those sort of umbrella elements of the proposal were part of the conversation. I can say that there wasn't an enthusiastic embrace of that for sure, and that the folks that I was in the room with wasn't a huge amount of fishermen, but there were the leaders, or what I know that there were leaders of the industry there. And again, I can't speak to the conversations that the managers may have had with their folks either. There may have been more of those, so I won't speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll just add that on the state side, we have been fully transparent about our desire and intention to implement trip limits on this fishery because we have exceeded our preseason projections quite substantially in recent years. We know about the overage now very in great detail on age 4 Klamath adult Chinook, but there are other overages that have been a very significant concern in our state. We're in a situation right now where Klamath Fall Chinook continue to be overfished. Sac Fall is on the brink after just rebuilding. We have had low stock forecasts now for some time. And when we're at low abundance levels, it's particularly important that we don't exceed our projected harvests. The ocean fisheries in recent years in total, we've been coming over, 2-3-fold what we've projected the harvests to be. In the case of Sacramento Fall Chinook, we have failed to meet the minimum escapement goal in 6 out of the last 8 years. Our harvest our harvest models have been overestimating the escapements. We've taken actions here around the council table to increase, in the case of Sacramento Fall, that conservation objective for a number of years running in an effort to improve the escapement and provide some assurance that we'll meet that minimum objective, that floor of 122,000 returning Sacramento adults. We've increased that floor. In 2022, we set it at 180. And what we got back was a small fraction of that. So we've got to do something. We have to do something for coastal Chinook, and we need to find a tool that's going to work to realign our management with regard to the ocean fishery so that we can ensure that our escapement projections have a better chance of being realized. So when it comes to state discussions, these issues have been in front of our Fish and Game Commission. They've expressed concerns about not achieving the projected escapements. What can we do? The models are broken. We need a fix. And looking at the alternatives and what we can do right now to ensure that we can provide fishing opportunity and yet do better to ensure that we provide adequate escapement and adequate protections as required by ESA. This was the tool that we found had the most promise. And so I just want to appreciate the work that we've undertaken over the last year with National Marine Fisheries Service to build a framework that does allow some continued opportunity. And I think Susan laid out what we're looking at if we don't move forward at this time. Thank you.
Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't interpret the public comment as a request to exceed, to have the harvest exceed the forecast, because I don't think anyone would responsibly suggest that. I think the issue really has to do is within the bounds where harvest can be allowed, and within the framework that we have before us, can it be structured to allow the fishery to be prosecuted in an efficient way? And I don't see why we wouldn't have that flexibility within the framework. But the fundamental element of the framework is that we're going to keep a very close eye on the harvest to make sure harvest does not exceed forecast. And I don't think anyone can responsibly object to that.
Thank you. Butch Smith.
Yeah, I too was very surprised by the public testimony. All or nothing And I come from a state that manages completely different, so I don't mean to put my feelings on the state of California, how you manage, but I do know as stocks get more constraining, you have to come up with tools to allow fishermen to get back on the water. You know, an example, if you had a 200 fish trim limit times $7.50 a pound for a week, that's a $15,000 bill. I didn't tie for $15,000 a week. I didn't tie for $750 a week, but that's me. And change is hard. Once in Washington, we started fishing in April and we quit November 15th, and we counted the fish afterwards. We don't do that anymore. And we have to do various things to keep our coastal communities open, keep the infrastructure open, keep the marine stores open, the mechanics, all that has to be considered. Now, the way I read this proposal, it doesn't say that you have to fish for a certain number if it gets so low. You could choose to close the season, just like they are saying. But at some point, that tool, whether it passes here or not, or whether they vote on it today or not, is there for when it becomes appropriate, when the number becomes big enough where a person could go out and maybe not make the living that they once did. You know, I've heard numbers of fish landed in California, 400 fish. You know, that's pretty good. But you at some point, we'll just sit on the beach. That gets pretty old, because then it doesn't come disaster anymore. I mean, that's your choice. And does the government keep paying you to sit on the beach? I know our fishermen have fished for a lot less than that, but they've gone to self-marketing. So instead of making that $7.50 a pound, they're making the $15 and $20 a pound. And so there's lots of things that we've had to change. I'm not saying California has to do that or should do that. I'm just using an example of what goes on in Washington. But I hear what the guys say, and I feel for them. But I'm also wondering if they really know what they're saying, because without tools to get you back on the water, it could be a lot of long, cold winters, or I guess getting into a new profession. And I don't want to see anybody leave this profession. It's a profession that I love, fishing. I'm not on the commercial side, but they're my brothers. And so I just wanted to throw that out there that it, like Susan said, Ms. Bishop said, if we, don't have these tools for March, and, we miss an opportunity that might be appropriate to go fishing or not, then we can make that decision. But if we don't, apparently we can't make that decision come March. They'll sit on the dock no matter how good or how bad. I just want to throw that out there. I think it's always good to have tools in the toolbox to be able to fish or not. So thank you.
Thank you. Looking around, Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for this conversation. It's helpful to hear from people in other states and what they're thinking and how it's going. This is a question for Susan, if I may. Susan, I'm being the dense one here, but this is a little bit of a follow-up to the question I started a while ago and Bob brought forward. But I'm trying to get my head around, this is a framework for California troll. But you said that this would impact the whole coast. And I want to just be clear here. My intent would be, if we delayed it, it would be for the California troll fleet. It would be to make sure we're doing it right. It would be delay. That would be the idea, not a permanent keep on the beach, to the point Butch just made. But just making sure we're doing it right. So I just want to be crystal clear, if we were to do that, would it impact salmon fisheries for the tribes, for Oregon, for Washington, or for recreational salmon fishers in California?
Susan, go ahead.
This is a question I'd have to talk about with my legal folks. Typically, we have a very short turnaround once the council meets in April to get the regulations back to headquarters and get those in place and we do that coast-wide. We do not typically pick out specific fisheries out of that mix, largely because the negotiations, and again, I'm maybe overshooting my skis here, but there's often intersector negotiations that happen within the different fisheries. So there may be, commercial and recreational discussions that happen in terms of how to split up impacts. There may be discussions between Oregon and California that happen that overlap with effects on Klamath, Chinook, and Sacramento. And so the regulations that we typically promulgate reflect a range of fisheries. So at this point, I don't know how we would pick out specific sectors from those other than making the decision that those sectors will not go fishing for the year. There may be, again, further consultation that's needed, but given the way that the process typically works, at least that I'm familiar with, that is the way that we would need to do it for the troll fishery, which I know would be very difficult if the fish showed up and everybody else is fishing and they're on the beach. So I just want to kind of, put that out there. The other thing I'd like to say, which I'm going to use you as an opportunity to make this, it's not directly related to the question that you asked, but this is not a set it and forget it forever in your life. And so this is a framework that we think will work for the long term. If there is a better mousetrap that's brought forward, then we can consider that and we can reinitiate consultation and we can look at it. If you look at other parts of the coast, we had the conversation about OPIT, for example. There are conversations ongoing continually about how do we improve our models? How do we find better ways of doing things? How do we fish more effectively with different kinds of gear? Those conversations go on consistently and are ongoing among the managers and with NMFS throughout the whole process. And when we find something that needs to be adjusted or new information that we need to take into account, we have processes that allow us to do that, both through the council process and through NMFS's ability to consult. So I think everyone around the table knows this. They've been through it, but I just didn't want people to forget about that.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm recognizing the public comment that we heard over and over again that the management measures were not economically viable. If we proceed, and I'm just curious, at the end of the day, say if we achieve the desired result, will you be able to parse out whether that was because the measures were the right measures or because if it's not economically viable for the fleet, that participation was so reduced that the measures did indeed work? So effort went down. If effort goes down significantly, because if indeed it's not viable for much of the fleet, so is it a result of the management measures actually working or the fact that really you've reduced effort so low that the measures were successful? Will you be able to measure that?
Marcy Yaremko.
I'll give this a go. Let me start by saying that the California commercial troll fleet has over 1,000 permitted vessels. And when we're at low stock abundance, there's not a lot of fish to go around. So one thing that is deeply important to our preseason process is the building of our annual fishery review document. where the STT spends a week building us a several 100-page document that evaluates the prior year fishery, including the number of participating vessels, the catch by those vessels, the value of those landings, and the contribution to the coastal community of that fishery product in the marketplace. So that analysis will continue to be done by our STT. I think that we are in a situation here and now, talk about California normal. What is California normal anymore? We've experienced decades of drought now and low abundance and difficulties with water. And, we're hopeful for the future. And I think, one thing to keep in mind is that this framework is adaptive. The intention is that when abundance and forecasts are higher, we're going to, the models will work to project that catches can go higher. And I just encourage our commenters to keep that in mind, that right now everyone is definitely visualizing this state of despair that we're in due to low stock abundance. But the future may look quite differently, or we hope it does. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's best I can do.
All right, thank you. And I see Butch, but Marcy, you had your hand up. I thought just in response. All right. Was there a hand to my left?
Yeah,
Butch
just
Smith.
two more comments because I know I've overstepped my time. Two comments per customer. Well, I think that's the thing, Marcy. I think I hear, I just want to say that I totally respect the California troll industry for what they did and stepping forward when it was time to say we need to sit on the beach. You just, fishermen are sometimes brushed with a different stroke, and you got to give admiration. I've been in that same spot, and that's hard to do when you're looking at a family to feed and your community. So total kudos to the California troll industry. But when you do sit on the beach, you're sitting on the beach for a reason, that someday you can get back on the water. And will that look like, when you've done your conservation, will that look somewhere to what's considered normal before this issue? And I think they would want to know that if this is a stopgap time in history to get the fish back rebounded. And then hopefully when that happens, when you got lots of water, when you got lots of fish coming back, will be more to what California's used to fishing. I think that's number one. And I just want to say, I know that, the council, we've got some financial, I don't want to say hardships, but financial things that we gotta mind right now. But I think this is a perfect reason why we should have had the SAS at least somewhat here for a day or two to ask these questions, to vet these ideas. Every once in a while we do have the SAS come to the normal meetings, and this is a pretty big issue. And just not trying to armchair quarterback, but I certainly would have liked to talk to Brad, to George, and the guys, and kind of vet these ideas, kind of talked about their fears, so we could go have a back and forth. Right now, it's just a call in and testify. So just a note that we might have been better off having some of the SAS here to talk to, but I'm not blaming anybody. I know, we're doing what we're trying to do, but this is a pretty big issue. So anyway, I think what I'm hearing in their voices more than anything coming from that position, will we be stuck here forever? Or when we do the hardship, the pain that we have to do, will there be a prize at the end? Meaning, can we go fishing like somewhat what we did in the, under normal circumstances? So anyway, thank you. And I've lost my two comments. So.
Thanks, Butch. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. Butch, very good comments. And I guess, what I interpret from today is the fear of the unknown. What I heard from Marcy a little bit ago was what meant something to me is that this is a framework, and I heard from Mark too, it's a framework that it's another tool in the toolbox. And I don't think that what I heard from the fleet here today or from our fishermen wasn't that it was a tool, that it was a mandate, and it was going to be imposed on them without any ability to talk about it. And I'm not hearing that now. I'm hearing that this is just another tool in the toolbox. And just like they were involved they meaning the SAS and the industry involved in setting the openers and closers we've had in the past, they will too be involved with these tools as it goes forward to find out which one works the best and ultimately decide what controls are controlling their fishery. And I think that to me gives a little comfort that it's not that. And if I'm wrong, then I have concern that if it's going to be just, okay, you've said all you're going to say during our March and April, and by the way, we're going to put this season limit and this trip limit over and above that without any consultation with the fleet or any advice. And I think that's what I heard today. That's what I felt. And I think this is an open process and transparent process. And I think there's a fear that was being taken away. And I think we heard the fleet came forward last year, and I thought they stood up. They really did. I mean, they're the ones that said, "Hey, we got to stop this," and they requested this. But I get the feeling that they think it's out of their hands now, and so I'm not hearing that now. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, let me know. But I would support this management framework as another tool in the toolbox. The one more thing that we can do to make sure we stay within that 16%. So that's the way I see it. So thank you.
Thank you. Right, we've had a lot of discussion. I don't want to close that out. That's why we're here, to thoroughly deliberate on this. But we do have these three items before us. Our discussion was focused on number 3 so far. So I'd like to focus on that right now. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I am ready with the motion if it's your pleasure.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I move that the council adopt the framework to achieve conservation objectives for California stocks of Chinook salmon as described beginning on page 3 of agenda item D4A, Supplemental NMFS Report 1, November 2023, and in agenda item D4A, Supplemental NMFS CDFW Presentation 1. Using the draft regulatory language for the framework shown in agenda item D4A, Supplemental NMFS Report 2, November 2023, request that council staff work with NMFS to finalize the regulatory language for transmittal in section 660.405, prohibition section, including the additional language requested by NMFS regarding possession, and the additions proposed for section 660.410, conservation objectives, ACLs, and de minimis control rules.
Thank you, Marcy. That language looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think we had quite a bit of discussion. I'll just hit a couple of highlights that the management measures will be designed to comply with the coastal Chinook salmon conservation objective of a Klamath River Fall Chinook age 4 ocean harvest rate not to exceed 16%, consistent with table 3-1 of the salmon FMP. That conservation objective will be the basis for the preseason modeling and postseason assessment. And the council and NMFS may, in addition, apply a buffer to that harvest rate based on recent performance of the harvest control rule. In terms of mechanics, managers will use the Klamath Ocean Harvest Model and the Sacramento Harvest Model to project the all-stock harvest of Chinook, adhering to the conservation objective for coastal Chinook. That preseason all-stock harvest projection will serve as the overall harvest limit and will be the basis for developing landing and possession limits for the commercial troll fisheries. Landing and possession limits will be developed based on the preseason projected all-stock harvest and the projected effort. Landing and possession limits will be implemented on a weekly basis and will be determined through the preseason council process for each month. Defined periods for the landing and possession limits will be established. A shorter period may be used, such as a 5-day period, to compress the landings into a shorter time frame to allow for reporting and accounting of catch. Additional management measures needed to support the framework will include provisions requiring submission of electronic fish tickets within 24 hours of landing to CDFW. And that's consistent with a number of our other federally managed commercial fisheries with a 24-hour ETICS reporting requirement. The tickets would be required to be submitted in accordance with the requirements of the state of California. Catch triggers, such as the percentage of that allowable harvest, would be established during the preseason process to identify when in-season action would be considered to ensure that allowable harvest level is not exceeded. We touched on the 2-year requirement that would apply for in-season actions to only adjust trip limits downward to further restrict harvest, downward or closure if necessary, if the fishery harvest approached that allowable harvest projection. Performance of the framework, of course, will be assessed post-season and incorporated into the performance measures will be incorporated into the management decisions for the following year. We talked about the need for in-season management, obviously for California coastal Chinooks required by this by the action we're taking today, but also the series of events in California's fisheries over the last few years. The reinitiation of the BIOP served as the catalyst, but it does, in our estimation, this measure should address a number of other issues facing management of California's other stocks, particularly Sacramento Fall Chinook. Just want to reiterate a little on the trial and error that we've been through over the past several years before getting to this point. We realize this is not the favored choice by industry. I'm thinking back a few summers ago where the council directed Michael O'Farrell to get back to work and see what he could do to make adjustments and apply different base periods in that Klamath Ocean Harvest Model to see how we might do better to forecast effort and catch. I think we've really asked our modelers to step up and do an awful lot of extra work to try to solve this problem in some other way. Then we turn to the buffering concept, which similarly wasn't met with success. And I firmly believe that we are out of options. We had hoped that, so a few more notes on coast-wide in-season management being new to California. The concept of trip limit management is not new to council managed salmon fisheries. We heard quite a bit about that. We're aware of their routine use in Washington's fisheries as well as Oregon's. I'd also highlight that in the California KMZ, trip limits and quotas are a very common element of our management in the California KMZ. So it's not new everywhere in California. We've also in certain years, certain areas where we've had concerns about fisheries catching far more than projections. We've implemented quotas and trip limits on a time and area basis at select times in our past. So the tool, while it will be new in terms of being used comprehensively in California, is not new in many ways. We feel confident that this approach will allow us to achieve the objectives, both for coastal Chinook and hopefully aid us with our other objectives on Sacramento Fall as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Marcy, for putting this forward. Just going to share some thoughts here. I'd say I will not be voting for this motion, but I do feel I really need to explain myself here. I feel this way in recognition of the good work that has gone on, not because of it. It is very clear that CDF&W and NMFS and their staff put a lot into this. And there are, as stated earlier today and in the briefing book and materials, there is an incredibly real conservation need. And this council has worked for years to try to get there, and we have failed in that. So I see that, and where I am today is in recognition of that good work and those needs, not in spite of it or because of it. I don't disagree with anything that was said today. It all made sense to me. Thanks again to people from other states who shared their experience on this. That's helpful. I'm going with the assumption that I heard Susan say, which is that pulling out this sector would be very difficult, but that it's likely possible. So I'm going with the assumption that this would not impact the tribes, other states, or the recreational sector. I want to acknowledge that I could be misunderstanding something here in the big picture, but from what I have in front of me, delaying by one meeting to engage the fleet towards a better framework is something that's important for a fleet that isn't even able to fish right now. So I think it matters. I think there's a good chance we might end up exactly right here in March, but we'll have more input and more public participation. And I think even the process and the possibility of improvement, even if it's small, might be worth it for this fleet. So thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any hands. I will go ahead and call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
I'll say no.
We've had 2 noes.
1 abstention.
Abstentions noted. That concludes it. The motion passes with Corey Ridings, Bob Dooley voting no, Sharon Kiefer abstaining. So thank you, Marcy. Okay, with that, while we finish that up, We've adopted the management framework. There is still a task. We did hear reminder from John North very early in the discussion. ODFW supported the online meeting to be held in March. And I look to the other states and around the room for any confirmation or approval of the proposed schedule, confirmation about the hearing sites and the state intentions. And Kyle Addix, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll just say that I support the plan to have an in-person hearing in Westport, Washington on Monday, March 25th, and let the council know, as usual, WDFW will be working on our schedule for public engagement through our North of Falcon process to plan the salmon fisheries around the rest of Washington state, as well as our usual co-manager processes. So a whole bunch of other meetings that we'll be scheduling that will coincide with the March and April council schedule.
All right, thank you. So I've heard Oregon's support. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. California supports the proposed hearing schedule, including the in-person meeting scheduled for Santa Rosa. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So with those approvals of locations and meetings, I'm going to turn to Robin to see what other work we need to do here, or we covered it all.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You have covered all your work under this agenda item. We have a plan for our salmon public hearings come March in all 3 states, and we've adopted the management framework for those California coastal Chinook that will come up in our 2024 preseason management salmon schedule.
All right, thank you. With that, I want to thank everybody for their patience, their deliberation on this, and the public also for engaging. With that, that'll close out this agenda item, and I'm going to pass the gavel back to our chair.
Thank you, Chair, or Vice Chair Hassemer, for handling a tough subject matter, the last agenda item. With that, I'll turn to Executive Director Burton for any updates, announcements. Oh, by the way, we're going to stop here. Just FYI.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of thoughts for you all. We are going to delay D5 until tomorrow morning. So we've started talking as staff in the background about how to make sure we have an efficient day tomorrow and get through everything on our schedule. It will be a full day tomorrow. Let's see, this evening we have our banquet for those of you that are electing to attend. The doors are open as of now, as I understand it. Feel free to make your way in that direction. Other than that, very good work, everyone. See most of you this evening and the rest of you tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. It's in Garden 2 and 3 behind Starbucks.